Let me feel your love.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy Sunny, and today I am dropping one hell of a fun build. We are doing a clone of the very popular productivity app Notion. It's going to be sick. We've got so much tech in today's build. Unreal. Real-time collaboration, which I'm going to demo right now. And we're going to go ahead and even show you how to do a front-end complete experience with Next.js. There's no doubt about that. But we're building an entire backend with Cloudflare Workers as well, which is something you might have heard the hype around, but it's absolutely blowing up. And it's so damn powerful. So without further ado, guys, get ready for a Notion clone with a ton of different AI features. We've got two really powerful AI features, but the most importantly, we have the backend filled out with Cloudflare, and we have an awesome front end with a real-time collaboration experience with Liveblocks. So get ready for this one, guys. Let's jump into a demo of the Notion clone. Check this out. Ready for this, Jay? Boom. Look at this, guys. We got a Notion clone. And can you see, like, firstly, how sick is that? Look, I can see Jay on the screen right now with his live cursor. Let's go ahead and modify my shopping list, Jay. So let's go ahead and say, heading to, this is a new shopping list. Boom. Okay, kind of cool. I want to resize this a little bit. Jay, you want to go ahead and make some changes to the page? Okay, as I can see, he's editing. This is dope. This is dope, right? Now, I'm running out of time, right? So I kind of got a little bit of, I'm in a bit of a hurry. We can go ahead and firstly do a bunch of things like this. But let's say I want to quickly get a summary of the document. I can even chat to these documents. So I'm going to go ahead and say, how many items are on my list? Boom. I ask it the question. Now wait for this. It's asking it. We're using the use transition hook. Boom. Look at this, guys. Absolutely incredible. Takes all the information on the page. You see we had little toast notifications as well. And it goes ahead and gives it back. I can go and say, how much is all of this? Let's go ahead and ask it another question. Boom. Super easy. Right now it's thinking of a response. Let's think about what it's doing right now. Hang on a second. And just like this, and it's doing it from the updated contents that Jay's done. Look at this. Hello, Papa. We love you. Look, Jay's literally live in the chat right now. So let me know where you're watching from right now. I'm going to give you a full demo of this app. We can also translate an entire summary of the page. So let's say I want to get an Arabic translation of the summary of this page. We can go ahead and do that right now. It'll translate it. It'll give me an Arabic summary. Look at that. Insane. Absolutely insane, right? And then we can go ahead and check out all of our other entries. So in this case, look, I've got a journal entry. We've got a nice little loader here. We've got some secure authentication behind all of this. As you guys know, we got Clerk backing it all up. Look at this. Clerk authentication for the absolute win. We've got a plan here to conquer the world with AI. We've even got the entire thing. This is not a half-done build, right? Check this out. Right, I can see loads of people tuning in. What's up, guys? Look, we've got users with access, with editor privileges. We can go ahead and invite users to this app. We can go ahead and delete, full CRUD functionality. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the real-time functionality right now. I'm on a different account right here. Look, let's go ahead and say I want to go into, let's say the team plan, right? I'm going to invite this user over here. And look at this little breadcrumb notification. Absolutely sick. Let's go ahead and invite this user to the plan. So I believe this is my Sunny Sanga. Let's have a look. Yeah, sunnysanga.com. So let's do sunny.sanga@gmail.com. Boom, invite, wait for it, guys. Look, boom, shared with me. I now have a new document. Okay, now I'm in there. Look at that. Absolutely sick. Real time as hell, right? We've got Abo in the USA. We got Greece in the house. We got Pakistan, Haiti, Macedonia, Nigeria, USA, UK. Yo, what's up, Cape Town? I see you guys as well. Absolutely sick. Look at this. We even got a nice little dark mode editor. Oh, it's so clean. Even Jay's in there. Look at this. Look, it's absolutely nuts. If you've ever seen anything like this, or you're excited for this, and if you've never seen anything like this, go ahead, destroy that like button and make sure to subscribe to the channel, because I'm going to keep on bringing crazy stuff like that on the channel. And look, guys, we've got full CRUD functionality. I've gone ahead and created a new document. You'll also notice if I go into a document that I'm not the owner of, I can't delete it, for example, right? So here we have another example. Look at this, colors as well. Absolutely sick, right? Everything here, by the way, is free. All of the services used in this build, free. So absolutely sick. Yeah, look at this. We can go ahead and create our docs. So let's go and say new doc 123. Very quickly, look, updates so fast. It's unreal, guys. Look at this. This is dope. Like, this is a full build that's just functioning. Let's do a list here. You can just say, like, I don't know, smash this build, smash the like button. There you go, smash the like button. Let's do another little list, and let's go ahead and say I have a numbered list, for example. Like we're gonna build all of this. It's actually insane. So let's go ahead and say, like, hello world, and I can even indent it. Look at that. Hi. I can do another indent. It just, it's levels. Like, there's no one doing these tutorials on YouTube. Period. I'm sorry. There's no one doing it like this, right? So check this out. We're going to go ahead and break this down, get into it nice and easy. We've got Clerk authentication, as I mentioned before. Let's go ahead and sign out. I'll show you guys right now. And everything's also protected. So if you try to go ahead and create a new document, boom, it will go ahead and pop up and it will log us into our Notion. So in this case, we've got Notion clone. Boom, we're going to go ahead and log in. I think I was doing my team account here. I hope that's correct. Yeah, I am in the team account. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and check this one out. And then now, boom, we're inside. There we go. Awesome stuff. Bam. And we're in. And by the way, if you're wondering right now, the new browser experience, Arc. Sick. Really good browser experience. So firstly, welcome to the stream. We're going to dive into this right now. Absolutely madness. Everyone's, look at this. Chat's popping off already, right? We got someone goes, it looks like Atlas and Compliments. I hope it looks a lot better than that, firstly, but thank you very much. And I also got you guys covered with sidebars and menus, you know, just throwing extra bits of amazing stuff in there. Absolutely awesome, right? Someone goes, I saw another clone on YouTube, but it's not as sick as this one. Yeah, well, I'm telling you guys, I'm competitive. I like to be the best in certain things. I like to give the best value for free. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into a breakdown of what this build has inside of it. So I can go ahead and give you guys a bit more of an understanding. Well, firstly, we've got a bunch of different tech inside of today's build. So I'm going to try something new today. Look at this. This is kind of cool, right? We've got a little screen over here. So let's go ahead and drop this out. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what we got in today's build. I'm going to use a mixture of my two favorite tools. Yo, Frank, love that. Sunny and Jay are casually destroying Notion. No, we're building a Notion clone for educational purposes. All right, I'm just shouting it out, right? No hit on Notion. We have no affiliation with you guys. We love your tech. Thank you. But thank you so much, guys. Look at guys, let me know where you're watching from right now. Absolutely awesome to see you, by the way. We're covering Next.js 14. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Next.js 14. Obviously, that means we're covering reactjs under the hood. Right, we've got tons of cool stuff to learn about in today's build. So in Next.js 14, we're going to be covering, and also if you're wondering, is this actually going to work once Next.js 15 comes out? Yeah, it will. Everything will work the way you expect it. It's fine. Next.js 15, I'm going to drop even videos on that, so you guys will always be up to date with the latest grades. I've got you covered. Don't worry. All right, we've got server and client components being covered today. We have server actions as well. So this is like where I basically want to break down the entire steps to get us started. And also want to mention today, there are two really important pieces of tech that we're using today, which are powering the entire thing. That is actually going to be Clerk for the authentication, of course. And it's like seconds to set that up, which is absolutely insane. And then we have Cloudflare to power up all the AI backend technology here. So all of the backend today, we're not using Next.js routes. We're literally offloading it into a separate repo, which I'm going to show you how to do. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to show you how production environments can work and how we can use different bits of tech to go ahead and reap the benefits of things like Cloudflare Workers, which are absolutely awesome stuff, right? Look at this. I love the comments. I'm not going to read that one out, but I absolutely love it. So we got this going on right here. Of course, to style all of this, we've got Tailwind CSS to make it look really nice and beautiful. We've got Clerk for the authentication purposes. We have Liveblocks, right? So you may have not heard of these guys before. And we're not sponsored by Liveblocks, by the way. We're sponsored by Clerk and Cloudflare, but they're absolutely amazing. And I only push the tech that we love on this channel, period. But Liveblocks, reach me up because honestly, I love your tech. It's actually pretty cool. We've got Shadcn for all of our beautiful UI components. So if you've been wanting to learn any of this, then now's the right time to jump into it. And also, forgot to mention, on top of all of this, guys, we're using Firestore database. So yeah, it just keeps getting better, right? We've got tons of stuff happening here today. We've even got Firestore database for a real-time database experience. In Liveblocks, we're going to be managing sessions with session tokens. So everything is authenticated, everything is handled correctly. This is actually going to be through a route handler known as our auth endpoint. So I'm even going to show you how to do custom little setups. And this again will actually check if our user exists in the Firebase database, which of course is powered by Clerk authentication. It's absolutely nuts. What we're doing today is nuts. There's so much going on. It's actually crazy. I'm low-key scared as to how long this build is going to take because I just get carried away when I'm building these things, guys. Every week I'm like, I need to raise the bar and bring these guys more of what they deserve, right? And that's free content to make you guys the best of devs on the planet, right? We're going to deploy with Vercel. But I also want to mention, guys, A lot of the time I get the question, Sonny, I don't want to be locked into Vercel. Can I deploy with someone else? Well, you can. With Cloudflare, you can go ahead and deploy it with the C3 CLI commands, which is absolutely incredible. And I'm going to show you in just a second how you can do that. But I'm going to make a dedicated video on this bit afterwards. But you can go ahead and deploy to Cloudflare with the C3 page. So basically, C3 is like their CLI command, and it actually deploys. So this will actually deploy to Cloudflare pages, right? So absolutely incredibly powerful stuff. All the links, by the way, are in literally the first couple of links in the description. I've got steps for you. So it's all done for you, right? And then we're also going to be covering Cloudflare Workers. So absolutely incredible stuff here in Cloudflare Workers, right? Now, this is basically, think about cloud functions, but on steroids. That's honestly the best way I can describe this. It's cloud functions on steroids. Because zero code starts, right? It's just so fast and easy to get up and running. I'm definitely going to be using Cloudflare Workers in like a lot of my work moving forward, because it's just, I didn't understand. I thought Cloudflare was only the guys who did DNS and protection on websites and that kind of stuff. But oh my God, there's so much more. And they have like tons of stuff that I didn't even get to touch all of the tech. But like, just be real. I'm going to be real with you guys on the channel. I'm bringing Cloudflare way more because I realize now how powerful those guys are. And I didn't realize they just subtly flexed on everyone when they came out with all their tech. So we're going to be showing you into the Cloudflare dashboard. We've got a bunch of stuff to cover over here as well. You got your whole window covered with different text. Yeah, honestly, this is crazy, yo. Like, we got a bunch of different stuff in today's build. Look at this. Oops, what have I done there? Okay, so I'm still getting used to this browser, but there we go. We've got a bunch of different tech over here to cover today. Make sure you screenshot that. And if you're watching this right now, make sure you take a story of it and tag me on Instagram. Jamie goes, yo, this tech stack is fire. That's what I'm talking about, bro. So we've got loads of stuff happening today. We're going to be jumping into Liveblocks. They actually have a really good tutorial as well. You can go ahead and check out. And of course, we're going to be diving into Cloudflare Workers. So I'm going to dive into a couple of things before we jump into the build, right? The first thing is, you might be wondering, Sonny, why don't you just use route handlers? Well, there's a couple of reasons for this. When you're in a production environment, typically there's a separation sometimes between front end and back end, which is for good reason. You don't always want to have everything in one code base, simple as, right? So you can go ahead and develop it with different teams, whatever the case. But the point here is Cloudflare Workers makes this so damn easy and powerful. So if we look at this right now, Cloudflare Workers, you can think of it as like little cloud functions that we can go ahead and basically put into the cloud, and then we can just call them whenever we want. I took it a step further because your boy doesn't do half measures. We gone ahead and combined it with the Hono framework. So you might be wondering, what is all this stuff that he's saying today? Actually crazy, you know? Like, so in this case, Cloudflare Workers, imagine I'm taking this and think about how Express kind of works, right? Express essentially, just gotta put that there. Express kind of is like in the sense of like, you'll go ahead and put it on the server, and then you get different endpoints. You'll get like /hello world and hello world and a bunch of other things, right? But in this case, we're going to go ahead and actually power all of this, not with Express, but with something called Hono, right? So Hono is the framework that we're going to be using. And I'm even taking it a step further. So you think, oh my God, how much more can you add to this build, right? Well, in this case, I'm actually showing you how to protect this endpoint against our API that we're going to be creating with the use of cores. Right, so cores, you might have run into this before and think, oh my God, I hate that thing because I don't know how to fix it. Well, I'm going to make it all make sense today. So we're going to dive into a lot of this. Now, as I mentioned, on top of all of this, your boy is going to teach you not one, but two different ways of how to add in AI into your app, right? So in this case, firstly, with Cloudflare, we have something called AI bindings. Now, this is incredibly powerful. And I think the best way I can kind of show you this is actually with here on the homepage, right? So firstly, as I was going back to Cloudflare Workers, right, because I was kind of all over the place right now, I'm excited. We've got automatic scaling, we've got a bunch of different things. Now, think about it this way. You've probably heard of Cloudflare because they've literally been the protectors of the internet in the sense of they stop people from hacking your website. Put it simply, they do that at the highest level, and then they basically were so good at that they just expanded in every corner possible, and now they're a full suite of tools that you can imagine. They have, honestly, everything that you can imagine, including conflict-free data types called durable. You got loads of stuff on there. We're going to get onto all of that at some point in this channel, right? But we're basically going to be deploying serverless code, right? So basically, it's just pushing it out there, and we expect it to work when we call it. And that's exactly what it's going to do. It supports a bunch of different languages. And the really cool thing about this is obviously you've got all the stuff here, but I want to go ahead and show you. Firstly, they're used by a ton of different good tech companies, but it's actually called Cloudflare Workers AI, I believe. All right, so this is the one I want to show you. Workers AI. Now, this is so sick and so easy. It's unreal. If you're watching this right now, don't worry about it. You can skip ahead like in the replay, but I want to make sure you get the gist of what we're about to do in this like 4 or 5 hour build, because so much work went into it. So listen up. Right? So right now you can click on the models. Every single model you see here is available out of the box directly with Cloudflare Workers. So much stuff. We don't have to set up a server or maintain anything. It's high performance, supports all the languages we can love: Rust, C, C++, JavaScript. If it's not your thing, you can go ahead and do those kinds of things. Someone says, is this live? Yes, it's live right now. Yeah, and they have such a generous free plan, 100,000 requests per day. So next time someone says to me, oh, everything's got a credit card behind it, 100,000 requests per day. If you can't, just try and max that one out, all right? And then come back to me. You can deploy up to 100 worker scripts. You can run it in 275 plus network locations. And there's a bunch of stuff like including, there's a lot of extras that they give in like workers.dev subdomain that you get a bunch of cool stuff in the mix as well. And then of course, if you need more than that, it's 30 cents per million requests per month, with a minimum spend of £5 or $5. So it's crazy. It's such good value, right? And of course, I don't even have to introduce you guys to our boys over at Clerk. Clerk is literally what we're handling all the authentication with. It's going to be so easy to get this up and running. So everything you see here, including authentication methods, 2FA, everything that you need, Clerk handles it, and it makes it so damn easy to implement. So guys, we just smashed over 100 likes already on this video. So we're going to hit 1,000 today, period. Smash that like button if you're excited for this video. Let's dive into today's build. Okay, so I want to go back into our demo right now, and I'm going to show you just one more time what we're working with today. Look at this, just unreal, absolutely unreal. I'm not only gone ahead and actually, I've completely forgot, there's even more in the tech stack today. Right, I've actually done more than this. So not only are we using the AI bindings, so all the models I showed you, not only are we using them with Cloudflare Workers, but of course I've gone ahead and I had to include the guys over at OpenAI. I'm actually showing you how you can go ahead and run as part of one of your endpoints a OpenAI completion, right? So in that case, I'm going to show you how you can use everything that I teach you in this video. You can go ahead and just customize and build your own SaaS. Like, it's nuts. Like, this is all free as well. So all I ask is you subscribe to Bloody channel. That is it, period. Right? We've got Poland, Slovakia, Turkey, Brazil, China, Romania. This is worldwide. Absolutely is, Jay. And yeah, it's absolutely incredible. So much looking on the channel right now. If anything gets confusing at any point, remember, you can hit us up at papareact.com/course. All the link is in the description, and go ahead and check it out. That's literally where we teach you this stuff every week, period. It's just a different level. The Papa Fam, the community, the course, oh my God, this shit is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. This shiz, I said. It's absolutely incredible stuff. So we're going to go ahead and smash it right now and jump into the build. So let's go ahead and get things kicked off. All right, I'm looking at Jay on the chat right now. I know. It's okay. All right, so in this case, we're going to jump into this, and we're going to go ahead and look at this. I can see Germany, Argentina. Yo, this is mad. People from all around the world are tuning in. Absolutely crazy stuff. Tanzania. Yo, this is cool. All right. So what we're going to do firstly is use the Create Next app, right? So I want to show you 2 ways of how you can start the app today. If you want to deploy with Cloudflare, not Vercel, right? If you want to deploy with Cloudflare Pages, which is free, by the way, yeah, then you can go ahead and actually use the C3 CLI command from Cloudflare, right? So in this case, you can go ahead and do the following, right? So get started with the CLI. So this is the one that you can go ahead and look at, right? So you can follow this tutorial along and do this. And there's actually a really nice Next.js framework that you can go ahead and use. So if you click on framework, guys, go down to Next.js. You'll see 2 examples, full stack deployment. You can literally run this command and it will set your app up in a perfect way where honestly, once you're done, you just do npm run deploy and it just pushes it to a predefined Cloudflare URL, right? So it'll literally give you everything you need out of the box. So that's the first thing you can do. I'm going to show you this in another video, how to go ahead and do that. But right now, we're going to keep it a little bit simple so that way I don't kind of overload you, because right now I feel like you guys are probably getting like wowed out by the number of tech on your screen. It's absolutely crazy. So let's go ahead and jump into the standard setup that we're used to, okay? And I want to mention as well, I have included the repo for the Cloudflare Workers. So the backend portion is for free, and what the hell happened there? Is for free, and it's all linked in the description down below. So the code for that is available. So all you have to do is go to the description of this video, get the code, and then you can go ahead and launch it based on the steps that we do today. And all the code for this Notion clone is available in the Papa GitHub repo. So everything is available. You guys can go ahead and check that out. So We're going to start it off by doing create next app. Let's do create next app latest. And then in this case, I'm just going to say Notion clone YouTube. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Boom. And then we're going to go and set things up in the way that we typically do, right? So we're going to proceed. Let's go ahead and do that. Would you like to use TypeScript? I'm going to use all of the default stuff. Now, I actually was watching back some of my videos in the past, and I think you guys like the pace that I used to do that, where it's basically like me just talking, building it out, and just kind of having a genuine chat with you guys. Like if I ever get to a point where, you know, I need to explain something, I take the time out and I explain it. And it doesn't matter if it goes into the 4 or 5 hour mark. The point is that it's genuinely going to be a lot more nicer to go ahead and help out in that sense. And I think it's going to be a bit more beneficial to you guys. So we're going to do cd notion clone YouTube, right? So let's jump into that one right there. And I'm going to do code dot to go ahead and launch it out. Okay, let's go ahead. That's awesome. Now, once we got that done, I'm going to go ahead and open this up on the screen. Someone said to me once, they said, all you keep saying is, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead. And I was like, damn, he's got a point, you know? I actually say that a lot, but it's hard. Once you've got a habit like that, it's very hard to shake it. So I apologize, but don't hate. Let's go ahead and pull this up. See, it's there. All right, we're going to do output, go into our terminal. And I'm going to close this off. And we're going to start it up. Now I can't stop hearing it. Now I'm going to do npm run dev, okay? So spin this up right now. You'll go ahead and start up on 3000. I cut my other one if you're wondering. So in this case, now if I refresh, we should have the template starter guide for this, right? If you're wondering, by the way, what is this? What is all of this new browser experience? It's actually Arc, right? Arc is really cool. I recommend you check it out. I'm getting Jay hooked on it right now and the rest of the team because it's actually sick. Right, someone's in, oh nice, we got Barcelona. I love Barcelona. What's up to you guys? All right, AJ saying, yo, I 100% agree. I look at that, he goes, Pitbull ain't no Mr. Worldwide US. I appreciate you. Father Dev goes, I have a review meeting now, but I can't miss another amazing build. Tony as always is the best. I appreciate you so much, dude. That's such a nice message. Thank you so much. Jay, screenshot that. That's actually a really nice message. Appreciate you so much. Just all I ask you to do, come in, hit that like button, watch the video later on if you need to, right? And we're going to timestamp it all for you to make sure that you get the best out of this. Now, we're going to go ahead and put all of this down. And just to get things started off, what I want to do is take all of the main and just type in an H1 and say, let's build an AI productivity app, right? Productivity app. Boom. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this out. Boom. Hit save. And now what I want to do is I want to simply actually create a new little bit over here so we can have it on the side, right? And I'm just gonna pop that to the side right now. You know, one thing I haven't realized yet how to do properly is when, is that correct? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can do it like that. Cool. Right, and hit refresh. Cool. Now you can see right now there's a bit of styling on here. I do not like that. I do not want anything to be styled initially. So we're going to go to layout.tsx into globals.css and remove everything underneath the Tailwind imports. And this is where we should be, right? Just to keep the code very simple, I'm going to cut out a lot of this fluff. So right now, obviously you can go ahead and customize it however you want. I'm trying to get into the grasp of keeping it simple so you can get the learning opportunity from this video, right? Now I never not noticed to go ahead. I know, I'm so sorry. I had to share the pain with you guys. Now I know. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Now I can't stop hearing it. Well, I'm going to do npm run dev one. Damn it. It's fine. It is what it is. Just own it. Right. I'm going to open this up on localhost 3001, my other app. So we have a reference app that we can use to go ahead and look back and forth on. So this will actually spin up the other app. There you go. So we can see the main one. And then what I want to do is I'm going to pull this one actually into, I'm still getting used to Arc browser, but give me time, right? Give me time. We're going to go ahead and pull up the Shadcn, right? So Shadcn, like so. Let's go here and I'm going to install Shadcn. So Shadcn is the component library, which gives us all of these really nice kind of, all these pop-ups, all the buttons, everything like that. So installation, Next.js. We've already done the first step. So we're just going to do the second step here, right? Boom. And we're going to do npm import. I'm going to go here, Command J, pull it open. I'm going to split terminal. Now, the reason I like to split terminal is because I can keep an eye on what's happening on the server but then I can go ahead and pull this up and make it run pretty well. Yo, you guys are crazy good today with the engagement. Everyone's like jumping in. Someone goes, why not using Turbo and Bun? Yeah, you can 100% use it. If I'm honest, on live streams, there's just so much stuff that happens. I just don't want an additional variable for something to go wrong. But yes, you can do that. Absolutely. Right. So we're going to go back here. This is all optional. You can set this up as you wish. I'm going to go ahead and use this command. Now this command adds one of the components into Shadcn. So this is how Shadcn typically works. So we're going to add a button into our app and test it out. Okay. So inside of page.tsx, which is our home page, I'm going to go down here. I'm going to add in the button. So we're going to simply type in button, and you can see now what it does is it simply goes ahead. If I do click me, right, and I do a command B, you should be able to see firstly it added a components JSON folder, which is basically how it's going to know where to put the components. And then it adds this components /UI/button.tsx. And I like the transparency of Shadcn because it makes things a lot easier to go ahead and work with, right? So once we've done that now, we're going to go ahead and see, look, our button's in. Okay, really, really nice. So everything looking pretty good so far. I think the next step that we're going to do now is we're actually going to set up two of our accounts that we're going to need. Firstly, we need authentication inside of today's build, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and split this open like so. 1 minute. I'm going to split this open with the demo of today's app. So in this case, I'm going to pop this open with a 3001. There we go. And now you can see, so right now, all of the authentication is from Clerk. Okay, so in order to get this right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and pull open Clerk authentication, right? So pause this open. I've already got an account, but you can simply join Clerk by hitting the second link in the description, right? So the link in the description, please go through that link because it lets Clerk know that you were actually watching this video when you actually went ahead and discovered and used it, right? So it's going to help the channel out, obviously, because then I can keep bringing this to you for free, right? So let's click on dashboard. Right here, and guys, I've got something little. I'm going to shout it out right now quickly. 5-day challenge. Very, very soon. Yeah, it's happening. Pretty much within the next week. So yeah, crazy stuff, right? I know, absolutely nuts. So lose your mind over that and smash the like button. We're going to click on create application and we're going to type in Notion, clone, YouTube. Right, boom. And then in this case, you can do email, Google, phone number, everything that you can kind of imagine. In this case, I'm going to keep it so simple. You can even use Notion login, which is cool. And I'm just going to keep it on a Google authentication. Okay. Vatia goes, very thankful to you, Sunny. Best teacher of my life. Can't explain how in words how much I respect you. Thanks. I appreciate you so much. Jay, screenshot that. That's a really nice comment from our member over there. Right. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Boom. npm install Clerk Next.js. Miles goes, I've been left behind already. No, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Right. We're going to import, install this into our project. So I'm installing Clerk into the project. And then once that's done, we have our keys, right? So what I need you to do is simply copy your key. And we're going to create an environment file, right? So in this case, we're going to go into our package.json at the top level, create a new file called env.local. And all I want you to do is paste in here, right? So I'm going to paste. And the reason why I'm hiding my screen now is because there is a secret key inside of there, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide it by saying secret. And I'm going to do the same with this one. And I'm just going to explain to you how environment files work before we carry on. So here's two examples of environment file variables inside of our code. Yeah. So the first one, next public Clerk publishable key. Now, whenever you have this in front of a environment variable, it means that it will show on the client. That's because we're saying next, this is a public variable. It's okay to expose it to a client, right? Be so careful with this, right? The default behavior with Next.js is good because unless you put next public, it will only be visible on your server elements, right? So when you're on the server side render or when you're doing anything on the server. However, when you're doing next public, that's visible on the client portion, right? So public keys, PK, etc., that kind of stuff, you can put next public. Anything secret, you want to put make sure it's not got next public on it. Okay, so in this case, Mario's, yo, what's good, man? We got some OGs in the house. Now I'm going to go ahead and replace those keys with the correct values, and then I'm going to close that file right now. So I've gone ahead and put this inside my M file. I've saved it. Next up, we have to create a middleware.ts file. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead. Let me know if this screen's a bit of a good size for you guys. I'm going to go and do middleware.ts, and this is Next.js's middleware component Very simple here. We just grab it, we copy it, we paste it in, boom, and we hit save, right? This will now run Clerk middleware on all of our routes, right? And every request that goes through the Clerk middleware. So what we can do now is Clerk behavior has changed, which I agree with. I think it's better now. Basically, you only, before it was the other way around, but now you simply just protect the routes that you want to protect. Whereas before you had to do the reverse and everything was protected and then you have public routes that you define. Now it's the other way around, which I actually prefer. So now you just define if you want to protect this specific route. And we're going to do that using auth protect. And I'm going to show you that later on. So it'll be super easy to understand. All right. Next up, we've got Clerk provider. So you have to put that inside of our app. So the way we do this is very simple. We go to our layout and I'm going to simply go ahead and pop in the Clerk provider around the entire app. So Clerk provider, boom, like so, okay, around the entire app. And if you guys are liking this kind of teaching, just imagine the way we teach inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero, right? papareact.com/course, the place to be. We just got an influx of students. It was insane. We're over 1,000 students strong inside of our community. It's just the best community, period. I love our students. Absolutely amazing. So let's go ahead and do this. So yeah, we've got a Clerk provider. Now you can see here that they even have the sign out button and all that good stuff as well. And then you just run your app. So at this point, once you've done this, all I want you to do here, guys, is actually go ahead and make sure that you've just got it running and make sure you just test it out. So let's go ahead and refresh and it's all good. As long as you see that and you can still see your web page, you've done it right. Okay, you're good for now. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna start building out the header of our application, right? So the header being the actual top portion of the app. So this right here, where we've got the home and all that good stuff. Am I signed into this one? Let's have a look. I think I am signed in, but I keep context switching, so it's probably kicking me out. So let's go ahead and sign into one of these accounts. And this is again is using Clerk. But I'm going to show you how. This is obviously the demo that I'm using that I've actually already created. But we're going to build this header portion firstly, okay? So I'm just going to go ahead and hide this stuff now. So this is our first step of our application, the header. Heading back into our app, we're going to go ahead and do a components folder, and not inside the UI folder, but just inside the components folder. I'm going to type header.tsx. Okay. Now, before we carry on with this, if you want to do an RFCE like this, you can simply go to your extensions and download a beautiful extension. If you type in ES7, you will see this extension right here. 12 million downloads. You can't get it wrong. That's the one you want to get. And that gives you that RFCE. And if you're wondering, how did he get rid of the import React at the top? Well, if you open up your settings and you simply go to your extensions and go to ES7, where is that? Yeah. You can actually just untick this. So I had an amazing comment by one of our members. I did reply. I'm sure I replied, but it was such a good comment. I feel really awful. I'm thinking about how did I maybe not reply? But he don't tell me how to do this, right? So I didn't even think about this before, and you can go ahead and even customize it a bunch more. So I don't know why I didn't think of that, but absolutely awesome advice. So that's how you get rid of the top. You don't need to say import React anymore at the top of it. Okay, so we've got the header over here. Go into our layout folder, Command P to pull up that, by the way, in case you're wondering. So the layout folder, we're back over here. I'm going to go ahead and pop inside of the body. I'm going to put a header component like so. And then we're just going to import it, right? So if you're ever in this predicament where it's not imported, head over to the end of the text, control spacebar, and you can auto import like so at the top, right? It saves you a bit of hassle, and you can see now, boom, we've got the header over there, okay? So awesome stuff. Let's go and carry on. We're going to build this header portion out first. And in the header, what we're going to do is this is where we tap into our user authenticated state, right? So this is actually going to be the Clerk part of the build, right? So in this case, we're going to go and get the access to the user firstly. Now, inside of Next.js 13 upwards, every component inside the app folder is actually a server component by default, which means things like state, interactive elements, click handlers, all that good stuff means we have to convert our component to a client component, right? So the way we do that is we use the directive at the top of the file called use client. So once we've done that, now this is a client component. And then I'm feeling the flow. I'm feeling it. It's happening. This is good. And then we got the header over here. Now, if I want to get access to the user's profile, if they're logged in or not, I basically use this. I use the following hook. So it's a custom hook called use user, and you can see we import it from Clerk. Okay, and you can see here, if I was to go ahead and do control spacebar, I get three things. I get is loaded, is signed in, and user. Now you can use the other ones, that's fine, but I'm just gonna go ahead and focus on the user, right? Absolutely incredible energy today, guys. You guys are absolutely awesome. I love it. I actually love it, right? Already at 200 likes almost, right? This is huge. So once we've done this, what we can do is I'm gonna go ahead and firstly say the user's space, right? So in this case, like here, Sunny's space, right? That's what we're gonna call our app, right? It's just gonna say spaces, like productivity space, right? So I can say if the user exists, then we've got a conditional operator, which will render a H1, and it'll basically be the user dot first name. And then this is, we're just gonna protect ourselves in case it wasn't defined. And then I'm gonna escape the character, because if you ever do a quotation like that, you have to escape it, otherwise it can basically break up your deployment. And then we go ahead and say someone's space, so it could be Sunny's space, right? Obviously it doesn't show because I'm not logged in right now. So if I was to refresh, we don't see anything because obviously the user's not logged in. Okay, then we're gonna have breadcrumbs here. Now if you're wondering what the hell is he talking about breadcrumbs, is he hungry? No, this is the breadcrumbs right here. So you see this top part there, this is awesome. It's from Shadcn. We're gonna create that afterwards. So if I was to click into, I keep throwing myself out of everything because I'm context switching a bit too much. What I might do actually is go ahead and, because I'm ruining my cookies between 3000. Okay, I have an idea. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna use the second space here to do it. Aha, this is cool. Now I can do this. Now this won't break my cookie flow. Right, this is better. Aha, I knew it would come in handy. I knew it would come in handy, right? So now we can use my, yeah, that's perfect. All right, so you see these breadcrumbs. If I click into grocery list, for example, boom, this right here is the breadcrumbs, right? So it's kind of like the directory that we're currently in. All right, so we're going to import that one. We'll create that afterwards. Then we're going to have a div, and now they give us some very handy functions inside of Clerk, right, that we can use. So we're going to say signed out, like so, signed out, and then we're going to have signed in. And basically, these are just wrapper components, which are awesome because they basically allow us. You're going to do the ones from Next.js, by the way. Did I do them? Yep, Next.js. And then what we can do is we can say if the user is in a signed out state, then we're going to render a sign in button. So let's do a sign in button, another component from them guys. And what is this freaking out about? It's saying cannot find name signed out. Why is that? Because signed out. Okay, I haven't even imported it. Oops. Right. So signed out. We're going to render a sign in button if the user is signed out, and if they're signed in, we can render the user button, which is the little profile button at the top, right? Which is nice. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, what you should be able to see is that a sign in button. So this is awesome. If I click sign in now, boom, it goes ahead and connects to my Notion clone YouTube that we went ahead and previously set up on Clerk's website. We'll click continue with Google, and then you can see you can log into an account. So if I log into team@papareact.com and I go ahead and click continue, now we should be able to log into our account. You see secured by Clerk. We go through, boom, looks perfect. And then we have our beautiful secured by Clerk, the sort of pop, not, I mean, that's cool, there's there, but you can get the manage account, right? And you've got all of the stuff that you need inside it. And look at this, guys. What's really crazy about Clerk that I love is don't worry about the little pop-up. The little pop-up is actually Arc browser, just doing this thing. But actually, what's cool about it is that all I had to do is render a user button, and I get this lovely little UI over here, which is awesome. Right, so all of my authentication flow is absolutely working right now. You see, it loads in the user and the header and everything that we need. So that's awesome. That's looking great. Let's actually now render. We'll do the breadcrumbs later on. I actually want to go ahead and style this one out a little bit. So div, we're going to go ahead and say flex. We're going to do items centrally aligned. Perfect. And then we're going to say justify between. And now you can see we pushed it apart and give it a bit of padding of 5. There we go. And now you can see, looks much better, right? The H1 needs to look a bit better. So we're gonna say that's 2XL, really, really good stuff. And now, boom, just like that. Besides the breadcrumbs, that's looking great. The breadcrumbs we're gonna do after, because right now, what I would say is we haven't got our document route. You see this one here where it's /document. We haven't got that route actually configured yet. So we'll do that one afterwards. But yeah, we can go check it out. So look at this. Marius goes, the best authentication system from the best teacher from the best community known as the Papa Fam. I love that. That's why we affiliate with all the best. That's literally how we do it over here on the Papa Fam. right? So that is Clerk in a nutshell. You see how quick that was, right? We got Clerk working, set up. And what's really awesome now is you can see your application now has users. That's because we've signed in. And at this point, you can go ahead and do a bunch of things with Clerk. One of the things in particular that we're going to do is you can see it's actually got customized session token. We're actually going to add in some additional session claims, right? Now, I need to remember which ones I added in here. So if I go to my other build, I'm going to show you what this is. Now, this just means what additional information are we going to put inside the cookie? So in this case, I want to capture the email, image, full name, last name, and first name. I don't even think I use this in the end. I use just a full name and email. So we're actually going to go ahead and take that right now, go back into my main build that we're doing today, customize my token, and I'm basically popping that in. Right. So what this means now is it will add this stuff into my session token. So now when I get the user's token, I can do .info, .email, .info, .image, and so forth. And that's going to help us out quite a bit. All right. Cool. We've done that pretty nicely. And then we've got the user's authentication. You can go ahead and toggle any other new social connections or anything like that. It's very, very simple to go ahead and set up. Okay. And we're in development mode for now, just for a reference. So that's all great. Next up, let's go ahead and see what else we can build. So let's move into our next section, which I think would be the sidebar perhaps. So we could do our sidebar element of this build. Now there's going to be a lot of hopping around in this build because there's a lot of things going on. But the sidebar is a core element, and then we can start building out our page elements. So if we head over to our layout, let's see firstly the next step. So we're going to have a div, right? So think about it. We've got the header, which is going to be this right here. So I'm going to just break it down a little bit. We've got the header, which is this element. Okay. Then we're going to have a sidebar. So let me just put that back onto stick. Then we're going to have the sidebar, which is going to be the side element. And then we have the page itself. So the way we're doing our layout right now is the sidebar is always going to be rendered, right? And then this is going to be flex one, which basically says take up the rest of the room. Okay, so like use as much room as we can there. And this sidebar will basically collapse into like that little pop out nav bar. And then here, this is where the page.tsx will always render. Right, so these two things are going to be on the layout, and then this is going to be where the page renders out. Okay, so hopefully that helps you out. And inside the page, we're going to have, this is actually going to be inside the div here. We're going to have the sidebar, which is going to be the component we're about to code right now. And then we have the div. Right, so remember I talked about it just there where we had the div over on the right hand side. Well, first things first, to make it a flex one, we have to make the surrounding container a flex container with a min height of screen. The reason why I do min height of screen is because if you notice, this is always touching the bottom. I always want to use the max height of the screen, right? So that's easy. And then to make the children, which is going to be the page.tsx routes that we end up rendering in, I say flex one. And that just means use up all the space, right? So we're going to restrict our sidebar to be a certain size. I'm going to give it a couple bit of styling right now. So you can see there's a little bit of padding around the sides. That's all going to be with padding 4. Background is going to be gray, 100. I'm going to do overflow, Y of auto. And then I'm going to hide the scroll bar. Now you can obviously customize this as you wish. But in this case, I'm just going to say scroll bar hide. Make it super simple. And then you can see that background's gray. So this is good, right? If you get into these points, very good. Well done. Tap yourself on the back and hit the like button. Easy as. And then we're going to go ahead and do a sidebar component. So in this case, I'm going to say sidebar.tsx. Now RFCE, pull up a sidebar. And then inside of our layout, let's close that one off. Inside of our layout now, let's render it in. So we can say sidebar. And don't get it confused with Lucid React. We're rendering in this one right here. And as you can see, look, sidebar is there. Okay. So that's already a pretty good start for us. So now if we head over into our sidebar component, and if you're wondering, how's he doing it? How's he hopping between them all? Sakti, what's up, good? What's up, dude? I see you here. Command P, and you go ahead and just like type in a search, and it basically is a quick search to jump to a file. All right, so super easy. Guys, we're almost at 200 likes. Destroy that like button if you're enjoying this video right now. Absolutely banger content coming on the way in this build, right? So for the sidebar, what we're going to do is we are going to have a couple of things take place. Now, firstly, I've made it very simple for us, to be honest. I've got it just in a way where we've just got buttons like new document, legal agreement, and so forth. And then the new document, I'm simply just doing a protective statement on when we make the API call, which means that you have to be logged in. And if you're not logged in, it will just log you in, right? So a little bit of a simple thing there. But what we're going to have here is in the sidebar, we're going to have a new document button. right? And you're wondering what the hell is that? We're actually going to create a custom button component called new document button. So that's going to be the first element inside of here. And you can see we have to create this component. So this one, let's go ahead and do new document button.tsx. Okay, RFCE, create that. And as you can see now, if we import it, we can get a little bit of a head start, right? So new document button inside of there, that's just simply going to be a button component from Shadcn. And this one is going to go ahead and say new document. Okay, so there we go, new document, easy as. Head back over to the sidebar. And now in here, we're going to have a little bit of styling. Simply put, it's going to have a padding of 2. So say a padding of 2. And then what I'm doing is here, so everything inside of Tailwind CSS is mobile first, right? So padding of 2 basically from mobile sizes upwards, and then from medium screens upwards I want a padding 5. So as we get onto a bigger screen, you see how the padding increased. That's how you do breakpoints, right? So then we say padding of 5. I'm gonna set the background of this one to be gray 200. Kept the styling very simple, and we're doing relative because I'm going to have a absolutely positioned element inside of it at some point. Okay, so there we have it, our new document button, easy as. Okay, and once we have the new document button, we're going to go ahead and eventually have things like, you know, we're going to say my documents, and we'll have clickable documents. This is all going to be pulled from Firestore. So we'll do that afterwards. That's another step that we're going to have to set up in just a bit. But in the meantime, what I want to do is I want to prepare us to have a side menu bar. So this thing right here, I want to have this little pull-out bar, right? So how do we do that? Well, it's actually a lot simpler than you think with Shadcn. So the way we do this is, let's head back over to Shadcn right now. Shadcn UI, let's go ahead and pop that open. And we go to our docs, and let's go to the drawer, right? So we're going to be using the drawer component. And you see right now it pops in from the bottom. And that's cool, but we're going to customize it to make it work for the side, okay? No one is saying it, everyone's super focused, 100%. I love that. That's what the flow is about, right? Let's go ahead and pop this on the side, boom. And let's go ahead and pull that in. So you add the drawer to your code. That's going to import it like so. And then you can go ahead and you can use this as like a little base, right? So what I do is I just import this, go to the top, pop that in like so. That's now installed into our app. And then you can see you've got it here, right? And this has just got a bunch of triggers, a bunch of other stuff. So what we're going to do is we can copy this example, and I'm going to put it actually above this, right? And I'll show you what we're going to do here, because this one I'm going to put inside of a div, and I'm going to say it's actually going to be hidden, right, on mobiles, right? So the new document button is actually hidden on mobiles, but it's going to inline itself on a medium screen and above. So now you'll notice that there's nothing there, but on a big screen it's there. And that's because I want to instead render the drawer instead, right? Someone goes, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah? It Shadcn sheet. Oh, you can use sheet, I guess, as well. Look at this. Let's have a look at this. I mean, yes, you could actually. I just realized now. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Damn it. How did I forget about that one? What do we do, guys? Do I use dialogue and show you how to do it? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to show you how to do dialogue. So you can use sheet. You could definitely use sheet. Oh man, that's annoying. Okay, I'm going to, oh, that's funny anyway. Anyway, it is what it is. All right, so in this case, we could do that, right? That's actually pretty cool. Damn. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna live code this one and do it the way we should be doing it. So I actually completely forgot about the sheet component. So that's fun. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So what I'll do is I'm gonna take this out. The code in the GitHub repo is actually the drawer example, but it's fine. You can use both. It's all good. All right, let's go ahead and add the sheet. I'm literally live coding it right now. I have not prepared this bit. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pop this in. Boom. Let's go. Bam. Chuck that in. And this is me showing you how I do it live, right? This is actually live part, right? Let's go ahead and pop this in. Obviously, my app is different to this, my prepared app. So in this case, we've got an open. Are you absolutely sure? Now, if we click open, it's on the wrong side, firstly. So this should have some arguments on it. So in this case, the side property of sheet content. So in this case, sheet content, if we do direction, is it dir? No, I don't think it's dir. I think it'll be, we have here, key side. Okay. So it's actually side. And then we pop in a value, and then here's left. All right, so now you can see, like, boom, open. Aha, I like that. It's a lot nicer. Thank you, by the way, because I was wondering. I was like, that's a bit stupid. They don't have that. They have a dialogue instead. But now we know. All right. I had used it before as well. It's just been a minute. That's crazy. Oh God. Anyway, draw a tile. So sheet tile I'm going to do here, just say menu, get rid of that. Sheet description. I don't really care about the description at this point. Here, I'm going to have a div, which is going to render the options, right? And the options I'll go ahead and show you afterwards. You got another banger idea. Thank you, Mayank. I appreciate you. In the bottom, we're going to have a draw a footer. Well, in this case, to be honest with you, before, in the demo that I had prepared, I had it simply like this. So there was a close button, but we don't really care about that because no one needs that, because we got this, like, first we got that, and secondly, you can just click out of it. So we don't really need to worry about that too much. So we don't need the draw footer. So in this case, that's all good. And then the sheet description, I don't really care about, so get rid of that, right? So simple as, the only thing that I do want to do differently is the open button. I don't like this. I want to have a menu icon button. And if you're noticing, we've got this Lucid React, and that's because we actually get those things, the Lucid React icons, by default when we install a Shadcn, right? So Lucid icons come as part of the package. So in this case, if you're wondering what is Lucid icons, well, Lucid icons are essentially just, if we go ahead and do this, you'll go ahead and see right now we've got a bunch of different icons and so forth, right? So in this case, the menu icon is the one that I just used right now. Menu icon, this one right here, and that's how we're essentially going ahead and doing it. Boom. Get rid of that. Oh, I love Arc. Arc browser is sick. It's nice. That is cool. And look at this, right? Now, so if I go here and I pop that open, boom, menu, right? So what I want to do here is I want to basically render all of this as menu options, okay? So we need to go ahead and do that. What's the shortcut for creating a comment? For creating a comment, you do Command Shift, and you can basically create a comment really quick. Sahib, thank you so much. I appreciate your support. We're going to go ahead and create the menu items now. So what I want to do is anything like new document button, all this stuff, we're going to create a like a variable at top we call menu options, okay? And then I'm basically just going to do an inferred return, right? So in this case, it's just returning a bunch of stuff. And this is going to be inside of a React fragment. So in this case, because you can't have sibling components next to each other. The UI is so sexy. Oh, I know. Thank you so much. We put a lot of effort into that every time. We're going to have the new document button here, the new document button. And the whole point of this really is that regardless of what view you're in, it's going to go ahead and pop it in. So let's go ahead and do here. So we'll say menu options, or it would be here in like menu options there. So menu options. So either way, it will show the same options. So now if I'm on a bigger screen, it'll show it. If I'm on the side menu, it will show it. And obviously we shouldn't be seeing both at the same time. So we actually are going to have this sheet. We can't put a class name, so I'm going to wrap this in a div around the sheet. And basically we conditionally render this now. So here what we do is we say that this one is actually on a medium screen. It's just going to be hidden. So now as the screen gets bigger, you'll see it hides itself, right? And I've perfectly got the breakpoint set in a way that just supports what we're trying to do, right? So in this, so you see the way it works is either you've got the button there, or when it's on a smaller screen, you've got a menu bar button. So hopefully that makes it easy for you guys, because that's super clean, really nice, really clean, works out of the box, right? So next up, the menu options. So menu options here, well, firstly, we're gonna have a bit of like comments for what we're gonna be doing here. So here I would actually go ahead and say if the documents are ready, so my documents, then we'll have list the documents out basically, and then I'll have shared with me. So like shared with me, and obviously we're gonna retouch and come back to different points as we have this, right? So my documents shared with me and so forth, with the new document button being attached to a server action, and the server action is going to be responsible for actually creating a new document inside of Firestore. So lots of stuff is happening today. So we're going to be building all of that out in just a second, right? So in this case right now, that's pretty cool. We've got the new document, okay? So I think the next natural step is actually to set up Firebase, because we're actually going to need to create a new document in Firebase to go ahead and get this up and running. Marius, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you like as well, and you can watch and enjoy the recording afterwards, dude. So in this case, let's go over to Firebase. So heading over to Firebase like so, go to firebase.google.com. And here we have the console. So in this case, go to the console. It's all free to get started. Do not worry. You can click on a new project. In this case, I'm going to say Notion clone, YouTube. Make it super simple. Boom, create it. Gonna Google this. I'm just going to disable it for now. Create project. And if you're new to Next.js, yes, you can absolutely go through with these builds. It's completely cool to do so. while this is happening, what I actually want to do as well is I'm going to prepare us in advance and actually get Cloudflare set up as well. So what I want you to do is I'm just going to go ahead and grab the link. So in the description right now, there is a link for the Cloudflare Workers, but the first link that you're seeing is the links.popreact.com/Cloudflare. Now that link is the one that I really care about, because what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and firstly click on it, right? So in this case, you shouldn't see that, but click on the first link in the description for getting started with Cloudflare Workers, and it'll be a sign up form. It's completely free to go ahead and sign up to Cloudflare. Now, once you get there, what you'll see is something similar to this. Well, once you've signed up and set up your account, you'll basically get into the portal here. It's really actually easy and self-explanatory to get through. But on the workers and pages, I want you to click on overview, and you're gonna either have create or you'll have these templates in front of you. If we click on create now, you can actually see, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, I remember this. You're going to see this part, right? So we've got two options here. Number one, we can go ahead and create with the CLI command, or number two, we can create the worker from here, right? So creating the worker from here is super simple. You can click deploy and it's done. Literally in seconds, you have a cloud function up and running that you can customize here. You don't need to do anything else. Or you can create with CLI. Okay, so what I want to actually teach you how to do is create a CLI command, and what we're going to do here is actually create a second app, right? So I'm going to show you two instances. Well, this is our first app, right? But I'm actually going to go ahead and create a second app in today's build. So I'm going to open up my Warp browser, terminal. It doesn't matter. You can use any terminal really. But I'm going to go ahead and into my same folder that I like to build my stuff in. And I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say, firstly, you can go ahead and do it two ways, but I'm going to do it in, I'm just going to go ahead and paste that command, npm create cloudflare. Okay. Oops. What have I done there? No, don't do that. Yep. Create npm create cloudflare. And then here, what it will say is it will basically go ahead and it will ask me a couple of questions. In which directory do you want to create your application? Well, in this case, we can go ahead. Actually, before we do this, I'm going to cancel it, Control C. I'm going to make a directory just so we're super clear here. I'm going to say Notion clone, YouTube. I'm going to say Cloudflare Workers. Okay, so this is our backend portion of the build. I'm going to CD into that, Notion clone, YouTube, Cloudflare Workers, and now I'm going to run my npm create Cloudflare command. And they've done it so well because honestly, their dev experience is really good. Like, it's honestly really good. Thank you as well, unknown user, for the donation. Appreciate you. All right. So in this case, you can give it an application name. So this one's called Lingering Frost. We can call it whatever we want. I'm just going to keep the default one here. They give you a random name. Cool. We're happy with it. And then you've got a bunch of things. You've got Hello World Worker Python, website or web app. And this is just a kind of a testimonial really of what you can build with a Cloudflare worker. So it's not just APIs, it's not just cloud functions. You can literally host entire web apps on this thing. You can hire entire cron jobs, anything really from this. So if you really kind of want me to dive into this more, let me know by dropping a permanent comment, not in the live chat, but a permanent comment, so I can go ahead and show the guys over at Cloudflare. You guys absolutely love this stuff as well. So we're going to do the first option, which is a Hello World Worker, and simply say yes to TypeScript. And I really like even the colors, the branding and everything. It's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and do this right now. It says installing dependencies, and they've honestly nailed it. Like, they've nailed the setup for this. You guys are amazing today. The positivity in the comments right now, absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. So we're currently setting up Cloudflare Workers. Let's head over back while that's happening. We can read here. And you've got the Wrangler. Wrangler is a really nice command line interface, allows us to do tests and deployments for application. Really, really simple, honestly, to get up and running. But they honestly make it so easy here. So do you want to use Git for version control? Yep, we're happy to do that. Do you want to deploy your applications? Yes, go on then. And you can see it's trying to log me in. And at this point, if I was not logged in, it would go ahead and basically prompt me to log in. Do you call your subscribers your papa? No, the Papa fam is the community, right? So we've already logged in. So at that point, you will have to log in. And remember, guys, when you are setting up your Cloudflare workers, just use that link in the description. It goes a long way with helping all the companies that we work with, that you guys are coming from the YouTube video. And obviously that allows me to do it for free more. So it really, really supports the channel. So thank you so much, guys. And now you can see, view your deployed application at lingeringfrostworkers.dev. Now, it's worth mentioning that the first time you use this, it will not be immediately available. You might actually get sort of a unknown or can't find that website. The reason for that is normal. It's absolutely normal. And I'll show you why this happens, right? is because it has to propagate. Now, all that means is once it's deployed, the DNS basically, which is like the internet's records of saying that this site exists and it's there, takes a minute or two to propagate. And it can actually take like maybe 5-10 minutes even sometimes. Once it's done the first time, it's actually really, really simple. Okay. So now that we've done that, guys, I want you to actually CD into Lingering Frost, right? So in this case, that's whatever my one is called. Your one will be called whatever it named it. So now I'm going to open up my code, and now we've got our second app up and ready. Okay. So I want you to pay very close attention now. We have two apps now. We have the Notion clone with YouTube, which is basically the front end of the build. And then we've got the back end of the build, which is our Cloudflare workers, right? And if we go into index.ts, you can see that this is where it all runs, right? Yo, thank you so much. Another donation. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, guys. So many videos posted this month. We love everything. I'm really setting the standards high now, guys. So I'm trying to push hard on this channel. And now if we want to run this locally, what we can do is we can say npm run dev. I believe it's run dev. And yeah, Wrangler, you see Wrangler kicks in and it goes ahead and spins up on a local host. Now and it's worth mentioning, the port does change. Okay. So I believe there is a flag you can pass in for the port, but in this case, it's just going to pick a random port. So there you go. My localhost, hello world. Cool. It's working. So now we've got that set up. Cool. We can pause there for the Cloudflare portion and we can come back to this afterwards, but we're all prepared for our Cloudflare workers. Honestly, deploying this is easier saying npm run deploy. Like, so easy. I cannot stress to get Cloudflare workers up. I'm going to be using these in my personal projects 100%. They're so clean and quick to use. And trust me, when you see how easy it is to get AI and stuff working with it, game changer stuff. Okay, so we're going to have a lot of pros to be using that with. Now, let's head over to our Firebase. So I was doing it right now. I was setting up our app on Firebase. Let's go back over, and was it here? I believe it was here. Yeah. So in this case, we're going to open up our Firebase, and now you can see we've got a Notion clone YouTube. So the first step is actually to go to build, and we're going to click on Firestore database, and we're going to ping and set this up. It'd be good if you create backend first. Just a suggestion. I think the route we've done it right now has been pretty good. It's more engaging. It shows you guys a breakdown of the logical flow of the development process. So I think it's better to do it this way. But thank you for the input. Right, Firestore database, we're going to click on create database. We're going to start off in test mode for now by saying security roles, start in test mode, which basically means that it's public for now, which is okay. We do have auth protecting a lot of this, so it's okay. But you can go ahead and feel free to add your own roles. So once this is done, this will set up our Firestore database. Now, Firestore database allows us to have real-time updates. This is not actually the real-time part that we spoke about, where you can see the live cursors and everything like that. That's Liveblocks. We're going to implement that afterwards, but this is for storing the document references and which user is in which room. That's going to be what we're going to be using this for, okay? So we've got Cloud Firestore here. Now, in order to connect our Firestore database to our application, we've got to go to project settings, and we're going to go ahead and create a web app here, okay? So you can give, the name is all internal really, so it doesn't really matter here. I'm just going to say, on YouTube, register the app, head back over to my code, and I'm going to create something called a firebase.ts file. Okay, so open up our sidebar. I'm going to close that bit right there. Boom, make it very simple to see. Package JSON level. We're going to say firebase.ts. Now, inside of here, guys, this is where we're basically going to initialize everything that we need. Before we can do that, we're going to need Firebase inside of our project. So npm I Firebase to get things installed and all the dependencies. With that installing, quick little water break. We're on fire today. Okay, almost at 200 likes as well. Smash that like button and do not forget to subscribe. There's so many of you watching that ain't subscribed. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Subscribe. All right, so we installed Firebase into our project in our dependencies. We're going to do all of the imports that we need. So in that case, those right there. And you can see they give a bit of use that because when you use Next.js, there's the chance of getting a double initialization. So I'll show you how to prevent that. And the way we do it is we say const app equals, and we can say get apps dot length. And we're basically going to check if it's 0. So that's exactly what we're going to do, right? So here, get apps equals length, dot length equals 0. So this actually get apps a function. So it's actually this. And basically we're saying if there is no apps initialized already, then we're going to initialize the app with the Firebase config that we have right here. Otherwise, we'll just get the app which was already initialized. Okay. I love that. Thank you so much. I'm glad this is helping you guys out. Right, so that's how we basically initialize our app, and that just means the connection between Firestore, which we just Firebase, what we just set up, and our application, our Next.js application. Now we need the instance of the connection to Firestore, the database. And it's a NoSQL database, in case you're wondering, right? We say const db equals get Firestore, and we pass in the app. Then we're going to export the database, right? Because we're going to use that outside. So in this case, we just export the database. So that's Firebase in a nutshell setup. Now it's worth mentioning that whilst that's okay for the client side stuff, I mentioned earlier that we're going to be doing a lot with server components and server actions. Now, when you're making changes on a server, you're essentially an admin, because if you think about it, the server should have full privilege to do whatever it needs to, because it's secure. It's a secure environment, whereas your client is not a secure environment. A client, that's where you have the rules, that's where you have authentication and so forth. But on the server, we can basically assume the role of a Firebase admin. So we're also going to set up Firebase admin initialization file right now. So in this case, we're going to have a Firebase-admin. So in this case, let's go ahead and do that right now. So we're going to have next to our Firebase file, Firebase-admin.ts. And don't get these two confused. They're totally different things, right? So in this case, we're going to have a npm I Firebase admin, okay? And this will go ahead and install Firebase admin into our project. And very simply, we're going to have a couple of imports. And you'll notice there's a little difference here. Firebase admin /app and Firebase admin /Firestore, okay? So there's different, there are different ways of doing it now. So what we need to do here is we need something called a service key. All right, so there's a couple of ways you can do this, but the easiest way, service accounts. Head over to service accounts, and we're going to create a service key over here. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And then here you can see we've got generate new private key. So I'm going to go ahead and generate that key right now. Boom, that gets downloaded. And then what we're going to do next is I'm just going to go ahead and access my downloads. So I'm going into my downloads. I'm getting that folder, right? So I'm actually finding that folder right now. I've got it inside my downloads folder right now. So now I've got that file. Head back over to our code. And what I want you to do is I want you to basically take that file. So it should have some squiggly long name behind it. I'm just going to pull this up so you can't see the entire file for now. I'm going to go ahead and actually grab it, and I'm just going to pop it in here for now, right? And I'm going to hit enter on it and rename it to service_key.json. Okay, so this file right now has like a private key inside of it, and we're going to close that. And now it's inside my project, service key JSON. We do not want to commit this to GitHub. Okay, so we do not want to commit that to GitHub. So what you want to do is you want to right click and add it to the git ignore list. And in this case, you simply add it to git ignore. And now you'll see it's inside here. And as soon as I hit save now, that should be grayed out. And that is how you protect it, and don't make sure you don't add it to your GitHub. Otherwise, everyone can see your private key, which is no good. Right? You do not want to do that. So next step, we get a reference to our service key. So like so, we go require at service key.json. We get an instance of our app. And now we're actually coding in Node.js because it's like a server instance, which is slightly different to our normal JavaScript. And basically we do the same check, but in a slightly different way. We say if get app's length equals 0, app equals initialize, else get app, right? And you can even do that in a single line, right? If you really want to, you could say app equals, you can do get apps, initialize the app, and so forth. But I'm just going to keep it easy, straight cut, just so you guys can understand and take your time with it. And then we're going to have the same example, but in this case, we're getting an admin DB access with the get Firestore from Firebase admin. And because we have the service key, our server is authenticated to do everything. So it can delete everything, it can do whatever you want. So you have to be obviously careful with that, right? So then what we're going to do is we're going to export the app as, we're going to rename it as actually the admin app, okay? And then we're going to export the admin DB as just admin DB, okay? So in this case now, admin app and admin DB are being exported from the project. That's really important, right? That you name them like that, because you can name them whatever you want, but just to avoid the confusion around that part, you want to go ahead and do that, okay? So we've got Firebase admin, we've got Firebase set up like so, and we got our environment variables. All good, very, very nice, okay? So this is all set up. Let's go down to Firestore database. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create our first server action. And the first server action is going to be revolved around getting it set up in the way we needed over here. So I'm actually just going to do a quick little comparison. This is what the final one will look like. And then this is the one where we're in right now. So right now, this is what we have inside of my my production, basically, see Notion clone. And then the one that we're developing right now, Notion clone YouTube, is empty, right? So the first thing we're going to do is when we create a new document, we're just going to create a new document with an ID, and it's going to have a title. Right, so in that case, right now, initially when you create the document, it's going to be called like this untitled, a new document or whatnot. And then we're going to use the user's logged in state to go ahead and add them to the room. Okay, so in this case, so we add them to the room. So we've got the users themselves with their email being the actual authentication, the ID, and we have a list of rooms that they are associated with. Okay, and we're going to use something called indexes later on to make sure that we can search through which users are in which room in an efficient manner. Right, so in this case, heading back over to our Cloud Firestore. If you're wondering, again, all of this is just because I'm using Arc browser. Right, so it's pretty cool. Again, we're not sponsored by Arc browser. They're just a very cool company with a very innovative approach to browser tech. Right, and it's all built off Chromium, which is cool. Right, so I thought I'd share that. So new document button. Let's go ahead and do this right now. So new document button, boom. And what we're going to do right now is in here, we're going to go ahead and create a, well, basically, let's hook this up. I'll break it down. So what we're working on right now is when we click on the new document, it will create a document inside of Cloud Firestore. So first things first, any interactive element means that we have to convert this to a client component. So we're going to go ahead and do use client. Then we're going to go ahead and have an onClick function. So this onClick function will go ahead and call the handle create new document function. So let's go ahead and copy that. Inside of here, we're going to have a function. We're going to say constant handle create document. This is going to be it's actually an asynchronous function. However, inside we're actually going to have we're going to use something called start transition. So we're not going to actually need it to say async at this level. So in this case, what we're going to have is inside of the function call itself, I'm going to basically use something called, I'm going to create a video on this because it's lately is my favorite hook. So Jay, write this one down because I'm going to create a video on the use transition hook. But basically, anytime you have an asynchronous behavior where something isn't immediate, you can basically wrap it in the use transition hook. And it's so powerful because what you essentially have then is you have two statements. You have is pending, or you can name this to whatever you want, and you have the start transition, right? And all this does is it basically means that while we're doing whatever we're doing inside of our start transition, so in this case, start transition, this can be an asynchronous function, right? Now, whatever's happening in here, while it's happening, is pending will be true. And then you can go ahead and just tap into everything else, right? As just, you can kind of update your UI and everything like that. So what we're going to say is we're going to actually do a const. We're going to get a document ID back from whatever we're about to create. We're going to say await create new document. And this is going to be a server action that we're actually going to create, right? Create new document like so. Okay. So we actually need to create this. And then we're going to say router.push, why is it doing that? Router.push, and then here I'll say backslash, so I've got server string interpolation. We're going to push to /doc/ the document ID. And that's going to be the document ID that we get back from Firebase. Now the router we need from Next navigation. So we're going to say const router equals use router next navigation. We're going to import, and make sure you don't import from next router, two different things. And we have to obviously create new document. Now, it's worth mentioning as well, while it's creating the document, I don't want it to basically actually allow the user to like click the button several times. So I'm going to disable the button if it's pending. And I'm also going to change the text of the button to be something along the lines of if it's pending, it's going to say creating, otherwise it's going to say new document, right? So now you're wondering, this is how you get that really nice interactivity behind clicking buttons, right? So guys, also as well, we just smashed on 200 likes, absolutely crazy stuff. Thank you so much. Let's keep getting up. Let's get to 300, 400, 500, absolutely sick stuff. Thank you so much, guys. We're doing really well for time as well at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and click on create new document, and we're going to create a new action. So close everything off. At the top level, we're package.json level, we're going to create a actions folder. And inside of our actions folder, we're just going to have I'm just going to put them all inside of an actions.ts file. So I'm going to have actions.ts, and here we're doing server actions. Okay, can we watch the video later? Yes, it's going to be timestamped as well, so you can go ahead and watch it later on. And here we're going to have use server, and this essentially is telling it that, okay, this is going to be a server action. Okay, now a couple of things that we're going to need here. Well, firstly, I'll break it down easily. We're going to have a function. We're going to have an export asynchronous function, and this is basically just going to say create new document. And server actions are incredibly powerful, guys. They really, really are. And I want to show you something now. Now, let's say, for example, the user was not logged in and they tried to click on create new document. At this point, what we can actually do is we can basically limit them. So if it tried to do that, I want to send them to a login screen. What's really cool is, remember I talked about protecting the different routes with Clerk authentication? Well, they give us this really nice auth function, right? So from Clerk Next.js server, we can do auth.protect. And all it means now is that if you try and go ahead and access this without being authenticated, it will throw you to the Clerk login screen, which is awesome, right? So once that's done, what we're gonna do is we're gonna remember I set up those session claims. Okay, well, that's really cool, because what we can actually do is if we get the user's details from the auth, so if we do a wait.auth, this gives me the user's information. So if we click into this, I've got the user's ID. But remember those session claims where we customized the actual user themselves? So in this case, it was actually inside of Clerk. It was down over here, I believe. Right, we actually went ahead and did sessions, and we customized the session token, and we added these in. This is the session claims. Right, so at this point now, what we're going to do is we're going to head back over and we're going to access those session claims from the logged in user, and they will definitely be logged in because we're protecting it here. So they wouldn't get past this if they didn't, right? The next step, we need to create a new document. Now, if I head over to the deployed version, you'll see we've got documents. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a document with the ID, and then we're going to add the title inside of it. So we're basically going to add that in for the user. So what we now need to do is we need to get the admin DB. So first I need the admin DB. So I'm going to import admin DB from the top, which is great. And then I'm going to say const document collection reference. And basically it's just referring to the collection I'm about to push stuff into. Okay, so what I do is I say admin db dot collection documents. Okay, so it's going to basically push into the documents folder. And if you notice here, ours is empty to begin with, right? So we've got the documents folder, and then I'm going to say document reference. And all this means is that once I've added it in, I need to get the ID back. So I'm going to make sure I capture it. So the first step is I say await, because I'm going to do something here. I'm going to say document collection reference. So we're going to this place, and we're basically just saying dot add. And what I do is I specify what I'm going to add. So in this case, I'm going to give the document a title of new doc, right? So whenever you create a new document, it's just going to have a title of new doc. And that's for whatever. You can put emoji there, you can put whatever you want, right? But in this case, I'm just going to have every new document just have a title of new doc, okay? And now once it's done that, it will have created it. Now, after it's done that, you can go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say admin db dot collection of users. So what I'm actually doing here is once I've created the document, I need to create for that user who is logged in, they're basically using the document ID that we just created. I need to add them to the room. Okay. So that way they're part of that room. So in this case, and there's loads of ways you can structure a database here. This is just one way, right? Collection users doc, right? So / doc, session claims. And then here is where I basically get access to the email. Okay, and this is the interesting part now. So firstly, this can be undefined, but here's where it can get confused, and it can be like, whoa, you do not have anything called session claims, right? So what we actually need to do is update the session claims type definitions, because by default, Clerk doesn't know the custom claims that I've set up, right? So the way that we configure this is at the top level. What we actually do is we actually create something called, I'm going to create a folder here called types, right? And inside here, I'm going to have types .ts, and this is going to have my own custom types. And the type that I'm going to basically create here is just going to represent the user that we basically pull in. Remember, I said I wasn't going to use the first name and last name. I just used the full name. So you can even go to the extent of really making your dashboard even simpler by getting rid of the last name and first. You don't even need that. We're just going to be using these three, to be honest with you. Right, but in this case, I'm just going to keep them there in case you want to use them. Very simple. Now you've got the user here. Cool. So you could even add like last name, first name here, and it'll make sense. All right. And then once we've done that, I need to extend the globals, right? So in this case, this is one of the subtle times that I would recommend that you can do this, right, to make it very simple. But I'm going to go ahead and create a globals.d.ts file, and global. Make sure you don't make a mistake there. Globals. And now here, what we do is we say export a default. I'm going to say you can have whatever you want in there in case you want to add any additional. But here we say declare global, and I'm basically overwriting something. So I'm extending the custom JWT session claim. So what I do is I say interface custom JWT session claims. That's the type that there is actually defined on. So if we go into here, you'll notice that this JWT, if we click into it and we click into that, you'll see JWT payload extends JWT session claims. So what I'm actually doing is, inside of my globals, I'm saying that that interface extends the user. Okay, and then user, we obviously have to import from users. So we actually don't even need that part, right? But now this is basically saying, okay, whatever that interface is in the global scope, we're going to extend it and add that in as well. So now if we go to our actions, you see how it stops freaking out? Pretty cool, right? So that's how you basically extend it. So now I can go ahead and type in like email and so forth, right? So in that case, there you go. And in this case, it's just freaking out because it's like, are you sure it's going to be there? Well, yes, because we've got it set up the way we needed it. So it's all good. You can have defensive programming statements as well. Can you have a video on how you plan out your projects and your thought process? So that, if you want to know about those kind of things, like how I plan it out, how I build out, you need to join Zero to Full Stack Hero, because that's a whole different conversation to be had, which is better in a live coaching call as opposed to YouTube videos. Right. So once we've got that document and the email, now in our thought process, we are here. Right. So we are here. We've got the users, the email, then we go into the rooms. So in this case, dot collection rooms, collection rooms, like so. And then we say dot document, and I need the room ID, right? So this is actually going to be the document reference.id, right? So this is basically the reference, the document that we just created. We're going to use that ID, and then we're going to use the set function, right? And set basically will override. So you can go ahead and pass in a second option here called merge true, and this will keep everything that you inside it if you want to. Otherwise, you can go ahead and just do like override everything. In this case, I don't really care. I'm just going to override it all. It's fine. Right. Now, there's a couple of things I'm going to do here. I'm just going to have the user ID, which is sessionclaims.email. So we're using the user's email as the unique identifier, which is okay. Right. Everyone's email is unique. So in this case, sessionclaims.email. We've got the role, which is owner. In this case, we're going to have owner or editor. If you remember in the final build, we have an example here. Not this one, sorry guys. It was actually here. It was here. You can see inside of here we have actual editor rows and owner rows. Well, that is actually where we have it here, right? So in this case, we have the following things. And remember, you can't actually delete if you're not an owner, so that's good. So we've got the row of owner when you create it. Created out is going to be the timestamp right now. The room ID is going to be the room ID. And the reason why you're wondering, why is he doing that if it's already got the room ID technically there? Well, that's because when we do an index query, you have to have the information inside of the document. So it's going to be a bit of a troublesome bit there. So there's a bit of a workaround. Bo Willer goes, have you ever used Convex? I have not, but I've heard of it. I can check it out for sure. Once we've done that, we're going to return the document ID. Okay, and this is going to be the docref.id. Oops, docref.id. Okay, so that's good. Hit save. Now, this create new document does everything we need it to. So let's try it out. All right, so we're going to go over to our new document button. Let's import our action. And now, if we've done it all right, well, firstly, why is this grayed out? Well, it's pending. Why is it disabled is the question. So we need to, oh, sorry. If it's pending, there we go. So now if I click on create new document, we should be able to see. Now what I want to do here is look at this. This is the cool thing about this, right? If I do control space shift, I could do that. Oh, so nice. And then I can basically open up this. I can pull open this, and oh, actually no, I can't do that right now. I'm in separate. That's fine. Doesn't matter. I'm going to overcomplicate it. It's cool. So let's go to our app right here. And before I do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another thing here. We're inside of our Notion Clone YouTube and just show you guys what's going on. Okay, cool. So we've got the Notion Cloud, we've got Firestore here, and we've got our new document here. If I click it, creating and then it's creating it in the background right now, and then boom, it created it, and right now it sent me to a 404 page. So it created a new document and actually redirected me. So if we refresh our Cloud Firestore, let's see what goes on here. And now you can see we should have two new collections. We should have documents, which is perfect. We have the document itself, which is URI, SYDW, blah, blah, blah. And that's it, with a new doc title. And we have users, which should be sunny or team.papareact.com. And then we've got the rooms, which is this URL here, right? That's perfect. And you can see the user ID is that, the room ID is perfect. Everything is exactly as we needed it. That's great. That's perfect. That's exactly what we need. We're getting a 404 because we haven't built out that page. Okay. Convex is very cool. They sponsor videos, Jay. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Check them out. If they're good, we'll use them. So I always will say that out loud, right? So if the tech, we support them, you guys are shouting them out. So obviously it's good for some reason. In that case, then Jay, let's reach out to Convex. We can see if we can work together. I'm always glad to introduce new tech on the channel if it's good, right? So cool. Now we got that open. I'm going to go ahead and carry on with the build. So the new document button works. So we can test it again. Sends me to the new screen. Awesome. Okay. So that's really nice. We can even make this a clickable thing, take me back to the homepage if you want, but for now we'll keep it super easy. All right. So the next step is we now want to go ahead and show all of the documents on the sidebar, right? So here, I should be able to see all the documents, right? Well, firstly, this is annoying me. So let's go ahead and just go back to our home screen. That's easier to see, right? So while we've got this open now, I want to have the list of documents, right? So if you remember the original build here, if we go ahead and we should see these, right? So my documents and shared with me documents as well, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So here, sidebar. In the sidebar, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and pop in. We're gonna basically install React Firebase hooks, right? So it's a very nice library called React Firebase hooks. I'm gonna go ahead and click into this, and we're gonna pull up our code editor here, and we're gonna install this into our project. Okay. So we're installing React Firebase hooks into our project. Come on, Jay, to hide this. And this is really cool because basically it's just a bunch of helpful hooks. They all work on the client side. If we go to our Cloud Firestore hooks, here we can actually go ahead and see a bunch of examples where we can go ahead and use it as we need to, right? So this is pretty cool. We've got the use collection and so forth, right? So that's you can go ahead and check that out if you want to yourself. But I've made it easy for you guys to go ahead and follow what I'm doing today. So let's go back to our app. Now at the top of the sidebar, to go ahead and access this, what we do is we say const data loading error. Right, so it gives us three things. We say E equals use collection, right? Now this use collection, firstly, we're going to convert our sidebar to be a client component because we want it to be, we want to use a bunch of stuff like that. And then here, we do not have the React Firebase hooks set up correctly. So I did install that, right? This was good. npm install, yeah, it's done it. So that's weird. Okay, well in that case, I'm just going to install it myself. I'm just going to pop that in. Yep, is there when I'm live, this happens. I don't know why, it's weird. Doesn't usually happen when I'm offline. And what we're going to do inside here is you basically pass in the reference to where you want to go ahead and pull it from. So how do we do this? Well, first things first, I want to make sure the user's present before I even run anything. So I want to do user and the user. In order to get the user, what we do is we basically say const user equals use user. So we're using that from Clerk. So now we've got the user, right? So firstly, if there's a user, then we're going to go ahead and follow this. I'm going to say query. And this is because I want to basically, well, before we do the query part, right? What I need to do is, here's the problem, right? So basically I need to check in everyone's rooms. So in every single person's rooms sub collection, I need to go ahead and check if the user ID matches the user that is logged in. So you might be wondering, how do you do that? Well, you can actually use something called a collection group. And the way you do this is if we go over to our production one, and I'll show you here, we go to indexes. Whenever you have a single, I'm really interested about Convex now. Jay, definitely write that one down. I'll check it out. Thank you guys for letting me know. All right, compensate. We're going to check out single field. And here, you see, right now I've got room ID and user ID and so forth for rooms, right? Well, here what I'm going to want to do is I need to set up these. Whenever you've got a single field that you're trying to query on, in this case, what we're trying to do is we're going to say, all right, in every single user's sub collection of rooms, I want to query it based on either the user ID or the room ID, I believe it was, right? So in this case, how do I do that? Well, it's fairly straightforward. We go to our indexes and we need to add some indexes there, right? If you don't do this step, it won't work. Your query will not work. So it's worth really stressing that point, right? So the way we do it is we go into ours, we say single field, we say add exemption. And then the collection ID is actually rooms, right? And then the field path. Now the field path is actually, let's go back for a second. It's going to be the user ID. Yeah, so here we go into users, go into our room. There's going to be one for user ID, one for room ID. Okay, so simple as what we do is we go to our indexes, we go to single field, we go to add exemption, we go to rooms, and we say user ID. And we're going to do it for a collection group, not collection. Next. And then here, I'm going to tick all of them because you just might want to use any of these things, right? So it's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, it does some complex data binding without an ORM. That's cool. Nice. I'll definitely check that out. And you can see it's basically creating this for us, right? So if we head over to this one, you see I've already done one for the room ID, which is in progress. Oh, did I do it right? Field path. Yeah, user ID. Yeah. And we need one for the room ID later on as well. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare that right now. So rooms, room ID, collection group, done. Tick these, save. And now we're basically telling it that you should create an index to basically search in those areas for what we need it for. And that allows me to do what I'm about to do next. So obviously that will take like a minute, a few minutes or so to get that right. But in the meantime, we can still write the code for it, right? So the collection group is rooms, right? So that's actually where we're going to query into. So collection group is rooms, right? So in this case, I'm already in. Make sure you're not pulling, by the way, from, in this case, we're on the client. So we're not using admin, we're using normal, right? It won't work if you use admin. So collection group rooms, okay? And the first argument is actually the database. So we do database as the first argument, and the second one is the collection ID. So in this case, the rooms, yeah? So that's cool. And then I'm gonna wrap this entire thing in something called a query because I wanna search based on something, which is gonna be the user's ID. So we say query, and the first argument is this. The second argument is something else. So let's go ahead and pull this in firstly from where we need it. There we go. The second argument is the filter, the composite filter. So in this case, we say where, right? And again, we import it like so. And here I'm going to say where the user ID, right, is equal to, so in this case, equal to, and then here we say user.email addresses, right? And in this case, we're going to safely assume that every single, because we've got login with email, we're just going to assume that they have an email. And we say dot email, or in this case, dot to string. So we get their first value and we say dot to string, right? So in this case now, this query will go ahead and check through every single room's sub collection, which is known as a collection group. And because we've got the index set up or being set up, you can see this, right? So because this will get set up in a second, we can do that and we can query based on the room ID or the user ID, right? So that will take a little second, like I mentioned, right? Now, once that's done, we can actually go ahead and prepare it in the way we need to. Now, the thing is, what we need to do is actually have it basically set up in a way where if I go to my the app itself, so let's go to the deployed app. You see how sometimes I'm an owner and sometimes I'm an editor. If I'm an editor, it means I've been shared with. If I'm an owner, it means I own the document, right? So I can do, and that also tells me if I'm an admin, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to create a helper function now inside of a use effect, which is essentially going to go ahead and say every time the data loads out, I want to basically group my data based on if I'm an owner or an editor. And this is going to allow me to go ahead and basically render it out accordingly and yeah, show it on the screen as we need to. So what I'm going to do is the data will basically load once the composite indexes are done. We're going to have something called a use effect. Use effect simply runs when the component mounts as well as when any of the dependencies in the array changes. The dependency that we're relying on here is data. Okay, so in this case, the use effect, what we're going to say is if there is no data, then we're simply going to return. Okay, so that's the first thing. Jack Mullin, I appreciate you. He goes, cheers for this. We'll attempt this later. Sunny is the man. I appreciate you so much, guys. The community is just fire. Honestly, you guys are absolutely fire, fire, fire. Awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in, right? So if there's no data, we're going to return there. Otherwise, we're going to say const. Yeah, Jay goes, the yawn. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I didn't even realize that yawn. Sorry, guys. Let's carry on. Let's say const grouped. And this is really like kind of cool exercise that I do a lot inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero, where I basically go ahead and have, now I'm thinking about you, this man. No problems, this guy knows this stuff, absolute pro. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And we love this kind of energy. That's why we've got the course Zero to Full Stack Hero, where we do this at a high level. Love you to check it out, but thank you so much, man. So we've got data, conscript equals data dot docs dot reduce. Basically what I'm doing is the docs come back from this use collection call. Right, so we basically have a snapshot, which means a real-time listener to data.docs. And what we do is we're going to do something called a reduce function. And reduce functions can throw you off in the beginning, but they're so powerful. And they're powerful for many reasons. One of them is we can basically reshape data. Right, so in this case, we're going to do a reduce. And this is just known as like an accumulator function. Now, the accumulator that we're doing here is I'm actually going to have a type of room document. So in the top here, I'm going to create something called an interface room document, and it extends document data, which actually comes from, I believe I'm importing it from Firestore, because obviously we're on the client. So basically create that row, room ID, user ID. And you notice that that's simply the layout that I've got inside my, look at that, by the way, guys, it just created amazing stuff. You should have ticks all around. Go to data now, go to users, go to rooms, and the interface for the type, create that row, room ID, user ID is here. Boom. Okay. So we're basically creating this type to protect ourselves. Okay. So it makes things a little bit easier. And then inside of our use effect here, const.data.docs.reduce, right? So inside the reduce, I'm going to have a template value. So I'm basically type protecting myself here. And I'm going to pass in this. I'm going to say owner. And this one is going to be room document. And then we're going to have editor room document. And all I'm trying to do here is imagine data.docs is an array of items, right? So it's like an array of stuff inside of here, right? So this is just doc1, doc2, doc3. And what I'm doing is I'm basically going through all of this and I'm turning it into an object where one of the keys is going to be owner, and that's going to have a list of all the documents. So doc1, doc2, doc3, for example. And then editor is going to be the other one. So that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm going through this array. I'm creating an object where it's going to be two keys, owner and editor, and each one's going to have different documents inside of it. So that was actually a pretty cool little illustration, right? So once we've done that, what we do is we basically open up the brackets, and you've got a bunch of things happening here. So firstly, I won't jump too far into it, but essentially you have your object that you're accumulating. So in this case, we're going to call it accumulator. And then we have each object when we map through, right? And we refer to this as the current object, right? And what I'm doing here is all I'm simply saying is I basically want to firstly get the room data. So in this case, when we have a Firestore document, to get the data out of it, and the data means these fields, what we do is we say const room data equals current dot data. Right, you'll notice if I do dot, you see I get the ID, metadata, and so forth. We're just saying dot data, and I'm casting it to room document. Okay. Now, once we've done that, this is where I basically check, and I say, okay, in my accumulator object, right here, what we do is we say if their room data dot row is owner, right? So in this case, if my data object, if they were the owner, I'm basically going to push it into it, right? So I'm going to say inside of my accumulator object, I'm going to assign the key value. So in this case, accumulator owner. Remember, I showed you that example before. I should have kept it up there. That's a pretty good example. We're going to go ahead and pop that in. And then what I do is I basically will say the room data here, but I actually need to do two things. One, I want to have the ID, which is going to be the current item.id, right? As well as the room data itself. Okay. So that's the first thing. Else, I'm going to go ahead and say that it should get pushed into as an editor. So if you're not an owner, it's an editor of the field, right? Coda Guillaume, yo, what's up, man? He goes, the best is back. Nice to see you again, Sonny. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. And we got Sri Lanka in the house. What's up, guys? Right. After that's done, what we do is we return our accumulator, right? So we return the accumulator, and then so it doesn't stop freaking out and yelling at me. You see the second thing, the initial value, right? So the initial value is basically where we say, okay, we're going to give it to start with an owner is going to have an empty array. And this is essentially the object that I was talking about earlier, right? So this is what it starts as. The second argument is its initial value. I'm doing awesome, dude. Nice chatting to Jay. So we got the owner editor, and this is basically where we're saying we're looping through each one, and we're saying if you're an owner, push it into the owner part of the array. If you're an editor, push it into the editor part of the array, right? So that's all good. And then we need to basically set that grouped data, right? So what I'm going to do here is outside of this, we're going to say set group data to the grouped value here. And that's the one that I'm going to render out on the screen. Now, group data we don't have, right? So we're going to create a piece of state here, which is going to resemble it. So I'm going to say const grouped data, set grouped data. And basically, that's exactly what I'm actually wanting. Yeah. So in this case, we're doing new state. We're casting the two values. We're saying owner, editor. It's an object. That's the type that we're basically putting there. And then we have the initial values right there. Right. And then we set the group data. So every time data changes, this will run, which is pretty cool. Okay. So with that said now, inside of data, we should actually have two values because everything is being added. So what we can actually do now is inside of menu options, which is here, I can just give it a little bit of demo run, right? So I can actually go ahead and map through it. So first things first is I want to render through my documents. So we can do that very simply by saying grouped data dot, see, editor dot owner, nice, right? We say dot owner dot length is greater than 0. And I'm going to do a ternary. So I'm going to have a positive outcome and a negative outcome. The first one, the positive outcome, the songs have stopped. Let me go back to the beginning of the tracks and we're going to start it off here. Boom. Okay. So I'm going to have a div firstly, where if it's greater than 0, well, firstly, let's just say if it's equal to 0. That's my check. It's going to be simpler to explain. If it's 0, then I'm going to have h2, which says no documents found. Okay, so I'm going to pop that in there. So boom, no documents found. Otherwise, it's going to render the documents and we're going to have something called a sidebar option to resemble each one of them. Okay, so in this case, we haven't created this yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out. And just to make life easier, I'll just put a p tag here saying like room ID, right, for now. So we can just see it. Look, so you can see I've got my documents and I've got 2 rooms. Okay. So that's the first example of showing it works, right? So that's really nice. Secondly as well, all of that is going to be wrapped in a div. So we're going to make our life a little bit easier. Let's pop all of this inside of a div, like so. And then that div I'm going to say is a flex container. So all this styling, you can really pause the video and check for yourself what we're actually doing here afterwards. But essentially, it's just going to style out some elements and then it gets bigger on the screen. It's going to go ahead and do it accordingly. So it just allows us to have a little bit of cool styling behind it. And you see right now, look, it's getting cut off and some other stuff, right? So we're going to fix that and get that working the way that we want it. So we need to create this sidebar option. Okay, so what is sidebar option? Well, that's exactly what we're going to build right now. This is essentially going to be this part right here. So these are sidebar options. Okay, so I'm going to go to our components and we're going to say sidebar option dot tsx. Boom, rfce, pull it open, sidebar option. Okay, so now inside of sidebar option, this video is going to be long. I can tell. I have a feeling already. This is a dialed in video, right? So we've got sidebar option right here. It's going to take 2 things. It's going to have an href where the user is going to go towards. It's going to have an ID as well. So we cast it to make sure that everything is good. And then inside of this, we're going to use a Next.js link tag, right? Now the href, we simply pass in the href that we used here. So we can say href like so. And then we have the class name as well, which we can go ahead and set up afterwards. So I'm actually just going to have a backtick here. So because we have a bit of interpolation. Okay. And then we're going to have the p tag, which is going to be the actual name of the thing, which is data.title, right? Now at this point, you're probably wondering, well, what's the data here, right? How do we know what the data is? Because all you have is the ID, right? When we were listing them out, we had this ID. Well, actually, this is where we can use another nice hook from React Hook Firebase called use document data. So what we do is we say, firstly, we need to convert this to a client component. So use client. Sonny the GOAT, another power build. Chris Farley, I appreciate you. Use client, boom. And these are being rocked out every week. It's crazy, right? Your boy's doing overtime for you guys. So use document data. This just gets the document data itself, right? Which is actually just this portion here, right? Remember this portion? That's it. So use document data. We go ahead and get into the doc. So I need to import that. The DB, import that. And then boom, we have our data, right? And obviously you can use loading, error states. You can really customize it to your heart's content. That's it really, right? And now I'm going to go ahead and do 2 other things, which I'm going to do is I'm going to say const path name equals use path name. That gives me the end URL. So like the path name that I'm currently on, right? And then if it includes the ID or the the href is basically included in the path name, then I know that that is the active tag. So in this case, you see how it's highlighted? That's because the URL is included in the href. Right? Okay, it's making me sign out again because I've keep logging in and out of my stuff. I'm context switching a lot, so my cookies are getting a bit screwed up. So you continue, and now you'll see when I click into it, it's active, right? So yeah, it's going to keep throwing me out because yeah, it's fine. Anyway, it's okay. So in this case, we've got the is active. So first things first, we can say if there is no data, we don't want to render this yet. So we say return no. Okay. Now, if there was data, we can go ahead and do a bit of cool stuff, right? So here, what we can do is we can say data.title, right? And we're just going to optionally chain that in case for whatever reason it wasn't there, but we actually do protect there, so we don't really need that, right? And then I'm going to have a bit of styling. Now the styling here, I'm just going to pop in to make our life a bit easier, but you can feel free to pause the video and check for yourself. Essentially, what it's doing is it's adding a bit of nice styling to relative, border, padding a 2, rounded, medium. I've done it relative because I did have a ID in there before, but I don't think we need it right now, to be fair. So I'm gonna get rid of that, right? And then if it's active, I'm gonna style it as accordingly so it shows that it's active. Otherwise, it's just gonna have a border gray. Hit save and close this, and now we import the sidebar option. We pass in a key because you should always have a unique key when you map through any element on a and React to Next.js app to keep things efficient. We've got the ID, which is doc ID. And then we've got the href, which is /doc/doc ID, which we haven't created yet, but that's what we basically want to send the user now. I also want to mention that the sidebar, the p tag, remember it's getting cut off, right? Well, we simply add truncate. And this means that if you ever had imagine a long key and it was ... or a long title, it would basically add on the ... So it wouldn't overflow, it just adds the ... and it will basically probably trim it up to like that. Okay. So that's what it does. We hit save, and now let's see, guys. Boom. Ah, look at that. New doc. Ah, so clean when it works. Right, look, we got that. That looks cool. See how it's nice and neat there? And then obviously when we're in this, boom, look at that. Really, really nice. Right, so we've got our little slide out drawer. If I click into one, it takes me to a 404 page, which is natural because right now we haven't set things up accordingly, right? So we will go ahead and configure that in just a second, but we're on the right path. This is looking good, okay? So next step is the page, right? So that's the first step now. What we really need to do is get our pages up. So breaking these kind of apps down again is like a crazy skill. I have to slowly improve every time I come live. Honestly, it's crazy, right? So in this case, we've got the first one, which is my document. The second one is the same principle here. So except with the shared me, except it's going to be grouped data dot editor dot length is greater than 0. So if we have got docs which are shared with me, right? So that we haven't got the positive negative outcome. We're just going to do that. So how I can't pronounce the name because hey, I'm here for the first time and I just want to say that you're amazing at what you do and we're really thankful, dude. Thank you so much. I'm going to try and pronounce your name. It's Hagnak, but I appreciate you for that comment. So thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you, man. Or girl, whoever you are, right? So thank you so much, right? So in this case, we're going to pop in the following, right? So we've got a React fragment, we've got shared with me, and then we simply map through the sidebar options. Same principle applies, right? So that is how we will basically get that same effect going on. So just to clarify right now, this is good. And then let's log in again over here. Now I'm not sure if it's going to work, the constant switching, but let's see if we can do it again. Here we can see document. Let's select my documents and then shared with me. Once we have it set up, that's how it would basically go ahead and be. Those facecam zoom in skills are crazy. What you mean, these ones? I don't know what you're talking about. Crazy. I know. all on the hand as well. It's like a second brain is there, right? So now we've got, this is cool. The new document. If I click it now, you'll see, wait for it, boom, it creates it, right? And then see another third one. Abo Adamu, oh yo, crazy dude, thank you, man. $10 donation every stream you donate, and I appreciate you, man. That is absolutely huge of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's it. We got a bit of sushi tonight. That's cool, man. Thank you. right? We've got the shared with me stuff. We have the my documents, and that is perfect. So sidebar is actually pretty damn in a good place right now. Okay, so we've got the sidebar looking sleek. Now that we've done that, I think the next natural step is, firstly, I just want to make the home page, this one, look a little bit better, right? So we can get past that and not look back again. Very simple little fix here. All I'm going to do is pop in this, right? So you can literally pause the video there and check for yourself. I'm importing a React icon. I'm simply adding in a arrow left, and I'm making the whole thing animate posts. And essentially all it's doing is it's saying, get started with creating a new document there. Right, so you click that one and you go back, right? So that's as simple as it is. Now what we want to do is we want to support that URL. So when I click here, we actually go to a /doc/ID. Well, in order to get that working, very simply, what we do is we go ahead and we do app. And now this is the home page, and we have a folder-based routing in Next.js 13 up. So here, what we do is we say /doc, right? So in this case, it's just doc. I'm saying it, the / is the root it's going to resemble. Then we have an ID. Now the ID is a wildcard, which means that it could be any value, right? So in this case, I want it to be any value, but give it the key ID, right? So in this case, I basically put square brackets to denote that it's a wildcard, and we say ID. So inside the ID now, we do page.tsx, and then I do RFC, boom, and then we have our document page itself. So inside it here now, I'm going to rename this one just to be like document page. And this is going to be essentially the productivity page that we edit together. Okay, so once I've done this, you'll immediately notice now the errors start disappearing. Look, firstly, we have this. If I click on new document, I can create another document. Boom, we have that document. And when it's active, it even knows which one I'm on, right? So this is awesome, right? The second step is I need to know which page I'm on. So how do I get access to the ID? Now, remember, the ID is this wildcard right here. How do I get that? Well, firstly, it comes through as props, right? This is going to be eventually a client component. So it's just might as well convert it now. You deserve it, Sonny. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you so much. Honestly, I appreciate you so much, dude. Huge. It means a ton, right? Doesn't matter if it's like £1, if it's 10, if it's 100. It does not matter. It's the thought. So you guys are awesome, and it really means a ton to me, right? So the props come through. Now we can actually get the params out of these, right? So params come through as a prop, and then what you can actually do here, just to kind of show you the easy way of doing it, is that because we're rendering on the client, because we're rendering on the client, the console logs will come out on the client. So what I do is if I show you this right now and I go ahead and do console, you will see that if I refresh this page, you see params, and you see params.id, it comes through there, right? So we got hey dev, what's up, dude? I appreciate you. So let's go back here. And now what we can do is we can destructure it. So we can say params, and we can go ahead and get the ID. So this is just some ES destructuring, and then we can give it our type definitions and so forth. And now instead of doing this, we can say ID, or we can simply just say document page : ID, like so, boom, right? And that would give me the document page. So now you can actively see as I switch through, we are switching different pages. Right? Actually, the world needs expert engineers like you. I appreciate you so much. Honestly, my goal is just to help you guys level up with your coding journey. That's it. Honestly, I just want you guys to absolutely crush it in your coding journey. But I appreciate you so much. All right. We're making good progress. I promise we're getting there. It's absolutely bomb. Like, we're going to go from that. We've still got like chat to document, translate, dark mode, updating, user management, real time. It's nuts, but we're gonna do it all in this video. It's crazy. All right, love your content. You're a good human being. Thanks for being so awesome. Yo, Jay, screenshot these. Absolutely the positivity today. Thank you guys. And Dia Ali, I appreciate you as well. Yo, you guys making my day with these comments. Like, thank you, man. We've got the div here. I'm gonna have I want this to use up the full screen width. So what we do is we say class name flex column, flex 1 min height screen. This is just a kind of a hacky little trick. It's not really a hacky trick. It's just it's a known trick when you're trying to nest UIs together to make sure you get the full screen size, right? So in this case, we've got the min height screen. I'm gonna have a document here, right? And the document is gonna take an ID, which is the page ID, and this is gonna render the entire document. So this entire thing is going to be inside there, right? So that's cool. So let's go and do that. I'm going to do a command B. Let's create our document inside of our components. This is going to be document.tsx, okay? RFCE, like so, boom. Okay, Now it's failed to construct document, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Let's go back. Let's go to our page itself. So the page document ID, we need to import this like so. So import documents. And this one's freaking out because we don't have it yet. So if we go and refresh this page and go to our 3000, sorry, we should see that we have some documents. Again, because I'm context switching a lot between two different profiles, my tokens are kind of getting messed up. So that's natural. It's expected. You will not have that problem. It's because I'm demoing. I'm switching between two profiles on Arc browser. So it's kind of freaking out a little bit. So in this case, new doc, here we go. And then I've got the documents, right? So this document now is being rendered on the screen, but this is where I need to get my ID that I passed through, just like so. And this document over here is going to use a client like so. Okay, cool. This is the ID string, and that's how it works. Now, here, this is the interesting part. Okay, so we have to plan this one out a bit, right? So I want to get into focus mode a little bit. I want to change the music up a little bit. Let's get Jay's soundtracks on. I like his music. It's pretty cool. This is Jay's track, so I'm gonna have a little bit lower beat, but it's a bit more like kind of trap house kind of cool stuff. So it's kind of cool to have in the background. So we got the document here. Now there's a few things we're gonna do. We're gonna have the collaborative editor here, right? And then we're gonna have TS teacher learned a lot from you, love from Pakistan. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Right. And then we're gonna have a div underneath, and this is gonna have the manage users, like the invite flow, let's call it. Right, and then we're gonna have the avatars, which is basically, this was live. I don't know if you noticed this, right? Jay's on this page right now. So Jay, do you wanna come back to this page for a second, just to showcase everyone? So go to the grocery list and just move around so we show everyone what we're about to build. But this is live present. So right now Jay has a tab open, and he's literally has this open on his screen. So in a second, we'll see Jay like kind of move around on the screen and all that good stuff. But here you can even see, like, we've got you, we've got Jay, and everything like that. So look, there he is, guys. Look, there he is. Hey. So as he types in, you could type anything in. He could basically go ahead and add something in. Like, hello, Papa Fan, awesome stuff, right? And I can go ahead and literally edit the document as he's doing it. So huge, okay? So we're going to basically build all of this now. So the collaborative editor is that part here, right? So that's what we're going to do. The avatars is that portion here. The manage users is this flow right here, right? And then we have the outside of that, we're going to have the title field here, which is going to basically be to update the title. So if I change this to groceries, you'll see on the left now it's changed. So it's updated immediately. It's optimistic update, so it's really cool. Here we'll have a div with actually a form inside. So that's going to be basically that. And then we'll basically have the update title stuff going on in here. So we're basically masking it all out. And then inside of our form, we're going to have like an if condition, which will say if you are the owner. So basically if is the owner, then we're basically going to somewhat render out the invite user flow. Yes, it's free for Firebase for most of the stuff that they do. Yeah, for what we're doing today, it's free. I'm also going to have delete document, right? So these are all going to be implemented around this. And that's not even to include what's going to happen with the collaborative editor. So we've got tons of work to do, so it's all good. All right, so first things first, let's start off with the simple stuff. How can we update this title? Easy off, pretty quick win. Okay, so let's do that right now. So let's hit save. Let's do our form. So I'm going to have an input field. Now, firstly, we need to install the input field from Shadcn. Let's go over to Shadcn, head over to docs. Let's go down to input field, boom, like so. And you have the input here, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and do npx Shadcn, add input into our app. So Command J, pull it up, boom, install it, right? While that's doing it, we can start coding it, which is pretty easy to do. All right, we're gonna have the input field here. So we'll say input and we import from the correct place. Don't make the mistake of importing from the wrong place. We're gonna keep track of the state. Remember, it's client components, we can do that. We're gonna have the actual state value here. So let's go ahead and have the input field being tracked like so. We'll have input, set input. We need to import state to keep track of it. And then we basically connect it to our input field. So we say value is going to be that input field. And when the user types anything in, so we'll say on change, we'll say e.target.value is our set input value. So basically it just means whatever the user is typing in, hitting the keys on, that's where we'll update the state to, okay? So as they're doing that, it's gonna basically go ahead and do all of that. Now we have the button as well. And the button is basically going to say update. And you can guess damn right that your boy is going to go ahead and use the use transition again, right? So I am going to use that so much now, you guys are going to get bored of it. Where I'm going to have is pending, or in this case, you can call it is updating, right? So it's all good, is updating, start transition. And this is my favorite hook lately. It's just so cool for UI elements, right? Use transition, boom. And this is going to be used for basically when the button is pressed, we're going to disable it and so forth, right? Someone goes, what autocomplete plugin are you using? That's actually GitHub Copilot. It's actually pretty cool. It's very awesome for what we're doing. Works most of the time, right? So here we're going to say is updating, then we're going to say updating, otherwise it'll just say update. And then we're also going to disable the button. So disabled if it's updating. So is updating, boom, right? Simple as. And then we can say this is type submit. So we basically don't get anything confused. Cool. Now, when you hit the enter key on that submit form, so on the form itself, we're going to say submit, and this is going to have a update title call attached to it, right? So we need to create this function. So we say update title. This is going to be an asynchronous function. It doesn't need to be an asynchronous function because it's got a start transition inside of it. We'll say e.form.event, like so. So it's basically a form event. We say we do e.prevent default. Now you need to do this on every single form with the submit, otherwise it will. Oh, Jay, your tracks are so sick, man. Like, honestly, you can see proper, like, pretty good. Guys, keep smashing that like button. It's actually growing massively. We're about to hit 300 likes as well. Right, e.prevent default is basically going to prevent the screen from refreshing, so that's going to help out a lot. And then we're going to go ahead and say if input.trim, because we don't want to account for any blank space in case you spam the spacebar or something. If that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to say start transition, right? That's going to be an asynchronous function. So and then what we're going to do is we're going to say await, right? Update doc. Now we haven't got this function actually created yet, so I'm actually going to have, oh no, we do have update doc. Update doc is actually from Firestore itself, so we're going to call update doc directly. We're going to have a link to db, so we're going to have doc DB, we're going to pull that in, and this is actually going to be for the documents because we're updating the title of the document, right? And then we're going to have the title itself, and we're going to replace that with the input. Okay, so that's essentially all it does, right? And that's literally everything that we need to get it right, basically. The only thing that I want to do now is if you come onto this page, it doesn't load the title there. So simply to do that, all we do is we have a use effect, like so. The use effect will basically have a dependency array, and then we're going to pull the use effect in. The dependency array will include the data that is being pulled from the Firebase hook, which we're about to implement right now. So we're going to have a const Firebase hook, which is going to be data loading error. And again, I'm not using the loading and error, but I'm putting it here so you know what we're doing. We're going to say use document data, and I'm going to pull in the following reference to the data. This is no different from what we did previously. All right, so we have the DB documents ID. So this will give me the room document information. And now once that comes in and data changes, this code fires off. So what we say is we say if there is data present, we're going to set the input to the data.title. Now, just like that, refresh the page, boom, it goes ahead and gives me the title. Okay, someone goes, damn, I know, we're on flow. It's crazy, right? So now if I go ahead and do new doc 123, boom, it updates. Sick, right? And if I go ahead and say this is like, let's just go ahead and put a little rocket emoji and say like, I don't know, master plan, douche. Now you can see we're updating our document titles. Awesome, okay? Downside. Look at that, guys. And it also changes here as well. So fully modifying the database, working exactly as we need it. The only thing I don't like is the styling. It looks like, it sucks. Wasn't gonna say anything bad there. Chill. Yeah. But we're doing pretty good. Okay, so at this point now, let's go ahead and I want to make it look like this. Okay, so how do we do that? We go down here and I'm going to have the form, and on the form I'm going to do a flex so it goes in line, which is perfect. We're going to say space x of 2 so they don't touch each other, and I'm going to say the form itself, the input field is going to, we don't actually need to make it any different than that. That's cool. The only thing I don't like is basically when you have a massive screen like this, crossed all limits of coding. I love that. Yeah, when you have this is a bad pattern, right? So this is actually something I just want to teach you right now. Do not do stuff like this, right? So where you have UIs like this, where people just, they throw all of the biggest stuff here. Don't do that. Limit it to like a max width and center it. You'll notice immediately how emojis, I'm just using the Mac keyboard. you notice immediately how it feels more natural. So watch this, right? I'll show you in a nutshell. We put this as a flex container. I'm going to say a max width 6XL, and I'm doing MX auto to center it, right? Now, if I do justify between, and I'm doing padding bottom of 5, this is just for later on. But you can see now, look at this. Firstly, well, that looks horrible because we need to make this one flex 1. So use up this forum. There you go. Now look at that. That immediately feels natural because you'll notice even here, look, if I do this, this is how we've without realizing, that is how we've come to learn web dev. Like honestly, is like that max width constraint. It's just in our brain. We just don't know it. That's a UI pattern that you'll notice, right? So that's something which you should definitely take accountability for and then start to learn and things like that. But on a mobile view, it should be max. You see, because then obviously your eyes can only see so much, right? So it kind of keeps you in. Padding is always a relief for eyes. Yeah, it's definitely a relief on the eyes. Otherwise, it's so nasty seeing it, and it looks like, you know, it just doesn't look nice. Okay, so that bit done. Now, before we carry on, I'm going to pause. Right, I'm going to go to handle the breadcrumbs on the header. Okay, so we're going to quickly handle that because we're warmed up now. Let's go to our, let's go, what am I trying to print? Let's go to the layout, and then on the header, I'm just going to add breadcrumbs, right? So while we in flow like this, we're going to go ahead and create breadcrumbs. Because remember, we didn't have everything that we needed last time. How we do. So I'm going to go ahead and do the breadcrumbs. First, is going to be a client component. Boom. So yeah, use client. And what we can do here is we can basically say path name equals use path name. So use path name like so. And we're just going to do a bit of cool wizardry here. We're basically going to say that, look, this is the path name. Okay. So we basically just split based on the strings, right? So in this case, what do we have here? Well, we actually just have this is the current URL. Okay, so let's just say this was our URL. So what we're going to do is we're going to break it down into segments, right? We're going to say segment path.split, right? And then what we do is we can say filter on Boolean. Now, I don't know why I did that. I did that for a reason. What did I do that for? No, we don't need the fill part. Yeah, forget that. We don't need the fill part. I remember I was trying something and I forgot. Basically, anyway, what we're doing here is we're splitting. So you'll basically get different segments based on all this stuff, right? So now what we can say is, if we were to go ahead and do console log segments, I just want to show you what happens. In here now, console, if we refresh, we're not even rendering on the screen, so my bad. Go back to layout, go to your header, go ahead and put breadcrumbs in. Boom, like so. Go ahead and get rid of that. Nice. Go back to our breadcrumbs, head over here. And as you can see, look guys, we've got the /doc/douche this, right? So that's essentially what we're doing here. And right now it just says breadcrumbs, which is not nice. We do not want to look like that, right? We're gonna get rid of that. And then here, what we do is we're gonna use the breadcrumbs from Shadcn. So heading back over to Shadcn, you might get used to this place. We're here a lot, right? We've got the breadcrumb. Now this is what I'm using. I like it a lot. It's pretty cool. We're gonna go ahead and add it into our project. Right, we're going to add it in like so, install it into our project, and then down here is where we do everything we need. So we basically take the breadcrumbs, and I'll show you exactly how we do it. So we basically pop that in. You can just go ahead and use this and then rebuild it as you need. So what I'd recommend is you take it, basically throw that into your app, like so. In fact, you don't even need the div. You throw the entire thing into your app. And already what you'll see is home component breadcrumbs, okay? So we're gonna change it. So the first thing I wanna do is I wanna have the first one be to the home screen, which is good, a lot easier. Then the second one, we're gonna have a separator. Do we have a separator? No, we don't have a separator, right? So instead of this bit now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically take the item here, the separator. So we don't need this separator either. We don't even need the it's the list is going to be surrounding everything. We don't even want this, right? So what I want to do now is I basically want to map through the segments. When you see it's giving me literally exactly probably what I need. I think this is exactly what I wanted, but I'll show you in just writing it myself. We'll say segments.map, and then we'll say for every single segment. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. Just put that in and I'll show you. So for every segment, the second argument is the index, which is the count. It'll be 0, 1, 2, 3 as you basically come up. Then we're going to build out a link. So in this case, / segments.slice. This is basically giving me the link itself, right? So in this case, it'll be depending on where you click it. So if I would go ahead and like click the middle one, it'll be / doc. if I clicked on the beginning one, it would be /. If I clicked on this one, it would be /doc / the actual link itself. And then we've got the actual breadcrumb item. So if I was to click this right now, you see that that's what it gives us. That's not that nice. We don't have separators. We don't have any of that stuff. So what we do is we can have a fragment here where the key is the segment. So that's just a React fragment, by the way, in case you're wondering what the hell is that. We don't need a key then because the parent's got that. And then all we need to do is a breadcrumb separator. So this one, like so, okay? And then boom, look at that, guys. Oh, wow, it looks so good. And you can go home with that one. You can click on the document. Now, for now, I haven't, oh, what did I do there? That's interesting. What's that going to? Doc. Interesting, okay. Did I do? Oh yeah, oops, I forgot to do something. So we can actually go ahead and do the following. So firstly, we have this that is last is, we don't even use is last, do we? I did breadcrumb page. That's the page that we're on. Okay, so there was a difference now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say inside of breadcrumb item, here, I'm going to say if it's last, then we're going to go ahead and have the breadcrumb page, right? Because that's basically the page that you're on, right? Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and render the breadcrumb link. Then we're going to close that out, right? Which is going to the href, and it's going to have the following. So that's correctly what we're doing. Yes. So now you see breadcrumb page is basically the page that we're on, so it shouldn't be clickable. The document, the only one that's interesting is the document there. That's actually screwing up. To be honest, we don't even have a page for that, so I don't really care about it, but you can change that up yourself, right? I'm not implementing that right now. I don't really care too much about it, but in this case, the main one for me is that it's just like there, right? So you got the doc, and you got this one here. You can really go ahead and deactivate that, or you can have the home there, and so forth, okay? But in this case, it's just not doing the correct one for me. It's okay, but there you go, there it works. And that's just a really nice little touch on the site, right? So we've got the ability to update this. We still need to do a couple of cool things. So the breadcrumbs is done. So let's go ahead and exit out of this. Breadcrumbs is done. Hit save and exit. Now, guys, also likes are pretty much flying, guys, but we're about to hit 300. All I ask is that you destroy this like button, period. Just destroy this like button, okay? And keep enjoying the video. That's it. Just keep hitting the like button. Helps this video go out to as many as possible, right? So we've got the update title down. Let's go ahead and have the next part, which is for the manage users, the avatars. We should do that. Avatars, we have to do Liveblocks afterwards. Collaborate already, we're going to do Liveblocks. Inviting user, deleting document. Let's do all of the CRUD functionality for a document first, and then we will do the collaborative features. That's the way we're going to run with this, right? So first off, we need to have a custom hook. So I'm even teaching you how to do custom hooks today. It's crazy, I know. We're going to learn a ton. We're going to have this const is owner equals use owner, which is a custom hook that we're going to go ahead and create. So what we're going to do is inside of our lib folder, I'm going to create a use owner hook. Okay, .ts, and this use owner hook, if we do RFCE, it's going to be a, just to make sure we don't make any mistakes, we'll make sure it's a client component. It's not returning anything like this, and this one is basically going to have a couple of things. Well, the first thing is, oh, we do actually need the room ID. Okay, so we can't do this yet. We need to set up the collaborative editor yet. Okay, so let's add the editor in. Okay, so what we're about to do now, a bit more flow state right now, so music has to come down. So what we need to do now is we're actually going to introduce Liveblocks. Now, Liveblocks, absolutely phenomenally awesome collaboration app, right? So we're using 2.0 from them. If you want to go ahead and you can click sign in as well. I've already signed in on create. Also, I love this, by the way. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And then you can go ahead and click on products. Now, we're going to be doing the text editor product, right? So if you click on docs, they have a very generous free tier as well. So it's all free, don't worry, until you want to exceed the 100 monthly active user limit or something like that. Click on get started. Now, they've got a bunch of different really cool, even whiteboard, real-time whiteboards, that kind of stuff, like custom multiplayer experiences, everything like that is really cool. But we're going to do the text editor, right? And then you see we've got Liveblocks, Lexical, Blocknote, and all this kind of stuff. Now, you can use Lexical, very popular. However, we're going to use Blocknote. Blocknote gives me a really nice, like Notion-like feeling, right? We're going to click on React, and this is basically where the documentation comes in clutch. So I'm going to copy the install command script, and I'm going to paste it into my app. So let's go ahead and do it right now. So Command J, paste that into my app, and I'm going to go ahead and pull it all in. Okay. Now, the next step is we need to initialize a Liveblocks config.ts file. So what we do is we can do create Liveblocks app, init framework React. So let's go ahead and do this. After that's done, it's quite a big library. So just give it a second to do its magic. And we're going to do it slightly different to what they suggest here, because I've added a few custom components, which are going to help us out a bit. So once that's done, do the next command in the tutorial, which is create a Liveblocks app latest init. And then it will say Liveblocks config.ts has been generated. Awesome. So go over to liveblocks.config.ts, and you can see this is really important, by the way. This is where you configure it all. Now, I do recommend when you're building this out, if you click on tutorial, play through this like interactive tutorial beta feature they have, because it's really cool in getting you set up and up to date with it all. And you can basically edit this and it gets changed up in real time and everything like that. So this is awesome. It's really quick way to grasp the fundamentals, but I'm not going to spend time on that because I've already done all of this, right? So we're going to set up the Liveblocks client. Now, in order to get this up and running now, first things first, I'm going to split pane. 1 minute. I'm going to split the pane. I'm actually going to do a sign in here. So how do I do the sign in? Okay, there you go. I'm going to sign in. I'm going to sign in with my, what account did I use? It doesn't matter. Let's do a Google account. Let's do team. And I believe it might have been my team account, to be fair, but let's try anyway. Cool. I'm in the team account, and then we have our keys and so forth. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to my dashboard. So where's my dashboard? In fact, let's close that for a second. Refresh. I'm signed in. That's cool. My key. So, here, project dev, right? And it'll give me the keys here as well. So you'll get your own key as well from your project environment. Or you can go to your PapaFam team or whatever team you have. Also, I've got it set up, yeah. Project development. We're going to add our key firstly, number one. So yeah, this is the one I was using before. So you go to API keys, and here you've got your key. So it's a public dev key, and then you've got a secret key, okay? So for the keys, what I need you to do is we're going to go into our environment file. I'm going to hide my screen for a second just so I don't show anything that we shouldn't be showing. And I'm going to do the following. So I'm just going to put some duped values here. 1 second. So I'm going to just change up some values so I can undo what I'm about to do, so you guys can see what we actually need to have happening here. So cool. Now, what we need is the next public key, right? So Liveblocks public key. That one was this one here. So this one. So grab that, paste it. It's public, doesn't matter. Okay. Then we got the Liveblocks private key. Now this one is private. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to click reveal key, copy it, paste it here. And then you obviously should have your correct values here. Okay. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to undo changing the values and so forth. So I'm copying my private key. I've copied it in now. And then I'm putting back the keys that I had initially at the top, saving it, and I'm closing my environment file. Okay. So that's cool. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, almost revealed that key. Here we go. Go back. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And there we have it. So we have that in check. And then in Liveblocks, you have these things called rooms. Rooms indicate basically those collaborative rooms that we essentially create. Each room is actually going to be referenced to our Firestore database. So they're going to be connected, and we're going to have an authentication endpoint, which actually aligns everything, make sure you're authenticated to enter the room or not. And it's going to give you an access token every time you do it. And you're wondering, how the hell are we going to do all that? Yeah, we're going to do all of it. Yeah. So I've got you covered. So once we've done that, basically go into your Liveblocks config, and this is where we customize something known as like think of this file like the blueprint for the collaboration part, right? So this is where we essentially tell it okay, here's what you need to keep track of in the real-time sense, right? So firstly is this thing called presence. Now presence is really cool. What we can do is we can enable real-time cursor coordinates, and we'll show you how to do this. But in order to set up Liveblocks in the way we need, we're going to uncomment this line, and we're going to say it's either this or no. Okay, so that's the first thing, and this is one of their amazing features. It's called presence. And then we've got user meta, right? So we've got the ID, and then once we authenticate the user, I'm going to give them some more properties, and this is going to be the name, it's going to be the email, and it's going to be the avatar, which is the user image, right? So we're going to go ahead and authenticate and give it those values. Okay, now once that's done, we've essentially got things set up, but you have so many things you can do with it. Here's just 2 examples with live cursors and the user's information. Okay, so that's good. We've set up our Liveblocks config. Now heading back over to the documentation, let's go back over here. Let's go back to some of the, here we are. Right, so we need to do something called a Liveblocks provider. Now this basically powers our app up to allow it to do the things that we need to do. So in order to get this up and running, what I'm going to now do is at the page, different page layout. So we're not going to do it for the entire app. I don't want my entire app to always be collaborative, right? So in this case, the top level layout, no, only inside of doc. Right, so the doc at the top level of the doc, right? So in this case, we're going to do doc, and I'll show you. We're going to have layout.tsx, and what you can see is this is actually in the wrong thing. It should be in the doc. Okay, so it's separate to the ID. Now here we do RFCE, and this is going to be the page layout, right? So it's just the top level layout file. It's fine. And then we're going to have something else here. We're going to have the Liveblocks provider, which we're going to create. Okay, so we're going to create a custom component, and we're basically rewriting this in our own terms. So we're going to have a new component called Liveblocks provider.tsx, and essentially what this part is doing now is we're going to have a higher order component. Now a higher order component simply has children that it wraps. Okay, so in this case the children are React nodes, right? And then what we're going to essentially say is that if the environment variables aren't set correctly, we're going to throw an error. So firstly, we're going to check for those. It's going to be a client component because it's a client wrapper. We're going to import the following from Liveblocks. So Liveblocks React Suspense. Now, I want to highlight something. When you're using this library, every single instance of what you're pulling in, Liveblocks Provider has 2. It has React or React Suspense. You want to use React Suspense because we're going to be doing a few loading indicators and a few things like that. So it's definitely helpful, right? So once we've done that, what we do is we basically get rid of this. We pass in the children. So this means whenever we use it, wherever it's wrapping will essentially get rendered inside of there. Then we say Liveblocks provider. Okay. Now here we pass in a couple of arguments. So the first thing, we have the public, no, we don't actually use the public API key here. We're going to have something called the auth endpoint. Okay. Endpoint. Now this is important, guys, because basically what we're doing here is we're saying that this is our own endpoint where we're basically going to handle authentications. Okay, so this is going to be our own endpoint where we're going to handle authentications. Okay, what's this freaking out for? What am I getting so confused about right now? 1 second. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. This is wrong. So Liveblocks B, right? There you go, Liveblocks. Yeah, so I don't get this bit mixed up, right? So that's separate to that. GG Smart goes, saying Jay, you guys have been working so hard recently. Thank you for all the wonderful educational content. Your builds are my #1 reference when building. You see a smile on my face. I've learned so much from you guys. Papa fan for life. Yes, dude, that is what I'm talking about. I love that energy, and I appreciate you so much. That is huge. You can literally see the smile creeping through as you're saying, that's so cool. Thank you, man. All right, next up, we have the throttle. Now, if you don't include the throttle, you don't get the 60 FPS. Now, everyone wants a buttery, smooth, real-time experience, right? So by adding 16 here, we can do it, right? So in this case, if you click into throttle actually has, I think it has a max limit. I think 16 is the most, and that resembles 60 FPS. If you have like 1, 2, it's like slower, but obviously throttle 16 is nice, right? Like you want 60 FPS, it's cool. Okay, so that's that. Cool. Now let's go to our layout. So doc layout, and now here in the doc layout, what we do is we're wrapping our app at this level inside of Liveblocks provider. And you see we've got two examples here. It needs to be from our components folder, okay? Make sure that doesn't do this, right? And then we want to make sure the children from this are passed through, okay? So children, and again, I cover all of this inside 0 to 4 Stack Hero, right? 30 FPS for noobs. Amen, Jay. All right, so in this case now, you can see layout essentially encapsulates at different levels. So the entire app is rendered and wrapped around this. When we get into these routes, it then gets wrapped around this underneath this one. So it gets wrapped here, then this gets injected with this, and then the page gets rendered through underneath that child. So if that makes sense, right? So once we've done that now, we need to then go another layer deeper, which is the room itself, right? So in this level, we have a layout.tsx, okay? And inside of here, we're gonna have something called the room provider. And you can see that we're basically rewriting their logic here, right? And trust me, once it's all set up, this is a nice way of doing it, right? So this one's gonna be called the doc layout. Really doesn't matter what the name is, right? But that's what I'm calling it. And here, oh no, the neck's hurting again. All right, here we have the doc layout. Here I'm going to have an auth protect block. So remember, this is from Clerk. So basically, if you're not logged in or authenticated at this point, it's going to throw you to the login screen. So naturally, we protect. We're going to have a children being rendered through here. That means we have to go ahead and pass this in like so. So we say children. Oh, you could do read only, but it's fine. I'm not going to do that, right? So we say children. And then here, the type definition for this would be essentially, you can do read only. I mean, that is kind of correct to be fair, but I'll just give me a break. Give me a break. Come on, just do that. Thank you. All right, there we are. Simple. All right. And then we also have the ID, the wildcard, right? So remember that come through as params. So we can destructure that here like so. Great to say you have made now. See Next.js. Basically, I think I can't see the last. There's some annoying like love heart thing in my chat, which is super in the way. Made me see Next.js. Basically, I'm helping him out with Next.js. Thank you. All right, then we have params, which is got ID in, which is a string. There we go. Boom. All right, that's how we do it. Okay, cool. Now the next bit is we basically have the room provider. So that comes from that, and we say room. No, it's not. No, it's not. I take that back. Right, we don't use this one. We're going to create our own room provider. So let's go ahead and create a room provider. And there's a reason why we do this. I remember, right? It's because we're going to have our own cursors and stuff automatically plugged in. So at this level, we're going to have the room provider. So click into this. This is going to take two arguments. It's going to take the room ID. So it's going to be passed in as this. We're going to say room ID and the children. Okay, children. Then we're going to have the room ID and children being passed through like so. Okay, cool. This is going to be a client component. So it's client component like so. Cool. And then here we have the room provider itself. Okay. So at this point, we're going to have a name clash if we end up using the room provider. So what I have to do is I have to rename it. Okay. So two things. When we import it, we can rename room provider as room provider wrapper. It's fine, it works. And client side suspense, we're going to use in a second as well. And you'll notice in the documentation, they do show us to use client side suspense. Basically, whenever anything's loading, it will show that, right? So in that case, we're going to use it there. It's using React suspense under the hood. Now here, this is freaking out because it needs a couple of arguments, right? So here, basically it takes room ID, I believe, or just the ID. And that's going to be the room ID that we pass through. Right, it's got the initial presence. Now, what is this? This is actually going to be, remember, we had look cursor, right? And the cursor is pretty cool, guys, because the cursor is basically going to be, to start with, no. And this cursor, you're wondering, where is that coming from? Well, actually, remember Liveblocks config? This is where we're setting up the initial presence, okay? So, Sam the man, appreciate you did. So in this case, we've got initial presence, no. And then we've got initial storage, which is essentially rendering the people inside of the oh, actually, no, to be honest, I didn't use that one in the end. But this is kind of cool. I'm going to show you what this actually has. So that here's an example of what you can actually do with it. I'm not going to use this, like, because I don't think we didn't use this in the end. We didn't use this. No, Liveblocks, config, storage. No, we didn't use this in. But you can basically have conflict-free data types which store objects like people. That's a live list of a live object. So it's basically normal objects, but they're conflict-free examples of it. And you can go ahead and prepare them like this. I was playing around with it, but I forgot to remove it. But that's how you basically do it, in case you're wondering. So that was actually a really cool little element to it. Now we do render the children, and of course, around it, like I mentioned before, we have the client-side suspense boundaries. So this is just a React context error boundary essentially with a fallback. The fallback is going to be a loading spinner. Now the loading spinner, I use this in a lot of the tutorials, to be honest. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say loading spinner like so. And this one, we're gonna create it. So I'm gonna create a loading spinner.tsx, RFCE it. And all I'm doing with this one, guys, is I literally type in tailwind, CSS, spinner, and you'll see we get, like in Flowbyte, they have a very nice example of a spinner. So all I do is I basically take this one, I copy it, and I'm just going to use this as a part of a demo, right? So boom, we're going to pop that in, change the class to class name, and then you can basically change the color. So we just keep it a blue for now, right? So in this case, you can change that to whatever you want. And then the size of this one, I'm going to change it to 16. So height and width of 16, cool. All right, simple as. Very basic example of that. I'm just going to center it as well. So I'm going to make the class name be a flex, items be centrally assigned, justify them in the center, and a margin top of 10. Just give it a bit of spacing. We pull the loading spinner inside. So now it's got a little spinner whenever it's loading. That's cool, right? Little additions, everything like that. And then we have the final part, which is the live cursor pointer. So whenever we're on this page, oh, my ear feels weird. Whenever we're on this page, we're going to go ahead and have something called the live cursor pointer, right? Now, this is basically going to be where, remember when we were basically running around the page, where you could see like Jay's cursor moving around alongside mine. So again, I'm doing I would say this is kind of like advanced React. Basically, we have higher order components, but it's so good to understand and learn how this works. Oh, my ear is feeling really weird. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to say live cursor provider. You notice how that doesn't have any predefined thing because we need to create it. Okay, so that's the next step. So this one we're going to create. And essentially it will simplify everything. Trust me. Once you get this working, you'll be like, wow, that's actually really powerful. So live cursor provider.tsx, RFCE. And you can see we've got a lot of like, you wonder nesting, but trust me, you build your apps like this, they're very easy because then it abstracts a lot of the complexity away from it. So people who are just building the front end can just focus on that and everything else is handled for them. So we have the client component element here. Now this is where we use the presence. Remember I talked about that real-time aspect and the cursor and how we basically update the user's cursor. I want to show you how we do it. Well, first things first, is a higher order component. So it has children that we pass in the middle of it. So we basically do this. We basically say the same thing. They're React nodes. Now inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to have the div, and then we're basically going to render out the cursors. So render cursors. This is where we'll render all the real-time collaborative cursors. Okay. Now before that, we need to basically set things up. So first things first is we're going to use the use my presence hook. Now what is that? That just means that essentially we're pulling in from Liveblocks config, we're pulling in the presence, right? So this is real-time cursor coordinates. So I'm getting my values. And I'm basically have this additional helper function from Liveblocks, which says update my presence values. Presence, think of it like these are the real-time features of your presence on the page. And for example, the one that makes most sense is your cursor movement. So it's kind of handy. Then we have something called others, right? And this is basically the other people's presence, right? So in this case, we can use others. Okay, and you've even got use others presence as well. I think it was others presence. No, you haven't. You just use others. Yeah. In this case, you got that one as well. Now, what we're going to do is for the surrounding div, all we do, and I don't know if you've done this before, we can say on pointer move, and this basically is when the user moves their mouse around. We say handle pointer move, handle pointer move. I can do the same thing here. I can say on pointer leave. Okay, handle pointer leave. And we're going to create two helper functions. Now the first one goes a little something like this. We have the handle pointer. We're going to import the following from React. And all this does is we basically go ahead and we get the cursor. Right? Now on the page itself, when you look at the tutorial, when they show you how to do collaborative cursors and all that good stuff, they're basically going to use math.e.client.y(x) and client-y. The reason why I don't do that, and I've added a little snippet here in the code, is because when you scroll down the page, the full page cursor tracking breaks. And we don't want to do that. It sucks. I don't like that. I want to have it. So if Jay scrolls all the way down the page, his cursor goes all the way down there. It doesn't give me like this broken cursor feeling. So what I do is I get his cursor coordinates, or I get my cursor coordinates, and I say update my presence, and I pass in the cursor value. Done. And then I do the same for handle the pointer leave. So when I leave, I basically have the pointer event. We're not actually doing anything with it, so you can actually go ahead and even get rid of that. And you can say update my presence cursor no. So when I leave, do nothing. Basically, as in like set my presence to cursor no. So that way, if I left the page, Jay will no longer see my cursor. You see, right? So that's cool. And now what we need to do is render them out on the page, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to render other people's presences on the page. So how do I do that? I say others dot filter. And now what I do is I filter out anyone who has basically I'm saying only give me people who have cursors on them, right? So as in 1 minute. Others dot filter. And we're basically saying filter out only the ones who have a cursor value, right? So once that's done, what we say is we map through them. We map through them, and then inside of other, we basically have the user's cursor information. Okay, so what I can do here is I can actually get a few things out of it. I can get something called the connection ID. So let's go ahead and destruct it firstly. So we've got the, let's just, to avoid confusion, I'll put the element that we actually return, and then that should make a bit more sense. So in this case, we've got map, the user, 1 minute. Oh, God damn it. 1 minute. Messy. Oh, it annoys me. All right. We've got the other. There we go. And then we've got that. There we go. All right. And then we've got the actual follow pointer. So we're going to have a variable, like a component here called follow pointer. And that we will create in a second. All right. That will have a key. The key is actually going to be the connection ID. So at this point, this other, right? We're going to destructure it, and we're going to get the connection ID out of it. We're going to get the presence information out of it, which is the other person's movement information, and then info. We're going to go ahead and actually populate when we authenticate the user, which we haven't done yet, but it was that auth endpoint part, right? So again, a lot of stuff that we've got to work on. This is going to be a long build. Damn, it's going to be a very long build. But keep up with me, guys, all right? I'm just realizing in my head, I'm like, oh, we got a lot to do. All right, so in this case, we got the key, which is going to be the connection ID. So the key is going to be connection ID. Then we've got the info, which I'm going to pass in, which is the user's information. We've got the title, in this case, which is going to be the user themselves. So I don't think we even kept the title. We got rid of that, I think. So I'm not going to put that in. Let me just double check. Did I keep the title? No, I didn't even bother using it. Yeah, I didn't bother doing that. So we didn't even keep the title in the end. So I'm going to do that. We got the key itself is going to be the connection ID, which is basically every time you enter a room, you get allocated a new connection ID. And then I'm going to pass in an X and a Y coordinate, which is presence.cursor.x, presence.cursor.y, and so forth, right? Now, in this case, this is freaking out. Why? Because can I have mobile attributes the same? Oops, forgot to do that, sorry. Okay, cool, that's it. Follow pointer needs to be created though. And then obviously we need to render the children out as well. So basically we're rendering the cursors around the rest of the children on the page. That's essentially what we're doing here. So follow pointer now needs to be created. So, and we're not rendering our presence out. We don't want to show our cursor in the funky way. We want to use it normally, but we only want to see other people's cursors. So with follow pointer, let's create the follow pointer. Now this is basically, so Jay, if you want to come onto the web page quickly, I'll show everyone a little demo of it again. So let's go over to the demo of the app. So going over back to localhost 3001. Let's go back over to the app, and then let's see here, for example, I need to sign in again because again, my cookies are all screwed up. Let's go ahead and log in. So I'm going to basically go into, I mean, it should be in one of these anyway, it's fine. This is going to break my cookies. I already know it. Okay, so let's go to our groceries, Jay. And inside of here, we should see this. So look, Jay's in here right now, so you can see his cursor. So right now, stop moving. We can see the cursor itself, and it's got I don't know, he's freaking out right now. Stop doing that. Okay. So we got the J here. So here's his cursor, right? So this right here is the cursor, the follow pointer, right? So we have that element, which is one element of it. So if you highlight some text, you'll see there's one element of the follow pointer that we're going to basically be incorporating. That's part of the highlighting. But the main thing is really this cursor pointer here. You see J. Right, so cool. So that's how we basically get, and this is Jay's presence. So as I move around, I'm updating my presence on his screen. As he moves around, he's going updating it for me, basically. Yeah. So we're just updating our presence. So Remco was good stuff. I was just coming up to my own notice app. Nice. I bet I can get some nice info. 100%. Real-time collab. Oh, so nice. Right. So we got the follow pointer now. So at this point, for the follow pointer, let's go ahead and build out this bit. So next step. All right. So this is a big code. All right. I'm just bracing myself for this one. All right. So you got the follow pointer. Now we've got X, Y, and info, right? So we pass through. This will then go ahead and be typed out as accordingly. So it'll be X number, Y info, and then the info here is actually going to be the user's object. Now, obviously, you can go ahead and actually just render this out as you wish, or reuse types and all sorts of that stuff over there. But I'm just going to keep it so it's simple today and have the avatar as well. All right. So we've got the name, email, and the avatar. Hit save. And we got the follow pointer. Now, I've created a helper function to determine the user's color. And that's going to be basically, and it's also worth mentioning that, by the way, guys, I didn't get all this code from scratch, right? So all this code was actually as a part of the tutorial and the documentation. So not only am I skipping through a lot of this and showing you different examples of it, but they have examples in their entire app of the text editor, of Framer motion and how to get it set up. For example, here the live cursors was somewhere. So in this case, live cursors. Here you can see that we've got the example of the presence and everything like that, and even like how you can subscribe and all this other stuff, right? So in this case, if you're wondering how the hell did he get all this code, that's how I'm doing it, right? So in this case, we got this. So it's not coming out of thin air. Don't worry, it's completely not made up. But in this case, we are using Framer motion, which we have not yet installed. So in this case, npm I framer motion into the project. Love this, right? Chris Valley goes, it's just me. Every single time there's something new and special to learn, like stuff you can use in production. But yeah, it's really cool. Honestly, the stuff you can do is really, really cool, right? So this follow pointer, right? So let's go ahead and build this bit out. So we've got the motion div instead of this. So we say motion.div. And inside of here, again, this bit, I want you to just go ahead and really, you can just pause the video and sort of like kind of check, but all of this is on Liveblocks' documentation on the website, right? So there's no like cheating here in case anyone's wondering, right? But let's go ahead and do the following. So firstly, I want to get a color, right? So the color of the user, and I want it to be unique for every single user. So I'm going to say const color equals, I'm going to create a helper function called string to color. Okay, it's going to take the info.email, or I'm just going to default it to a value of 1, right? For whatever comes first. It's just a helper thing. Now, string to color, I'm going to create a lib helper function called string to color.ts. Now, in there, what I'm going to do is you can literally go ahead and copy this function, right? It's a very, very simple, like kind of a function, which basically this will just take any string and convert it to some hash. Right, so it's like a hash which basically resembles a color. So you can do this in so many ways. I'm not going to get into it. There's libraries out there as well, but all this is doing is basically just generating a random hash, which is consistent based on the seed, which is a string that you pass in. So we're going to save that, export it, and move on. Right. So in this case, we're going to get this one, import it. Okay. GG Mark, at some point, yeah, I could create a video on that. Remco says, I've used it a lot and I get to correct CRUD. I've never been more efficient. But in my opinion, more than a CRUD dev, you should be career-wise to learn databases. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, I'm not fully following the chat, but yeah. So you got the color here. Remember, it's not just about, I don't want to spend too long on that part, but it's not just about learning the safe stuff. It's good to venture out and try new things with like server actions, with Firebase, Firestore, different tech, because it's not that, it's just, no matter what you're using, if you get the fundamentals and you keep building up your skill set to be able to do that, really you can go into any code. But I feel confident going into any code base and being like, yeah, let's work on it. Like, truthfully, that's the level you want to get to, like that kind of seniority level. Don't worry about like what always what the standards are, because standards change as well and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's a constant evolving. Your mindset should be, how can I just constantly pack on knowledge and that fundamental backing behind what I do? That's literally what you should be thinking all the time, and have a mentor, right? And that's why we have 0 to full stack hero, honestly, because I mentor so many students, right? So Z50 on top of it. So, oh no, I agree with you, Remco. No hate here. It's all positive. I agree with you. Just quickly kind of oversight on it on my side. But that, because I can't speak too much on these live streams about that stuff. But yeah, totally awesome comment. Thank you, man. So we've got the class name here. Now the style, we're basically we're gonna pass in dynamic values, right? And we've even got an initial value and animate value. So if you've ever worked with frame of motion, these will make a bit of sense to you. So you have the initial, the animated value. So in this case, we start at 0. So the exit value is 0. So it basically just fades out. The animation is 1. The initial is 1. So I guess it just basically just comes in as 1. I guess you could do initial 0, opacity 0, and animate 1. That might be better. But then this will be the where it's essentially going to be located on the style. And then we've got an SVG. So this point, again, like I said, it's on the website, right? This point, right? So you can literally pause the video. All the code for this part is in the Papa GitHub repo. So this is just an SVG, okay? It's just an SVG. It takes the color that we generated, and it's a couple of class names. Height and width is there, and it's an SVG which draws out a path, which is essentially that little drawing that we had, right? So once we've got that, we've got another div, right? And the div, again, inside of here is going to be for the this is going to be for the name tag, right? So this div is going to be for the name tag now. So we're going to have next to that SVG, outside that SVG, sorry, we're going to have a motion.div, motion.div, and this motion.div is going to have inside of it the name tag. So it'll be info.name, or if the name doesn't exist for whatever reason, info.email, okay? And we're just going to conditionally render that one in case, just be careful. And then the same thing here, inside of here, we're going to have a style, an initial, an animate, right? And an exit. So for the animations, so style, initial, 0.5. This one is more better because it actually fades in and out. I guess the cursor one should be just really quick. Is that a big discussing clashing thoughts? Yeah, 100%. Absolutely incredible stuff. That's honestly, that's what I try and do inside of 0 to full stack hero. There's always debates in there about what tech we should use, how we should approach things. That's what mentorship is about inside of 0 to full stack hero. So awesome to have people like you in there as well. So definitely check it out. So we've got the class name here. I'm going to add a bit more styling here as well. And again, this part, do not freak out. You can pause the video, follow it out, but this is all just styling, right? That's literally all this part is styling. Okay. So most of this was just styling out. Okay, cool. So at that point now, I'm just wondering, did I ever use the follower pointer card? I don't believe I did, but I need to check. Oh, thank God I didn't. Yeah. I was going to say that would have been a right nightmare because that was a lot of stuff that I didn't want to bother to code right now. So I think is it there? Sorry guys, I'm just trying to check something. Okay. I think we're good with just that. Yeah, which I'm happy about. There we go. Okay, cool. I think we're good. So we've got the follow pointer, right? So this is essentially the code here for the follow pointer. Let's go to our live cursor. Let's import that follow pointer. Cool stuff. Oh, lovely, right? Another donation. Appreciate you. Prabjot, he goes, Sunny, a video on common Next.js or Firebase errors would be super helpful. We love your content. Much love and respect. I appreciate that. Send me an email at team@papareact.com with your suggestion, and I'll make sure to write it down, right? And Jay can also write it down as well. Yeah. So in that case, cool. Okay. So let's go back to our application. Let's go to our localhost 3000 like so. We are here now. Let's go to our master plan file, and as you can see here, right, is it rendering again? Sorry, am I even rendering it out? Let's go to our layout. We've got the we're not rendering it out. Okay, so my bad. let's go here. So inside of my layout, right, we have the room provider, which we were building, and then live cursor provider, which we did not finish building. Okay, so here we are. So heading back up, live cursor provider. Inside the live cursor provider, we had the presence, which was animating for all of the what's up, France? I see David Rondiel. Yeah, we've got the actual, this is where all the follower pointers are getting mapped out, and then this is it. So basically now, if you think about it, we've got this like layered structure here. So we've got the Clerk provider and everything at the top level. We've got the layout here, which is the Liveblocks provider. And then as you enter a room, we render out we render out the, what is it? Liveblocks provider inside of here. We've got the auth endpoint. Yes, it was, okay. So we need to do this part. This part is what I'm on, yeah. We need the room provider now, right? So as you enter a room, and remember, the room is actually the one we just created over here. So it takes the room ID and so forth. And this is essentially the room that everyone enters inside of Liveblocks, which is going to be synchronized with Firestore, right? So a lot of stuff happening here. So at this point, room provider, we're going to pass in the room ID, which is going to be passed in to the URL, which we actually get through this point, which is perfect. And that's it. So now we've got this. So with this said, look, we're also protecting the authentication state. So heading to page.tsx now. Now, aha, it loads the room, right? So you see the fallback loading spinner. Nice. We can breathe. But this is wrong because we're not getting any access to the room. So you can see, look, if we refresh now, it will say authentication failed, right? Because we've got an authentication endpoint on our room provider and we're not doing anything with it, right? So here we have it. So if we look at our room provider wrapper, was it here? We had the live cursor provider, Liveblocks provider here, auth endpoint. So we need to create this. And this is essentially what is responsible for giving you access to the room. Okay, so you see right now we're in the forever loading state because we ain't got access to that room, right? And that's good because we don't want anyone just coming into that room and doing whatever they want, right? So what we're gonna do now is create an API endpoint. This is our only route handler we're gonna create, and the rest of it is actually managed by Cloudflare Workers on the Cloudflare Workers that we set up earlier, right? So we're gonna set those up afterwards. But if we go over to app right now, and we go to our folder, we're gonna create a new route called auth-endpoint. And this is going to be our Liveblocks auth endpoint. So we're going to create a new file called route.ts, right? So route.ts, and this is going to be a route handler. It's going to be a post route handler. And in order to get that working, we're going to pull in next request like so. Cool. And inside of here, we're going to ensure that the user is authenticated by using our nice little auth protect call from Clerk. So you can see really, really nice how we do this. Now, I've already done the hard work for you. So first things first, we're going to get the user's ID and session claims. Now, we don't even actually use the user's ID here. We just use the session claims because that's got the email in. Then we're going to get the room. Now, this post request, automatically, the Liveblocks provider sends through the actual room details inside of the request.json, okay? So in this case, we get access to the room information. Now, this is the interesting part, and it's all shown inside the documentation inside of Liveblocks. But essentially, if we type in access token, you will see that there is actually a authentication portion here where we can use access tokens. So we enter a room, we get an access token provided back to us and all that stuff. So I've done all the hard work here of doing you like all this stuff, right? So in this case here, you got session allow session.for access, but I'm going to show you how we actually do this. So at this point, what we do is we say const session equals Liveblocks, and this Liveblocks right now, we're going to create, just like we did for Firebase, we're going to have a separate one for inside of our lib instead. So you could even put a Firebase ones in there, but I'm going to keep it simple. We're going to say Liveblocks.ts, and here we're essentially going to do the following. We're going to import Liveblocks from Liveblocks node, which we haven't yet installed. So install this into your project, npm I Liveblocks node, because we're on the route handler side, which is Node.js. Guys, keep smashing that like button as well if you're enjoying this content, right? We've got Liveblocks node. There you go. We're checking if the key is there. If it's not set, we're going to freak out and throw an error. And then we're basically initializing it with our key, and then we're exporting. It's a singleton pattern, which makes sure that we got access to what we need. Then we're going to import it into our thing there, so into our route handler. Now with that done, we're going to say Liveblocks.prepare session, okay? And then here we say session claims this.email, right? So we're basically preparing a session for this user with this email. Then we're going to populate the user's information with all of the details from their session code. So what we're doing here essentially is we're preparing a session for the user, and we can actually say that this is definitely there. So exclamation mark here, because we're your auth protect here. So we're preparing a session for, let's just say, sunny.sanger@gmail.com. We're combining, adding in the user information from the Clerk session claims when you log in. Okay. And the second step is now we need to go ahead and check if the user is in the room on Firestore. Now, remember, when we created the room, we essentially went ahead and had it so that the user, the collection users, you go into the user themselves, and then they have a room, right? And inside the room, they had in each, oh my God, I need to show you this. I'm going crazy. All right, here. Okay, we have the user, boom. We have the team that is in their name. Then they have these rooms, and this is a collection group, which we basically have an index to check all of them against each other. And then the room ID will be here. So now I need to basically do a search amongst the collection group rooms across everyone. So using that index that we created earlier, and basically check, is this user in this room? Done. That was it. That's how I explain it. All right. So users in room equals await. And then I'm going to say admin DB, because we are on the back end. So we can do that. We can say admin DB dot collection group. And then I'm going to say dot rooms dot where. And this one's going to be not room ID. It's going to be where user ID. User ID equals session claims dot email. So it's actually session claims dot email. Right. And this one we can ensure that it's there. So we can kind of just add a bang there. So we don't even need to. It's fine. We can say get. Okay. And then what we can do is we can say const user in room, and we can basically do a find, right? So what we're doing here is if it finds a single instance of that of the user's document of the ID in the room. So basically, what am I trying to say here? If you try to enter a room, you'll get this pass through on the auth endpoint. What we then do is we get the user who is logged in, we prepare a session with their email, populate the data in the user info as part of the access token. Then we check the user's database records to see, all right, here's all the rooms that the user has access to. Then what we're doing is we're checking, is the room that we're about to access in the list of records that are stored on the user's rooms collection? Boom, that was it, right? That was literally what we're trying to do, right? Now, once we've done that, we can basically say if the user in room exists, right? Wow, right? Then we can do session.allow. And basically, this is giving that access token granted access into basically saying, yes, right? You're allowed to access this room, let it through. And our higher order component that we just wrote, the provider, is basically going to gatekeep it and say, yeah, come through. Or it'll be like, no, you ain't coming in here, right? So this is essentially what we do. Session.allow room, session.full access, right? And you can obviously do read access and stuff as well, read access and so forth. And then we do session const body and status, because this gives us like a response code. And we say session.authorize, await it. And then we basically return a response to the front end with the body and the status, okay? If anything went wrong at any point, we basically can simply return a next response saying you're not in this room and a 403. Okay. And then we can import next response like so. Now we have our authentication endpoint up and running. So this is essentially enough to get everything going. So now if I was to refresh and we go ahead and do a console, what we should see now is ignore this. This is from my own little plugin. But look at that, guys. Hey, we have access to the room. Nice. That's awesome. Right. And to check that that actually works, what you can actually do is you can go ahead and look inside your server, because this is where it's all happening. Pull this down here, Command K to clear it all. And then what we could do is we could just go ahead and say console log, you are authorized. Okay. Hit refresh. And now look, you are authorized. Boom. Okay. If I try to go to a room I'm not authorized for, let's just go to, for example, ABC, right? Now you can see it will go ahead and give me a 403. You're not in this room, and it'll just be stuck on the loading indicator. And you can use a helper function that they talk about, and it's actually it's called use error listener. I've put in the GitHub repo. I'm not going to go over it today, but basically right now we're just trapping them here. But in this case, yeah, you can actually capture, if it's 403, redirect them and throw a toaster to say, yeah, you ain't got access to this room. Okay, but in this case, I don't think it's worth covering that right now. I think we're good at this point, right? So we're just permitting access to the rooms that you have access to. So all of these rooms, it should go ahead and give me an access token for. So boom, I'm in that room, I have an access token. And that's cool, okay? So what I can now do, guys, is if I was to go ahead and come into the room as well, because we've set up the room provider as well, what we should be able to see, if we were to check into my localhost 3000, I'm actually in the same one. Let's do that. I'm going to go into the master plan room and master plan room here. We should see cursors rendering now, right? So look at that. Oh, look at that. Look. Whee, sick, all right? So look at that, because we created the cursors, right? Obviously, I'm the same user right now, but boom, it works. Right, and that's it. It's generating it right now. It's so nice, right? And obviously, it's showing not only this, but it shows this because this works for. So if I was to do this, and I even set up a third, right, it's showing every single instance of you in that room, right? So in this case, if I was to copy this, go over to this URL, now in every single screen, look at that. That's so sick, right? That's so nice, and that's what every user is going to essentially be seeing on their screen. Okay. So really nice, right? Really awesome stuff. Let's go ahead and close this off. Let's go ahead and close this one off and then come back here. Cool. All right, now let's build out the rest of the room. So we've got the live cursors done. Now we need to do the editor, right? Which is actually the main bulk of it, really. The main juicy editor part here. So even all of this like lovely UI stuff, all of that is happening now. So let's go back to the document, right? So back into document ID. So back over to our document itself. And now inside of here, we are going to have with loads of different features we could do right now is users, manage users, avatar users, collaborative editor. I think we should do the collaborative editor first, and then we can proceed onwards. But before we do that, I'm just gonna add a little horizontal line here, add a little break, nice little UI element. We're gonna build the collaborative editor, okay? So the collaborative editor is the next part. So we're going to actually create a editor component. So let's go ahead and call it the editor.tsx. You can call it the collaborative editor if you want, or whatever, it's fine. Call it whatever you want, to be honest. In this case, that's fine. And then here, I'm going to import the editor, right? And let's go here. And this is freaking out because it's not returning anything. Right now, it should just say editor. Give it a second, little water break. We're absolutely crushing it, guys. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark. This is why I need you to dial in, because it takes that extra energy now to conquer through to this point. But this is where it really gets cool. I ain't gonna lie. This is where it really gets cool. All right. So let's go into our master plan. You see the editor is there. Okay. So at this point now, what we're gonna do is first I'm gonna style it a little bit to say max width 6XL. So max width 6XL. And then we've got MX auto, cool. MX auto, nice. And then next up, we're gonna have a div. And inside this div, we're gonna have a few features, right? Translate, chat to document, the dark mode. The dark mode will do it, but it's not really a crazy bit there. It's just that the editor part is the dark mode. So in this case, we're gonna go ahead and have 2 features here. We'll say translate document. We're basically gonna have AI translation. We're gonna have chat to document, which is gonna be an AI translation, AI chat to document feature. So these are both AI features. Then we're gonna have the button for dark mode, and I'm just doing dark mode on this toggle to show you how we can do it. Shadcn also has one. I've showed that a ton of times. And then here we render out something called block note. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do those things in a second. Now, a couple of things that we need, right? If we need access to the room, because now we are inside the point of the tree, so when we render this out, we'll already have the room provider wrapping us, which means that we can actually get access to the use room hook, right? So we can use room. This means we're going to use a client component. So we're going to make it a client component. Now, with this, we get access to the room information by doing this, like so. We can go ahead and actually create a piece of the document. So look at this. The more tricky, the more spark for learning. You're killing it with the explanation, saying, I appreciate you so much, man. It's tricky when you get to these levels of explanations, but I'm trying my best. All right. So we're going to have a piece of state for the document. Now, the document, think of this entire thing. We're using something called YJS, which is basically a way of storing like the rich text information in like a collaborative fashion, right? So YJS is a very popular library for handling like collaborative stuff. So it's built off the back of that. So we'll say set doc and we'll say equals use state. Now here, this is actually going to be of type y.doc. Oops, y.doc. Okay. Now this y, we're going to import from YJS, right? So let's go up here, YJS, right? And you can Google YJS, what it means. Raul goes, come on, Jay. Look at this. So once we've got that done, oh, we're almost at 300 likes. I'm banging, yeah? Once we've got that doc down, what we're now going to do is we're going to basically create the block note above it, right? So, but before I do that even, we need to have a little bit of a setup. So in order to get YJS up and running, now again, as I mentioned, all of this is actually carried out inside of the documentation. I'm just free flowing it and telling you how it works. But again, all of this stuff for Liveblocks, they have a really nice like sort of tutorial to go and show you how it all works. But in this case, it's to provider, set provider, and this is not the one we want. It's going to actually be Liveblocks YJS provider. Okay. And now this actually comes from Liveblocks YJS, right? So this one right here. So I've spelled it wrong. Oops. So Live.js. There we go. YJS provider. Cool. And then the final one is dark mode, a simple dark mode toggle. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Lincoln Pitch says, hello everyone. I'll be watching this later. Sunny, thanks for helping us learn and perfect our skills. I love your videos. Sunny. I love you guys so much. I appreciate all of you. Honestly, you're absolutely welcome. All right, so the dark mode toggle is so easy. I'm just going to build it right now. All right, so this dark mode toggle is literally going to just have, if it's dark mode, then it's going to say a sun icon or a moon icon. So here we'll have the sun icon, else it's going to be the moon icon, literally straight up like that. It's going to have class name style, which I don't, oh yeah, we're going to define this in a second. That's why I did that. I remember that. On click, we're going to have a arrow function. This one's going to say set dark mode to just basically whatever the opposite of dark mode is. So basically just flip it. Okay. And then the style here, essentially all I'm doing is I'm just saying hover, a bit of style here, hover text, string interpolation. We have a, we're checking and then basically evaluating what dark mode is. If it's true, we give it a bit of styling. If it's not true, we give it a bit of an alternative styling, simple as. Okay, so that'll render on here. So you can see that it just flicks through, right? And right now, obviously it doesn't look that good, but it's because it's not actually doing anything different. Okay, so we'll get that looking pretty slick. Now the next thing is here, we're gonna have a flex box with the items centrally aligned. We're gonna say the gap of 2. We're gonna say justify end. And we're going to say margin bottom of 10. And essentially what this is doing, guys, is I'm pushing it all to the end. So justify end and all that stuff. So you can see now it's over there as well. Cool. The translate document and chat to document AI, we will implement our AI features afterwards. Right now for block note, okay, we're going to go ahead and create that bit. So block note. Before I actually do that, we need to do this provider part. And this is essentially how we're connecting YJS, the data store, with Liveblocks and how it all works. Again, this is all covered inside their documentation, but essentially the way it works is we have a use effect that basically has a dependency of the room. So whenever you change the room, this will go ahead and refire off. And then what we're doing is we're basically getting a new document. We're getting a new YJS provider. So let me go ahead and do that right now. Remember, this is how we basically store the information. So a Y document is the structure of the document, basically, which is going to store the rich text in the real time, the data store basically for it. We've got the Liveblocks YJS provider, which is essentially how we combine our document into that room and store it. And essentially, once we get that up and running, I'll show you inside of Liveblocks where it stores that information, right? So it literally shows you inside of what, it's really cool actually how it shows you. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the document and set the provider. So we have those two values. Okay. Now, if for whatever reason room changed, we need to do a cleanup function. So in a use effect, whenever you do, you can do a return. We're going to destroy the YDoc and the Y provider. So whenever you leave the room, we just basically clear that out. Okay. Now, if there is no room, no doc or no provider, we're going to go ahead and return no. Thank you so much, Frank. He goes, sending you positive vibes, Sonny. Huge build today. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Pop Fan playlist back on. So we got my kind of OG tracks back on, but it's absolutely huge. Yeah, I told you this build is absolutely huge. So it's gonna it's gonna hit 5 hours. I already know it's gonna hit 5 hours. I was ready for this. Let's do it. Let's power through. Okay, so we got the editor here. All I ask is you just destroy that thumbs up button. Honestly, I'm doing a straight up live stream for 5 hours. Crazy, right? So in this case, we got a block note here. So underneath here, we'll say block note. Oh, I love this stuff, honestly, right? And this is going to take a couple of props. So I'm going to do this component at the top of this component. So actually it's going to be in the same file, but you can go ahead and have a separate one. It's fine, right? But you can do provider. We pass in the provider and we pass in dark mode. Oh, this is quite jammy music. Yeah, we'll say dark mode. Like so, boom. Okay, now block note. So at the top now, what we're going to do is firstly, we're going to have the editor props type, which we're going to pass in. That's just the props that we basically passed in. So we'll say function. We can do RFCE again actually here to create it. Don't do an export default. And then here, we're going to say this block note. And the arguments are like so, doc provider dark mode. Okay, now what we essentially return from here is what we'll start with, right? So we'll start reverse engineering it. We'll do this is just going to simply render a block note view. Okay, now block note view comes from block note Shadcn, which we need to install. Okay, we've also got block note React and a few other dependencies. Again, these things are actually in the documentation, which I think I should actually show you now, to be fair. So let's do block note, Liveblocks.io, collaborative text editor, Liveblocks example. And as you can see, if we go here, Next.js tip tap or Next.js block note, if we go down here, you've actually got manual setup as well here, implement install. That's not actually the right tutorial. I want to show you the one with, if we do resources, tutorial. No, it's not that one. It was Sonny, an absolute beast, my dude. Thank you so much, Hackstatic. He goes, just wanted to drop in and show some love for a long time student. He goes, can't wait to see the end results and keep hustling, brother. I appreciate you so much. Honestly, you don't understand. You guys, sometimes I need that little boost midstream and it helps me so much. Here we are, collaborative text editor here, block note. There you go. And now you can see, I mean, these are all examples of where it's bloody included, yeah. But the point is, if you go to package.json, you can see that that's what we need. We need these like block, no, core, manti, and all that stuff. So I'll show you anyway. We'll just do it until we get all the dependencies. I guess it's better for you guys, right? But thank you so much, Hackerstack. Appreciate you. All right, we need block note Shadcn. I'm also going to need block note editor from block note core. So I'm going to basically pull in the dependencies that we don't have, and then we can just install them as we need. Now, it's worth mentioning in the documentation, they talk about block note Mantine. Okay, and you see how that might be the one that you see, but we're not using Mantine, we're using Shadcn, and there's a bit in their documentation where it basically highlights that, and it's a very small little part, but I found it, so I'm saving you guys that hassle of going through the pain that I went through, and you just simply need to run that block note Shadcn, and it works. Okay, now once you've done that, you can import the two styles as well. So import block note core fonts into CSS and Shadcn style CSS, and once you've done all of that, this will disappear. Okay, so after we're good with that front, we can go ahead and render out block note view. Okay, and this one is going to be a self-close component. We can pull that down. I'm going to simply say the editor is going to be the editor which we haven't yet defined. We will have that. We'll say the theme is going to be dark mode. So this one will say dark mode. It'll be dark or light, right? And then it will be the class name is going to be min height screen. I just wanted to take up the full screen height. Okay, cool. Now for the editor, all right, so the editor is the main part, really, what's going to go on here. But before we even do that, right, this is actually where I want you to pay attention. So we're going to use self, right, which is a Liveblocks hook. Right? And basically this gives us the user information. So the user themselves as they're typing in. Why is this important, guys? Because this is important. When I'm typing in, Jay will see Sunny Sanga typing. like as in my typing thing inside the editor. When Jay's typing in, it will edit his up. So this is basically where that connection is made and the color is connected to the typing updates, the real-time typing updates. So at this point, I can say const editor equals, and what we're even gonna cast it to be sure. I'll say block note editor, boom, like so, equals use create block note. Okay. Now here I pass in an object. A couple of things I want to pass in. Firstly, the main thing is collaboration. So collaboration is an object. Here we have the provider we pass in, that's one argument. We have the fragment. Now the fragment is very important, okay? So this fragment essentially is basically where in the hell in the YDoc are we storing the information, right? So basically we have the document, we're gonna say get XML fragment, and we're basically storing it with a key of document store. Okay, now you can rename that wherever you want, but just make sure it's consistent whenever we come to use that in the later on. Okay, and then we have the user's information, which is basically what I talked about before. So as the user's typing, user info.name, and remember that is all populated with the auth endpoint, which was using Clerk, right? So that's where we populated. So you see how I've connected Clerk with Liveblocks. It's a lot going on, but it's really cool. And then we have the color. So here we say string to color, which we use our library function for, and we use user info.email for the color. Okay. Now, at this point, users freaking out because we don't have this bit. Yep, there we go. So these are just 3 arguments to the collaboration. Okay. So that, in a nutshell, is how we render it. Now here, I'm going to give the class name relative. I believe there is something absolutely positioned here, but we'll say max 6x at max width 6xl mx auto. There we go. And that is the editor. Okay, so take time with this step. Honestly, don't freak out. Really take your time with it, understand it. We still need to do the translate document and chat to AI features. However, haha, there it is. Look at this. And what we should see, yes, we see it, right? Look at that. Look at it. Right, type in H1. This is dope AF. Right, as fun, dope as fun. And then you can say heading to yo Papa Fam. And now I want to check as well. If I was to go into logos 3000, let's just see a try, Sunny space, let's go into master plan. And now what we should see is live presence between, look at that. Oh, so good. That's so nice, right? Look at that, boom, boom. Just so sick, right? Yo Papa Fam underscore boom. If I do is underscore, look at that, it's just sick, right? The whole thing works really well. This is awesome. Right, this is dope as fire, dope as fun, right? No one's swearing there. this is dope. Okay, so in this case, you got loads of stuff going on, which is pretty awesome. You can even color it in, a bunch of stuff. But you see, all of that came from what we essentially set up just now, the editor, right? And even all the real-time connections and the coloring and everything like that, even the live cursors with the live cursor higher order component, all of that stuff was absolutely awesome and just worked, right? So with that in mind now, and we also got the dark mode, by the way. So remember, dark mode just passes into the editor if we need to, whatever value, right? So that's cool. We're getting there. I want to highlight the fact that we still got a bit to do, so don't freak out. Talking to myself here. Okay, so at this point, let's go to the document, and we want to start building out some more of these features, because right now it's slacking with the avatar, the users. We still got like all of this, that works, sorry. We got this bit, the users with access, so inviting other users to it. Users currently editing this page. We've also got that to add into it and a few other things, okay? Now I do want to mention as well, the documents right now, this page should be a white background, right? That's why I knew something felt really weird. So here, inside the document, let's go ahead and say flex one, height 4. And this one's gonna say BG white and padding of 5. And now, yeah, we go. That looks way better, right? That gives it immediately a nice feel, and then the dark mode will kind of like neutralize your eyes. But that's a lot nicer. I was wondering, something looked horrible, man. I don't like that, right? In this case, look at that. Yes, clean. Okay. So in this case, if we're in a new page now, and we're here, let it do its little load, and it's entering the room in and all that kind of stuff for us. I just want to check as well something. If I go to liveblocks.io, sign in. Oh, I'm on my wrong profile. 1 second. Go here. No, I'm another profile. Liveblocks, boom. .io, sign in, dashboard. I want to show you guys. So look, development, right? Now I've got a bunch of rooms right now for this tutorial, but if I go to the room that we're currently in, which is CBGT, so 73 rooms there, so I don't know if it's going to find it. CBGT. Oh yeah, no, it's right there, top one. Yeah, click here. You can see, look, if we go into comments, metadata, so look, storage, YJS, document store. Remember I was saying this is dope, Papa Fam, this is awesome. Yeah, so this is actually where it's getting stored. Okay, so it's actually a really cool thing. And then you also have the users inside of each room and everything like that going on. So you've got the metadata permissions as well. Default access. We're not actually using room permissions, we're using access tokens as our authentication, but you can even go ahead and attach on more and more to this. You can click on view room event and you can see like user left, user entered. All this stuff is pretty much captured from it. So really sick stuff, right? Look, 2 people in the room and all this other stuff going on. So it even says Dubai, where you're coming from, right? So pretty cool. Okay, so tons of cool stuff on that front. Now let's go back into the next section of the build. So, and you saw how it was storing it, right? So YJS as well. 1 minute, my mic is completely getting me in a chokehold. All right, so that's pretty cool. That's working. Let's build out the next feature now, which is this where the brain starts flagging. Oh my God. Okay, let's go. Go to document. Let's go and do, let's just knock things out one at a time. So the is owner, I want to do now. Yeah, okay, let's do use owner. Okay, so right now, if you're the owner of the page, you should have the ability to delete, invite users and all that stuff. So let's do that right now. Okay, so we're going to have const is owner equals use owner. It's our custom hook. This custom hook, we're going to go into our use owner inside of our lib folder, and this is going to be where we essentially have the following. So we're going to have use owner. Now this one is going to be RFCE. We're not going to return this. Now we have a couple of helpful hooks. I'm just going to import these in to help us out in the essence of time. We've got the use user hook, which is going to work because we're in Clerk provider. Use room, we're in room provider, so it's going to help us get those things. We've got this, we've got the use collection, which is going to pull the information, and this is simply doing the query to make sure if the user is in the room. Okay, so all of these things are basically getting the user in the room. And now what we do is we essentially go ahead and we have a use effect, which is going to fire off every time the users in room data value basically changes. It's just a data value, remember, data loading error. And then all we're doing here is we're saying, okay, use effect. Use effect sucks. Okay, now we'll say users in room, or also user whenever these 2 value changes, because you're also towards Jay. Such a guy. He messaged me on the side. He goes, Sonny, we're almost near the end. Not. And I was like, thanks, man. Thanks. I love that positive encouragement. We're good though. We're good. We're strong. All right. So look at this. We've got users in room docs and users. So if the value is greater than 0, which means there is users in that room, then we're going to basically filter it down to basically get the owners of the room, because we're actually building this in a way that would support several owners in a room, which I didn't add the ability to add another owner, but yeah, we're building it so we can add several owners. And then what we do is we basically go ahead and we say if sum, so we basically try and find if the user who is logged in, so user.email-address.toString, if that any of the owners in the room match this, we set the is owner to true. So basically we know then if you're an owner of that room. Okay, and then what we do is we simply, after the use effect, we return is owner. Okay, so we return is owner, and that's basically how you have a custom hook. Simple as that, right? So now we have the use owner, and now we can use this for our app. So now we can basically pull this in, and this will basically be true or false based on if it's, and it's connected to real-time listeners and everything. So pretty cool actually. Yeah, so now we can say if is owner. So we can basically say if is owner and boom, pop it in like so. So here what we can do now is if owner react fragment, and just to show you guys I'm not lying here, I can say p tag I own this. Right, and you can see I own this, so I should have the admin tools here. Okay, I don't always use Firebase. I use MongoDB on plenty of my builds. Check yourself. Right? I hate that because I'm like, I build in every backend. I just do so many builds that you get flooded by it. But if you like check my workout, you have definitely got builds in MongoDB. All right, so in this case, if I do like, for example, legal agreements, so it's like an example of something that we put in together here. So look at this, like I should have these admin controls at the top now. So if I own the file, so I'm the owner of the file, then we should have it here. So at this point, I'm gonna have two things. I'm gonna have invite user and delete. So invite user and delete document. Let's actually start off with delete document. It's easier, right? So delete document. I'm going to create a little component here called delete document. So let's go ahead and create that. Delete document.tsx, boom. Now in this one, I'm going to say RFCE, boom, like so. Now, this is going to be a client component. Now, it's worth mentioning that this is all going to use dialog. So dialog, what is that? If we go over to Shadcn, we can see, close that. We can go to dialog, which is down here. All right, dialog is this, right? So when you basically have this pop-up. So we're going to use this pop-up from Shadcn. So we're going to go ahead and pop this in. And essentially what I'm building right now, just so you're aware, guys, is this. Are you sure you want to delete? Okay. So we're going to build a server action as well to combine with this to help out. We're going to import everything that we need at the top. We're going to go ahead and actually pull in the dialog example right here. So just like so, the dialog, and you'll notice that this is actually not. So firstly, if we go back to our this and we pull it in like so, boom. I guess if I click on open now, you can see, are you absolutely sure, right? So that's essentially how it firstly works. Now, few things. We want to have control, fine-grained control over is open, the open change and that kind of thing. So what we can do here is we can actually have a is open sort of bit state. We can go ahead and do this. We've already converted it to a client component, so that's fine. Now on the dialog part, we can say open, and we can go ahead and say is open. And then we can say on open change, we have the value here, which is going to be the open value, but we don't need to do a arrow function. We can just say set is open, and naturally we'll just work with that. And you can check by just clicking it. If it still works, you're good. Okay. So that's the first thing. Now the second thing is I want to have a button. Okay. So the button here, I'm just going to have the dialog content. We're not going to have a yeah, we are going to have a trigger here. I just realized you don't even need to do it. You could just do a button inside of here, but it freaked out last time, to be fair. So I'm going to do it. I'm just going to have a button. Yeah. I have a button here, which is a UI button. We just say as child because we've got the dialog trigger inside of it. Delete. It's a destructive button, which is red. Okay. So now when I click this, boom, it pulls it open. Okay. Oh my God, Sonny, you're still on live? Yes, dude. Still going strong. And we got loads to do as well. We're flying through it, but it's such a big build. All right, this just goes to show you guys how much I get carried away with these builds. All right, now what we're gonna do is instead of the dialog title saying, "Are you absolutely sure?" we're gonna say, "Are you absolutely sure you want to delete?" All right, the dialog description will say, "This will delete all the document and all of its contents, removing all of the users from this file." Douche. We're gonna go and put that in as well. Boom. There you go. Are you sure you want to delete? Da da da. Right now, the dialog footer is the interesting part. So inside of here, we're going to have a dialog footer. So I'm going to pop this in like so, and we're going to import that into our components. We're going to have a dialog close as well from our components, not from Radix. And then we've got the following that we need to implement. Now, all this is doing is basically we've got a special function called handle delete. So let's go ahead and create that. So when we click that, it's going to call handle delete. So we'll say const handle delete equals an asynchronous function. We're gonna probably not do asynchronous. Yeah, no, it will be an async. Yeah, this is gonna have a which is a React form event. No, we don't even use that bit here, so we don't even need that bit. So handle delete is fine. Mapped here is pending is going to be, you guys must have guessed it by now, I'm using the use transition hook once again to go ahead and make sure that we can capture when the user is actually working on something. And just like that, we should have, let's go back over here, refresh. If we click on delete now, we'll have some options on the screen. So let's go ahead and do this. Boom, delete. Yeah, are you sure? Close and delete. So if I click on close, closes. If I click delete, it will trigger the delete function. Okay, so now the delete function right now does nothing So what I'm going to do is, firstly, I need the user's path name. Now, the reason why I need this is because I need to know what the ID is of the room. Now, a couple of things you could do here, to be honest. You can go ahead and get the room ID by using the use room hook. But I'm showing you a bunch of examples of how you can approach problems, right? In this case, you can pop it from the path name as well, right? So that's another way. So in this case, I'm going to show you that route as well. But yeah, I'm trying to show you there's so many ways of fixing the same problem. The use room hook is probably the safer way to go here. But I just want to show you how you can have versatility and do it each way, right? Because sometimes you don't always have the ideal circumstance. So what we're going to do is we're going to say split, and the last value would have been the ID, because that's the end of the URL. So what we do is we do a pop, and pop is a handy function with arrays, which basically gives you the last thing. Someone says bonjour depuis Senegal. What's up, Senegal? And we'll say if room ID. If there's no room ID, we simply return. Now, if this is where we say we start transition. So start transition, and then this is where we have our asynchronous function, async. Okay. Now here, what we do is we're basically going to have a function from we're going to have a server action, and it's going to return a success, right? So if it's a success is going to be true or false, and we're going to say await delete document, and I'm going to pass in the room ID. Okay, so obviously we don't have this right now, so it's going to freak out. Okay, now once that's done, what we're going to do is we're basically going to have a toast notification, which is going to say yes, successfully deleted. We're going to have a router, which is going to redirect them to the home page, which we're going to import like so. And we're going to import that with next navigation, not router, next navigation. Yeah. And then the toast, well, you can go ahead and set up in a second. So toast, I'm just going to go ahead and for now, comment these out. We'll implement toast notifications, little pop-ups afterwards. But the delete document. So this delete document is going to be a action. So inside of our actions, we're going to go ahead and create a delete document action. Okay. So the delete document action is going to be another server action. Like so. It takes a room ID, and you'll start to really have an appreciation for server actions. They are so good. Like server actions are so good. Like they're so clean. They're awesome. I love them, right? They just make life easy. You don't have to create an API endpoint, do some other stuff. From a client component, you can call a server component, use start transition to keep track of the update, and then just do whatever you need to do. It's so quick and easy to handle what you need to handle. Mahumed says, thank you for the pop fan for what you're doing. I'm a big fan. I appreciate you. We're absolutely doing crazy today. This is awesome, right? So at this point now, I'm going to do auth protect, yeah. And then I was just saying basically on mine, I've console logged every time I called these on the server. You can do that or not. It's your call. I'm just going to leave it there and do it that way. Now, if any error occurred, I'm going to console error it out, and I'm going to return success false. Okay, first step, easy. Second step, I'm going to firstly make a reference to the room ID. Okay, so admin DB collection documents room ID, and then we're going to call the delete function. Now, delete does not necessarily delete everything. You have to be very careful with this now. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to not only delete the room, remember, we have two places where we store it, right? Number one, you can also have a transaction where if anything fails here, you can roll it back, but I didn't do that this time. But we're going to delete the document itself, and then in the users, remember in the users, they have basically, there's a collection group of rooms, and in all of the rooms that could include this room ID, we have to loop through them and delete all of those as well, right? So this is where SQL could be arguably more efficient, but this is just something you got to deal with. So in this case, we've got to say const query, and I'm basically firstly going to query for where I have all of the instances of those fields. So what it is, we say const query equals await admin DB collection group rooms where the room ID dot get. Basically what we're doing is we're getting all of the, let's say my room was ABC, we're basically finding out all of the places where room ABC is allocated to. So for example, it's attached to all the users, right? Inside the collection group rooms, right? So we need to go ahead and remove that. So what we do is we create a batch command by saying const batch equals admin db.batch. And then what we do is we loop through each one and we do a batch delete. Okay, so now we've deleted in two places. We delete the document reference itself, and then we also go ahead and delete the room reference in the user's collection for every user who's in the room. in the room. Okay, so that's the 2 ways we're doing it. Now await batch.commit. That's basically where we execute, right? And once that's done, we have to go ahead and then delete the Liveblocks room. Okay, so Liveblocks, remember we can pull that in from our lib folder. Then we delete the Liveblocks room. Then we return success true. Okay, so it's kind of like a 3-step deletion process. So we need to delete the document reference itself, delete the room references, and then delete the room in Liveblocks. Cool. All right. Quick little reading here. Chris says, to know something is when you're able to explain or teach it like the way Sonny does. Elon should give the 100 million to train his devs project. Mars, you know yourself. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. That's so cool of you to say. Vocab Abby, hi, Sense Anger started Next.js course. Awesome stuff. Good on you, man. Thank you, Aham. He goes for everything you do. I appreciate you guys. Honestly, absolutely awesome. All right, so in that case, we've got the delete document server action done. Let's go ahead and import it like so. Boom. That takes a room ID. And then remember, toast.success. So before we carry on and we basically test this, I'm going to go to Sonar, which is our notification that we're going to use. Boom, 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 boom. These ones, right? So let's go ahead and add that into our app. To add that, we simply do an npm install, npx Shadcn add Sonar. Then you go into your top layout. And you basically are going to put it just at the bottom here. So say toaster from Sonar. Don't do what I just did. Do the one from that was actually imported in. So there you go. And we say position. Now you can put this wherever you want. I'm going to put it in the top center. Make it a little bit life a bit easier. Like development flow is pretty smooth. I appreciate you so much. Honestly, I really try hard to do it. So once you've got it in your top level as a higher order component, all of your components underneath that, so the children are able to go ahead and use whatever you're basically calling. So at this point now, we can say toast from Sonar. Toast from Sonar you can call. Room successfully deleted or failed to delete room. Now, if we try this out, we are in the room. So let's go ahead and do a refresh right now. And I believe I might get logged out because we've been... Oh, sorry, guys. I was a yawn coming in. All right, so we've got the master plan here. Let's go ahead and delete. Let's delete new doc 123. I don't like the name, right? So in this case, delete this one. Are you sure you want to delete? Close. So that shouldn't delete, okay? But if we got to delete, and you see that deleting, and now I go ahead and do that. And look, firstly, the transition's good, and then room deleted successfully redirected me. Oh, that is clean. And you can see because we deleted it on Firebase, the sidebar, which is actively listening to Firebase, went ahead and did it. We no longer have access to the room. Boom. There you go. Sick. All right. Let's go ahead and delete this one. Let's just go and say groceries or something. Groceries. Groceries. Let's put like a groceries here. Groceries. Oops. And let's update that one. And you see, it just like, it's cool. It's really cool, right? Like it just works. It's a full-on app, man. It's sick. All right. So we got this working now. You see it's deleting in the background. So that's where it's doing all the deletion steps. And then we're back on the home screen. So cool stuff. Okay, so we've got that working. Next up, as an admin, we should be able to invite users to this document. So I'm going to invite Jay to the document, and then he's going to be able to access it. Oh, he can't access it yet because I haven't deployed it, but it's fine, whatever. Cool, is what it is. At this point, let's go to document. TSS, here we are. So delete document, let's do invite user flow. Now invite user flow, we're going to reuse a lot of the logic that we actually just used with delete document. And you're probably wondering, how is that going to work? Well, I'll show you. So we don't need that there. We don't need that there. So where we had a delete document, well, firstly, let's create all the songs of banger. Let's go ahead and create invite user.tsx, RFCE. Go ahead and pop this on the side over here and then delete document. So what I want you to do, very carefully, copy and paste, right? So paste everything here. And then, and you're probably wondering, that's crazy, yeah? But look, I'll show you what we're doing. Reason being is here, where we've got invite user, I'm gonna firstly just rename this to invite user, okay? Now the reason being is because honestly, you can reuse a lot of this. So I'll show you the bits that we're actually gonna change. Here we're gonna have invite instead, invite. This is going to be an outline variant instead. A lot of this remains the same, to be honest with you, except the dialogue description and title. So dialogue description and title remains the same. And then we obviously are going to have some different elements here. But just to get it up and running, go to your document before you carry on and import it. And now you can see we have invite. So if you click here, we can obviously start changing this functionality, but it just saves you a bit of time. You don't have to like do the whole madness, right, of rewriting the same stuff again and again, right? So now we're going to do input. So go to the input, go ahead and do this command right here, Command J, go ahead and pull it in like so, add input. And now, oh, I've already done it. Okay, so don't do that. Yeah, so we've already got it in there. Once that's in, we're going to go ahead and actually have in the dialog, get rid of this. Yeah, get rid of that. Let's put a form there. We're going to have an input field. The input field, I'm going to have an input and a button, right? The input field is going to be like so. There we go. We're going to import that from UI input. We're going to have a value, which is email, set email, and then that's the same thing. So here at the top now, I'm going to have a const email, set email. There we go. And that's going to say invite instead. And then we're going to have an on submit function here, which is on submit. And it's going to be handle invite. So we'll go ahead and copy that. We're going to handle invite instead now. We don't need this. We don't need this. What we're going to do instead now is, as we're doing a form submission, this has an argument passed along with it, which is a React form event. So we can say form event. So we do e.prevent defaults to prevent it from refreshing. So we have full control over what's going on. At this point now, we are actually going to use that. I shouldn't have deleted that. Yeah, we are going to use that. So we have the room ID. And then here we basically will say the similar exact thing, right? So here we're actually going to not replace the user and send them elsewhere, but we set the email to blank afterwards. And then the toast notifications are somewhat similar, except obviously they're not deleting. They add them to the user successfully. And then we can say failed to add user to the room. And here instead, what we're going to do is firstly just keep this open so you can see like, oh, that looks horrible. So we're going to style that as well. And then we're going to change this to invite user to room. Okay. Invite user to document, actually we'll go on to document. Okay, and this will take the room ID and the email of the user who we're gonna go ahead and invite. Okay, now once we've done that, guys, we're gonna go down to here. We're gonna change the styling a bit here. We're gonna say flex gap of 2 goes in line, immediately looks way better. Now invite user to document. So let's go into our actions file. And here we're going to go ahead and create another action. So I tell you what, I'll just chuck it underneath at the end. This is our server actions file inside here. And here we're going to go ahead and say, sorry guys, 1 second. Actions. We are inviting a user to document. So this takes 2 things. It takes the following. So we've got invite user to document. The first thing is we're going to protect to make sure the user is authenticated. Then I've got that little debug step that we spoke about. Then we have a try catch block, which is basically just going to catch any errors. If anything goes wrong, same principle. We're going to console error it out and success is going to be returned with a Boolean of false. And then this one's a lot easier actually, to be honest with you. All we're going to do here is basically do the following. So we're going to await admin DB, go into the users, go into their email, go into the collection of rooms, go into the room itself, and we're going to set the details of them. So basically, this is exactly what happens when you create a room from scratch, except the role when you create a room is owner, whereas this time it's going to be editor, right? And then we simply return success is true. Okay, so pretty awesome. Boy, we're about to cross 300 likes. Let's go. All right, so let's go ahead and save that one, and then we import that. Boom, invite user to document. And now what I can do to prove that this probably works correctly. So I say probably because I need to make sure that this is doing what I need it to do. So if we go over to a localhost 3000 on a separate browser. So let's go ahead and open this one up. I'm in a different profile here. So I'm in my personal profile. So in this case, I'm logged into Team Up React. And on this side, I'm going to be logged into, let's do, for example, sunny.sanger@gmail.com. So this side, I'm logged into Team. And this side, I'm logged into Sunny's account. Let's go master plan. And I'm going to invite him. over. So myself, right? So now what I do is I say sunny.sanger@gmail.com. This will go ahead and add Sunny. And look at this, look, shared with me, master plan. Oh wait, firstly, that looks horrible. We need to fix what the hell's going on there, right? Yeah, so we need to fix the shared with me part. But now you can see, look, he got access to the document and then boom, he can start moving around in it. So firstly, that's cool. And also remember, because I had access to the document and because I got access, added to the Firestore list of the collection group rooms, and that's what gets checked against when we do the authentication endpoint with Liveblocks. It gives me access to the room, so I was able to get an access token to the room, and that's how it all worked. So yeah, pretty cool. I don't know why that looks bad though, so let's fix that. So the sidebar shared with me, let's make that look nice. All right, so shared with me sidebar. All right, so if I create a document, I just want to see, why is that looking horrible? Interesting. Okay, so I did something stupid. This div, the surrounding this, should be around all of our stuff, so around the whole thing. And boom. There you go, guys. Simple as, right? BH, he goes, yo, Papa, glad to see you again on live. What is up? How'd you get the Realtime working? I just joined. We are using Liveblocks for the Realtime. But look at that. Liveblocks is not $2.30 a month. It's free for your first 100 monthly active users. So it's very generous for the free tier. It's enough for your portfolio. It's enough for like any of that kind of stuff. If you're actually making a SaaS out of it, then you can go ahead and use it, the pricing model. But yeah, there's loads of ways. You can do YJS. That's like free, an option. There's Party Kit. There's tons of different options you can use. That's just me giving you a little brief example, right? So let's go ahead and just double check one thing. So I'm inside of there now, and you see I have access to master plan. Cool. And you can see, as I'm not the owner of master plan, I don't have the ability to delete everything, which is cool, right? Which is what we wanted. Yeah. Now, next step. Oh my God, there's so much. Wow. Okay. We're getting there though, guys. We're getting there. Actually, no, we're closer than we are when I thought than what I think. Okay, so the next step is we are going to do, let's go to 3001. This is the final build, okay? So the final build here, we need the users. So users with access, and if you're an owner, you should be able to delete. Cloudflare is not yet. We're almost at Cloudflare, right? We need to do the users. We need to do users currently on page, and then we're gonna have the Cloudflare AI features, chat to document and AI translation, okay? So at this point now, let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside the document, we're gonna have manage users and avatars. Okay, so manage users and avatars. Stick with me, guys. So firstly, a little bit of styling here. I'm gonna save us a huge amount of time by just chucking that in because it's literally self-explanatory. It's a bit of width constraints, that kind of stuff. Okay, so now see that's just width constraint. We're gonna have manage users, which is gonna be that pop-up that we saw. Okay, so manage users is actually going to follow the same principle as delete and invite users. So what I'm actually mean by that is I'm going to take this, go to components, create a new one called TSX manage users, RFC manage users, and actually what I'm going to do is invite flow. So invite user, copy all of this, manage users, go here, paste it all, and then we're going to start changing it up. So firstly, import that. We need to save this file then. So go to manage users, save the file first, change the naming to manage users. Okay, go ahead and do that. Go back to our document, import it now, pop that out there so we can start seeing things on the screen. Refresh. Oh yeah, invite. There you go. So now we've got that. So manage users. Let's go ahead and make this more built out now. So obviously we don't need a lot of this stuff, so we need to rewrite this bit as we need to. We're not going to need the email. We're not going to need the We don't need a form here. Yeah, of course not, because we don't have that. So now in the invite flow, here we are. Invite a user to collaborate. That's not actually what we're going to be doing here. It's going to be managing the users. So in this case, what we have is for the dialog trigger, we'll have users, and then we'll have users in the room, right? So it'll actually say like users, 3 users, for example, or so forth, right? The dialog title and the description, somewhat different. It's going to say users with access. So dialog title and description, it's going to be some users with access. A button is outlined, that is completely fine. Below is a list of users who have access to this document call. Underneath the dialog header, we're going to have a horizontal row, and then we're going to have a div which maps through the users in the room. Okay, cool. So we have this. Now we're going to map through the users in the room. So I'll map through them. So to do this, let's go up to the top. Let's do our, we don't need the path name. We don't need the router. We don't need, no, we do need that. We do need that. Okay, cool. So let's start pulling out what we need. We need the use user. We need to know who's logged in, because we're going to eventually use the is owner. Remember, we need to know if you're the owner at this point. So this is where our custom hook comes in clutch. We need to know which room you're in, so we can use the use room. We need to have the users in the room as well. Okay. So once we've got all of those, we're going to have constant users in room. We're going to import everything that we need to from Firestore. So remember, you're importing from the Firebase Firestore instance, not the admin. There we go. And we're basically just checking here the rooms where the room ID equals the room ID, like so. Okay, so we're basically searching for the users in that room. So this will eventually have all the users in the room. We're going to have a handle delete function instead of this. Right, this one is just going to be very simple. We're just going to have something running in here. This is going to simply take a user ID, which is going to be a string. We don't need it to be async because it's going to have a start transition inside of it. And inside of here, once we've got the users in the room, which we already have actually, we can start rendering them out. So the users here, we can go ahead and say this. We can say users in room dot docs dot length. Optional chaining, protect. And now you can see, look, 2 users in that room. Okay, so that's correct because I invited the other account of mine, sunny.sanger@gmail.com, into it. Good stuff. And now we can go ahead and map through everything. So here we can go ahead and say users in room.docs.map. And I'm going to go ahead and do an implicit return like so. And here we're going to have a div. The key is going to be the doc.id. Actually, no, you don't want to do the doc ID because, no, you can do doc ID. No, you don't do doc ID. You do doc.data.id because it's going to be all the same room. So it's actually going to be doc.data.user ID. So, because all of these are going to be the same room. It's going to be the data inside of them, which is going to be the user ID, that's the unique value. Otherwise, you're not going to have a unique value, which is very bad. Right? It's not going to work for you. Okay. So then we have the class name, which is going to be flex items centrally aligned and justify between. And then this is basically where I render out the rest. So, okay, a couple of things here, just save us a bit of time. I'm going to say you, if it's you, or I'm going to say the person's name. So essentially, it's got Sunny and it's got me, which is teamup@react.com. So it's a very quick check to make sure the 2 things. So it's a quick ternary check. Then I'm going to have a div. The div here is going to have a class name, like so. Here, popping in like this. Oops. And then here we can go ahead and do this. We've got the div gap2, and then we've got the button, which is a variant, and we've got the role itself. Okay, so in this case, editor and owner. Now I'm just putting a button there. It's not clickable. You can do what you want with that, really, to change it up. I've just made it very simple. Just a button. Click. The only thing I care about is I'm going to have an is owner delete button. Okay, so that's a bit more different. Now the is owner bit, I'm just simply checking if the user ID. So if you're the owner and it's not on yourself, right? So that's the 2 things I need to check. So if you're the owner and the ID of the doc that we're looping through is not equal to my doc, right? Otherwise I can X myself out, if that makes sense, right? Then what we do is we have a button, a destructive, and it's going to say handle delete, and it passes the user ID and arrow function. Cool. And then we have our is pending, which is the start transition, which is attached there. Okay, cool. Now this one, space y2, no, gap 2, sorry. I haven't done my div here, flex column, gap, what's just space y of 2. Give everything a bit of space. There we go. Nice. Cool. All right. Now, what we have is we've pressed the X button. It should do a delete here. So this will get triggered off. So we start transition. Asynchronous. It's going to do the following. And then inside of here, we're going to say if there is no user, anyone know what you use to make the text editor? Yes, block note and Liveblocks. If there is no user, then we're going to simply return. Otherwise, we're going to say const success. Same principle. We're going to have another server action here to handle what we're doing. We're going to say await, remove user from document. And we're going to pass in the room.id plus the user ID. And then we're going to say if successful, user removed successfully, otherwise failed to remove users from. Yeah, I love it when GitHub Copilot helps me out like that. It comes in clutch. All right, so we're going to do remove user from document. Copy that. I'm going to go into my actions. I love this song. This is a tune. All right. So we're going to do actions. Boom. And now invite user to document. Yes. No. What am I doing? I need to remove user from a document. Yeah. So. Wow, it literally just guessed the whole thing, I think. All right, so we're going to do this. Remove user from document, takes the room ID and email. We're going to protect the user. We're going to go ahead and console log it. Like, remember, that's my debugging step. You can do that if you want or not. We're going to try catch if, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. We're going to say success false. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and do the following, which is pretty simple here. All we're doing is we're reaching in to the users' emails themselves. So the users collection, go into their profile, basically, go into their room sub collection, go into the document, which is the room ID itself, and we're going to delete that document, which means that they essentially are removed from the document. Okay. So at this point, and obviously you can really restructure databases however you want. There's so many ways you can do it, and security thoughts and considerations. This is such a big build that it's like in one video to basically just go through everything. But if I was to cut Sunny out of this thing now, if I click it, you see like removing, and then he's removed successfully from the room, and you see how it's 1. Now if he tried to re-access the room, he won't get added to it. So if I go to, I'm actually in localhost 3001 there. If I go to my other browser now, so if I go here and I go into my second profile and I go into localhost 3000, you'll see I no longer have access to that document. Yeah. Whereas let's give it a full try. If I go groceries and I'm going to invite Sunny, let's do an invite. So I invite him, sunny.sanga@gmail.com. When I hit invite, watch the left side here. Watch this. Look, invited him. Boom, it came up. He has access to it. Okay. And then in that case, you see I've got access to it. Let's go ahead and delete him. No, oh no, not delete the document. Sorry, I'm going to delete Sunny from it. And watch the left. Look, he's gone. If he tried to access it, he'll get a user revoke token. So works really nice. So that's great. The only thing we need to do now is the avatars and then the AI stuff and then deployment. And yes, we are on fire with that. It's going to touch 4 hours. I knew it. All right, it's going to go 5 hours. All right, that's good. We got this. All right. So at this point now, let's do this just so it's hello world. So let's put this in here. And now this is not the same document, hence why it's not looking thing. Almost there, guys. Almost there. All right. So at this point, we got this. So let's do the AI feature now, which is essentially this bit here. No, sorry, the avatar. Users currently editing this page. Now that's actually not that hard to do. I'll show you how we can do that. So heading over to document, got here, go over to document, boom. All right. So what we're going to do is avatars here. So avatars, like so. Now we're going to create this component, avatars.tsx, boom, RFCE, go inside there. Now inside of here, we're going to do a few things. So I need, firstly, this is a client component, so use client. Liveblocks give us what we need here. Okay, so to make it relatively simple, we use the use others and use self. Now, in order to get all of the URLs, what we're going to do is we're going to combine the others with ourself. So what we say is we're going to create a we're going to say const all equals self, and then we basically append the others on. So it will show our profile, then it will stack the others in front of it. So that's essentially what we're doing. Now, what we can do is we can say flex gap to items center. Good stuff. And then inside of here, I'm going to say users currently editing this page. Okay, so let's go ahead and show this on the screen as we do it. So what I'm going to do is inside the document, I'm going to pull in my avatar like so, go over to avatars as we're doing it. So you see, pay attention to this top right part as we're doing it, building this out. Let's go ahead and put this over here. Now I want to basically say I'm doing a a div, sorry. The div is going to have a flex, and what I'm actually going to do here is a little trick. I'm saying negative space of 5 because I'm getting this like stacked up look, right? So what you'll find is like on these ones, it basically stacks up on each other as in like the users, and it's a really nice little UI effect. So if I invited, let's just say sunny.sanger@gmail.com. Now we should have 2 users. There we go. So I can see, you can even add the avatars there if you want, but in this case now that's cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say all.map, and then what we can do is we can have other. So basically I map through, I'm going to do implicit return, easy enough. This will give us the other. So each individual plus I is the index, and then we're basically going to use a tooltip. So going over to Shadcn, a tooltip gives us this nice thing. So if I hover over it, you see that add to library. That's what we're going to do here. So we're going to npx install tooltip. Don't do that. Why did I open that? Okay. We're going to go ahead and do this, add tooltip, and I'm going to import what I need from the top. I'm also going to use avatar as well, guys. So avatar is this one, right? I'm going to go ahead and pop those in. We're going to import and install that as well. I'm going to import all of the dependencies that I need from the top of the file, like so. So we have everything here. Now I'm going to have the tooltip provider. So here, if we go back to this tooltip provider, essentially that is what we want. So pop that example in. So the key is going to be other.id. Plus, let's do this. Basically, it's a lazy way of doing it. I understand. I know. It's all right. It is what it is. Yeah, you can give it a unique value. Okay, this build is long enough, so you get the vibe, right? It's good. Tooltip content. Here, I'm gonna have the avatar fallback image, and that's going to be, rather than add to library, that's going to be the actual. Actually, no, sorry, that's not the case. It's actually going to have the tooltip trigger. We'll have the avatar, which is basically other.info. Is, remember, that's populated when we authenticate the user. So that's actually how we do that. Tooltip content was actually for, we're going to say you, or it's going to be the person's name. So other.info.name. Yeah. Now, with that in mind, we can see, look, users currently editing this page. So if I was to go ahead and duplicate it, remember, this is actually live, who's editing it live. So there's a big difference, right? So if I go to groceries as well, what we should see is 2 users with the same ID will stack up. So if it's like 2 of you, same person, you see that, nice, right? So if I was on a different browser, and you see as we go into each one, the Z50 on the hover allows it to come to the front, okay? So I'm going to close that one. I'm going to go here as well. And you see when I hover over it, Z50, that's how we're doing it. Okay, cool. All right, nice. At this point, we've done the avatars. Good stuff, right? Users currently editing the page. Now, at this point, we're going to basically add on. Let's add on the AI functionalities. So this is where it gets really good. Okay, so this is where it gets really good. All right, 4 hours in, and now we've got the really cool stuff. Now, what we're going to do is, in the beginning of this project, we set up something called Cloudflare Workers. Cloudflare Workers are actually here in my second screen, right? So in this case, we've got our code for the Notion code, Notion clone YouTube. Then over here, we have the Cloudflare Workers, which I showed you. And if you're watching the replay of this, you can go ahead and actually check out. Thank you so much, Hutchadi. I appreciate you. And Mozambique in the house as well. What we're going to have now is this is actually linked in the description, the code for the entire Cloudflare Workers stuff, okay? And if you are watching the replay, you can go back and watch how we set this portion up. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and set up the Cloudflare Workers as needed. So what I'm actually going to get you to do is follow me along. So we set this beginning portion up earlier. Let's go over here. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to use Hono, right? So Hono is actually a really cool library and framework. So if we do hono.dev, I'll show you right here. So Hono is an awesome web application framework. It's basically like Express, right? So when we have a Cloudflare worker, for example, this one, what we'll find is right now it's running, it's not running because I've shut it down. So let's go and do npm run dev. Right, Cloudflare Workers is incredibly powerful, really powerful things, right? So in this case, if I go ahead and open this up, firstly, you see it's running on Hello World, and that's because what's happening here is we're just saying when we hit that URL, that's when we want it to go ahead and basically do what we need, right? So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and move this out of the way, do what we need, but we want to have our Cloudflare worker. My brain's getting mush. We want this Cloudflare worker to basically be like a full API on it, right? So I want to have endpoints, post, get request, everything on it. So how can we do that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you how to set up Hono, which is like an Express-like framework, onto a Cloudflare worker, so we can have a full backend API, which is automatically scalable, which is extremely lightning fast with zero code starts, because we're getting all the benefits of Cloudflare Workers, which is absolutely incredible, including AI binding. So tons of stuff to go ahead and win, right? So first thing I want to do is install Hono into this project. So remember, we're now in our Cloudflare worker project, so do not get it mixed up, okay? We're going to split this terminal now. Okay, now we're in here, we're in the npm I Hono. Okay, Hono is the library that we're going to use. We're also going to do npm I OpenAI, because we're going to have OpenAI as well. I'm going to import the three things that we're eventually going to use at the top of the file. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a new app. Okay, so we can actually go and delete all of this for now. We're going to create a new app called new Hono, and we're going to have these things called bindings. Now, in Cloudflare, bindings are really important. They essentially resemble the environment variables that we have access to. Now, they're called bindings because it's not just our own environment variables, but it's also these really powerful, thank you, Aldo, I appreciate it. It's also these really powerful AI bindings, and also a bunch of other stuff. So if we go to wrangler.toml file, you can see, look, we've got AI model catalog, which we can basically allocate bindings here. So to enable all of the models, I'm not joking, to enable all of the models inside of the Cloudflare workers, all we have to do is uncomment that, right? So now if I click onto the configuration for the workers AI, you can see, look here, it was this one. So if I click into that, we can see, let it come down, we can actually see all of the, so if we do that, we get all of the bindings. And if I go to our models, so if we go down to workers, examples, database testing, observability, there's actually a really cool example of models, AI, let's do worker AI. I have a really good example of this. Jay, can you send me the link, please, for the worker AI? I just need that one link that I'm looking for, and while I'm building that. But anyway, it's on the website. It's actually really easy to find. It's here, Workers AI. I found it here, Workers AI. So we click on that. Now we're inside of Workers AI. Go down here, features, browse models. Okay, now we have all of these models by simply doing like summarization, text classification. I've got it already, Jay, it's all good. Text generation, auto completion, everything. So I'm teaching you now how to add not only OpenAI if you want to do OpenAI, because a lot of you do, but you can also go ahead and use Cloudflare's worker models as well. And look, they have tons. We're going to use a translation one. We're going to use the summarization model. It's awesome. Like when I tell you it's so easy as well to set up, it's incredible. Like this is honestly impressed me, and it's difficult to impress me lately. Like so we can go ahead and pop in this binding, and to get access to it on the front end or on our back end, sorry, here, what we do is, Giancarlo, I appreciate you guys. I started watching the live in the gym while doing cardio and got home from work. You're still here building something. The guy, I appreciate you so much. I really wonder how you did the transition live. Stream Deck. That's it. All right, Stream Deck and OBS. All right, so in this case, now we've got our type definitions here. Now, boom, I'm going to pop them in like so. Now, the OpenAI key, we do not have yet. The AI is basically from that Wrangler Toml. So this is basically being poured in as the AI, right? Now, pay attention. The OpenAI key, how do we get that? Well, what we've done is, in fact, what I've done is I've included this file in the description. So in the description, I give you the GitHub repo for free. So what I've done is I've included a dev.example file. Now, what I need you to do, very simple, go ahead and do dev.vars. So change it to dev.vars. So the first step done. Replace the line below with your OpenAPI key. I have my OpenAPI key. So basically you can get that from OpenAPI's platform. I'm not going to go too far into that, to be honest. I think you kind of self-explanatory at this point. If you go to OpenAI platform, API keys, you should be able to see yourself over here. You can log into it. I'm not in the correct account right now, but the point is you log into it on the left side, you got your API keys, create one, and you basically have your OpenAPI key. I already have one, so I'm going to skip this step. So in this case, you can go ahead and paste it in here and then delete these points. So delete these. So you got dev vars, and then you want to go ahead and paste it in. So I'm going to paste it in right now, hit save, and I'm closing that. Okay, so that's essentially how you've done it. So now we've basically got our OpenAI key being passed in. So that's the first step. The second step that I need you to do now is we're going to go ahead and set up our cores. Now, cores, you can go ahead and really tighten this as much as you want. However, in order to get this, our application allowing what we need, I'm basically going to have content type, because we're going to make something called a content type request over to our backend. I've upgraded some of the methods that we're going to put in, so we can basically pass in a post, get, options, or put. And then we've got a couple of things here, right? And right now, allow requests from Next.js out. I'm just letting any origin come in, but you can really customize this as much as you want, and we're saying this applies to all of the routes that we have inside of this app. Okay, so once that's done, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say app.post. Okay, and we're going to create our first API endpoint. So the first one I'm going to do is show you the Cloudflare Workers action, Cloudflare translation. Now, what did I do? I did a cool combination of two things in one, just to demonstrate what you can do at the easiest level. Like, you can do this so simply, it's unreal with Cloudflare Workers. I'm going to make it really easy for you. So I'm going to give you a quick demo of what we actually did, and then you can kind of get a grasp of what's going on. So let's say, for example, this, right? Say I want an AI translation in a different language of a summary of the document, and I want a Japanese translation of it. So I want a summary of this document, and then I want it to be in Japanese. All right, so I've done the translation of this, and the reason why I did that is I literally did it to show you how we can combine two things in a super scalable way. Boom, in Japanese, that's a summary saying what this contract is basically saying. Okay, so that's pretty sick, firstly, and I'm going to show you how we can do that. So in this case, I'm going to do app / translate document. Okay, now what we do is we have an asynchronous function, and we have something called the context. Yeah, okay, now this context, if we go ahead and pop it open, we can firstly go ahead and get two things from the body. So when I eventually make a request from our Next.js app, I'm going to pass the document data and the target language. The document data is going to be the block note information from the editor, right? And then we're going to generate a summary of the document. And you're probably wondering, oh man, this is going to be hard. How's he going to do this? Like, guys, it's so easy. It's unreal, right? This is what I mean. This is why it's so powerful. When I say const summary equals, so we'll say summary response. So first, step one, I'm going to generate a summary of the document. Generate a summary of the document. And here we're going to say await C, which is our context, .env, .binding, or not binding, sorry, .ai, which is our AI binding here. Yeah. And then we say .run. And this is literally it. Like, we pass in, you see all these models here, right? The one that we're after is CF / Meta, which is a Facebook model, / M2, this one, 1.2B, right? And all of that, by the way, is on the, like, no joke, like, it's literally there. So if I go to summarization, this is the one that I just used here. Click on that, literally click in to workers, bam, there's an example of one. yeah, it's insane, guys. Like really, it's pretty cool. Yeah. So sorry, we're not using that one. I used the wrong model. So don't listen to what I just said. It's run, but it's not that one. It's actually the one second. It's actually the BART, right? So I actually got the two mixed up. This is the second translation model. We need CF/Facebook BART large CNN. Okay. So now we pass that in. We pass in input text, which is going to be document data. We pass in the max length as well, right? Which I'm saying is just 1,000 tokens. Okay. So in that case, 1,000 characters, whatever it is. So that's the first thing. So we take the entire thing, we get a summary from it. And then once that's done, I basically get the response. I'm going to generate another thing, which is a response. And this is why I translate it into another language. So translate the summary into another language. And this is just to show you really how easy and fast it's doing this. It's doing two massive AI things like really quick in a super scalable way, right? So c.env.ai.run, and then we basically have access to all the models again. So cf/meta/m2m100, this one, right? Then we basically the same thing. We pass in the text that has got the summary response .summary. So in this case, what comes back from it is actually in here. The text is in the summary. We have the source language, which is actually going to be English. And I've done a bit of a helpful thing here to help you out. So I'll show you how we can do it afterwards. And it defaults to English, by the way, if you don't pass in any value. And then we've got target language, which we will pass in the request. Now, once that's done, all we're going to do is we're going to stringify the response, send it back, right? So we're going to basically return a new response, JSON stringify this response. And just like that, we have a full backend working. So this will do everything that I just explained to you. Absolutely crazy, right? Now, in order to expose this to our Cloudflare worker, we just do export default app. And now from this Cloudflare worker, guys, we have everything like what we need. It's literally working. So this is working right now. If I go ahead and do npm run dev just to showcase it, it's ready on this port. And the reason is whenever I run it, it's running on a different port each time, right? So I want to make sure you're prepared for this by basically doing one little prerequisite step. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my environment.local file, and I'm going to show you guys something very quickly. So inside of your code, I know I'm not sharing the screen right now. It's because I want to just prepare something for you. I have to do the same little trick. Okay, so what I want to do, give me 1 minute. So I basically hidden all my keys for now, right? So just to kind of like make sure nothing gets messed up. We're going to do next public base URL, okay? And then what I'm done here is you can change this to whatever one is your deployed link. So in this case, for us, it would be right now, it would be this HTTP localhost. But really, when you deploy it, right? So if we were to deploy this right now, right, so let's just actually do that right now. So if I say npm run deploy, if I'm doing live debugging, I could just use my localhost link. I'm sure there's an argument that you can pass into to set the port as well, right? But in this case, look, I just want to show you, right, how quick this is going to do it. Guys, it just did it. It literally just did it. Published it in 1.4, like in 6 seconds, it published it. Like, that's crazy. Like, yeah, so that's what I mean. It's actually blazing fast. Yeah, so we go take it and then boom, pop that in there. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hide my screen and put these keys back. So right now I'm basically popping all my keys back into my environment file and I'm closing it. Cool. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and create our front end request, right? So we're going to create that front end request. So heading over to document, we're going to go ahead and do the next part, which is the translate. It was actually an editor where we did it. So it's inside editor here, translate document. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this right now. So inside of the editor, we're going to have this translate document function, which is going to take the document. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and create this right now. So translate document.tsx rfce, and this will take a type of document. So let's go ahead and create this out. So right now, this is the props that we pass through, and y.doc we're going to import from YJS. This is going to be a client component as well. So we're going to say use client, import it like this. And a few things, the languages that we're going to support out of the box, it actually has a huge list of languages, but right now I've made your life easy. I've just picked a couple of the common popular languages, right? And I made a type definition from that. So you can go ahead and, you know, really move it out if you really need to or whatnot. It's completely your call. We're going to have a dialogue here as well. So to save you a bit of time, we should have done maybe just done the same copy and paste trick that we did earlier, but go into your invite user flow. Literally, you can just do this. Right, grab your dialogue, copy it, come out here, just paste it in there. It's fine. Right. Now the dialogue stuff, what we're going to do is basically import it like so at the top of the file. Import a bunch of it. Input, we're going to import the button. We're going to import is open. We will handle in a second. And a few other things I'm thinking. The form, this will change to a different thing. This will be the translating. Okay, so we need to have state. So is open is going to be our state here. We're going to pull in our state. We're going to have a const handle question function, which is going to be triggered on the submit function instead now. So handle ask question, very simple. We're going to make sure that we do e.prevent default. So very standard behaviors here of just getting an app a bit up and ready. The button now is going to basically say translating when it's working. Otherwise it will say translate. It's a super build, Sonny. Keep it going, James. Cheers, guys. Yeah, honestly, it's crazy, right? I know. Actually insane. At this point, I'm going to disable it if it's pending or if there is no language. Okay. So language right now, we actually haven't got. I'm going to set that at the top. We're going to have language at the top. So here. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice one, Yatish. I love that. Right. And we're going to have a summary. We're going to have a question, right, as well. So we're going to have summary and a question. And we're going to have a language, right? So this is going to have a language as well. Okay, so a couple of things. Inside of our handle ask question, we're going to have a start transition like so. Boom. And then we have two languages, which is stupid. Don't do that. I've left one thing open. We've got is pending. No, we do not have is pending. So I need to have my start transition like so. Use transition. Boom. And this one is being pulled from. Don't do that. Yeah. It should just be from the start transition. Okay. Now, the input field, we're replacing with the select component from Shadcn. So over here, go to the select component. I'm going to go to npx shadun UI latest. Boom. Go ahead and pull that in. Import it inside of our component. We're going to go ahead and import everything that we need at the top of the file. So just like so. And then the select fields, we're going to render it out conditionally based on the different languages that we passed in. So at this point now, what we do is we have no longer an input field like so. We're going to have a select field. Yeah, so we're going to have a select field. Inside of our select field, firstly, we're going to map that to the language. So whenever you update the value, it simply changes the thing. And then we have the select trigger, which is basically going to be the first thing that you see. So like so. And I'll tell you what we'll do is, what I want to do is show you as we do it. So let's go ahead and inside of the editor, if I go ahead and import this, so you can just see what I'm doing. So if we go here, you can see that it says invite right now, which is not correct. Sorry. I shouldn't say invite. That should say translate with a languages icon. Translate with languages icon, which we're going to import from Lucid React. And now you can see translate. So if I click it, it says invite users to collaborate. That's because we haven't updated the dialog header and dialog description. Let's go ahead and change those. Dialog title and description. Opt in saying translate document, select the language. We're going to have a horizontal line underneath that. And then we're going to also say a question. So if there is a question, once we've answered it, I'm going to set the questions. That way we basically can show what the user has asked. Okay. So in this case, select language. You see it pops up. There's no language drop down options available. That's because we do not have the select content populated. So what we can do here is we basically put select content, we map through all the languages, we pass through an item. Each one has an individual key because we're mapping through something, but each one also has a value that gets associated to the selected field. So that way, if you click it, it will set the language to that field and basically just render out which each one says. So now if I click this, you see Spanish. And then now when I go ahead and make this call, if I click it, it will go ahead and do the translation portion. But we don't actually have the part where it does that. So here is where all the magic would essentially happen. So this is where I need to make the backend call, do everything we need to do. So what do? Firstly, I need to get the data from the document. Now, how do I do that? Well, what we can do is we can go ahead and say document data, doc.get. Remember the store name. So this key was very important earlier on, document store. Yeah. Vicky Billman, yes, this will be live afterwards. Are you thinking of making a portfolio again? I will. Actually, I will at some point. I'm trying my best to keep up to date. We're just constantly giving you new content. But yes, at some point, like a portfolio v3 would be awesome. So in this case, document stored to JSON. And now what I'm going to do is we have the document in a JSON format, right? So the way it's being stored in the database, basically. So I want to make a request to my Cloudflare backend now. So remember, we just deployed the Cloudflare backend. So we say await fetch. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and say a string interpolation, and I'm going to have my environment variable. So I'm going to say process.environment next public base URL. And this is the URL here that we went ahead and deployed to. Okay. So you guys will have your own deployed URL and you can go ahead and use that. And then we say / translate document. And this is corresponding to exactly as I said, this is corresponding to our / translate post over here. Okay, now this is of course a post function. So we say method post, we put the headers as application JSON, and then we pass in the body. Now the body, what we do is we say that the target lang, right? So remember here it's actually the target lang is the language, and that's because here we pass the target lang, right? So in this case we pass target lang as a language here. Document data is going to be the same key and value that we pass through here, so it's okay. Right now, if everything was okay from this response, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and say, if res is okay, then I want to basically go ahead and show a toaster. Oops, sorry. We can say a toaster. We can do a loading. You can have a loading if you want. To be honest with you, it happens so quick. We don't even need that. We can get the translated text from the response, from our Cloudflare worker. We can then go ahead and set the summary, right? So in this case, we can set the summary, and I'm going to go ahead and say set the summary to this, and then toast.success, right? So in this case, I don't even need to replace the old one because we're not doing that. We can say toast like so. Just like that, it should work. So let's give this a try now, guys. So, and also here, you don't need to do react.form event. You can just go ahead and import React like that in the form event like so. So that's the code for here. We don't have the input field, all that good stuff. So let's give it a try. Okay. So right now, we've actually deployed this. So it should be all up and right. It should have been propagated through enough time. So this says, let's hello world, let's add AI functionalities. So it should summarize it and then give us an idea of what's going on here. So translate, look, it's translating. Oh, it translated. Okay, but nothing came up on the screen. All right, so that's we need to figure out why that happened. Well, firstly, I don't think I'm even rendering the summary out. So yeah, I'm not rendering the summary out. So in this case, underneath dialog header here, I should render out a summary. So I should render out a summary here, and it should say something like GPT is thinking or whatnot. Yeah. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in what I've essentially done the hard work for us for. I'm going to import the bot icon, and look at this. You can break it down. Essentially, it's just a div. Inside, there's another div which says GPT is thinking and so forth. We've got React Markdown here, which I need to install. So I actually am going to do that right now. So npm I React Markdown. And then I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to import that like so. And that will, yep, that comes in. And now we basically pass in. So if the summary is there, remember, if it's pending, it's thinking. Otherwise, it will say what the answer is. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's do translate. Let's do Spanish, translate. So it's translating. Let's give it a second. Look, GPT says El Sistema, Creator. I don't know if that's correct, but let's go ahead and check it out. So we can go and say translate google.com. We can give it Spanish to English. The AI system was created to assist with computers' AI functions. Let's add on the AI functionalities. So, okay, so it's kind of right with that, I guess. Let's give it a proper example. I want to give a much more detailed example of where I have, for example, let's just say groceries, right? So this is my deployed version, rather than the actual production one. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to paste it in here, and then we're going to ask it a question. I'm going to say, give me a summary of what the hell's going on, right? So remember, my authentication might be a bit messed up, so this could be a little bit strange. So yeah, see, it's messed up. Yeah, so it's because I'm context switching, like I mentioned. So let's log back into my account. We should have access to it. I can copy the details, and then it should be able to work. So back in the account, groceries. Now we should get an access token. Yep, there we have it. So don't put that there, Jay, because I need a summary of it. One sec. There's jokes that you put. So it's cool that you can do that. All right, so let's copy everything here. And then I'm going to go into this one. I'm going to paste it all. And look at that. It just works. Like, it's actually crazy. Like how it's working. It's so cool. Right. So let's say we have this, make it a little bit bigger. Sunny's grocery list. Cool. Right. And everything's working nicely. So this right here. Okay. So let's say I translate. The GPT is thinking. And remember, it will be the most up-to-date information I've given it. So, okay. So it done some stuff here. La lista, I'm not in Spanish, so I don't know. So Sunny's grocery list includes fruits and vegetables for essential vitamins and lean proteins. Yo, that is sick, right? So just to show you, I mean, like what it can do, right? So obviously you can take that to your heart's content and really do what you want. That's cool. That's really cool, right? So we've got the translation thing done out of the box. That's so cool. And look, guys, that's literally, and the part I really want to emphasize is we, in like 6 seconds, deployed that, right? So like that's the kind of like whoa part. In 6 seconds, I didn't have to go onto the dashboard and enable AI and everything. I literally went to Wrangler, uncommented this out, so I now have access to the bindings, and I just used them. That was it. And there's such a free tier as well. It's a big free tier with the amount of binding. I think it's like 100,000 requests or something insane, right? So you can do some really, really powerful, cool stuff with this, right? Out of the box, which is like so cool. And that was an example of two models working together, right? So one after the other, summarization first, then the translation of the summary. Now, I'm going to show you another one. So we're going to do another example. We're going to do the chat to document. This is a very cool example, in my opinion. So the chat to document, simple thing. We're going to do the same example here. I'm going to have another post endpoint. Okay. So we've got chat to document. Now, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and initialize OpenAI. So I've already got my key set up in our dev.vars environment variable. So I set that up earlier with you. And then we're going to pass in document data and a question. Once that's done, we're going to do the thing that we've done in many of our builds, which is a OpenAI completion, right? So basically we say chat completion equals OpenAI.chat.completions.create. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in our base messages. So the base messages are basically going to say the following. It's going to say, okay, messages, and we pass in an array. And what I'm going to do, just so it gets rid of all these blue error lines, whatever, SBS, yeah? So we're using GPT 4.0, temperature is 0.5. And the first thing is a system message, and it's basically preparing GPT. It says, content, you're an assistant helping the user to chat to a document. I'm providing a JSON file of the markdown of the document. Using this, answer the user's questions in the clearest way possible. The document is about, and then I plus the document data. That's the JSON data that we basically passed earlier from our block note, okay? The second argument is the user. My question is, and then we basically ask the question. We basically pass the question into it, right? So this is where the AI bit really is kicking in. Now, after that, we basically will get a completion back. So to access our completion, we do choices 0, message content. And then we return our response. So c.json. And you can even do the same here, I guess, and do c.b. I'm just showing you can do a response like this, or you can do a response like this. But like, honestly, it's so nice. Like, in my opinion, like that's it, right? And I'm going to redeploy this. Look, npm run deploy, boom. You have the most insane endurance to do this for 5 hours straight. Guys, it takes time, it takes practice, but I love it. That's what I'm telling you. I am your mentor online. I swear to you. So imagine if I'm giving you this level of clarity and help in a free YouTube live stream. Just imagine what I do for you guys inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. That's it, period. Zero to Full Stack Hero. And I'm full of energy. I'm ready to go. Like, I'm fresh, right? So in this case, look at this. Look, we've got lingering frost, proper fam. So look, 6 seconds. Like, guys, 6 seconds. Like, it takes me longer to have a water break. Like, what the hell, right? That's crazy. And now that's done. Like that endpoint is up, it's live. Like Cloudflare workers are insanely powerful. Like, I'm not joking. I'm so impressed with them, right? All of this code, by the way, is in the description. So you get all the Cloudflare worker code for free in this build. You just can get in the description. Just head over to the description, put in your email, and then you'll get it. Right? We'll send it over to you. The actual entire build is in the proper GitHub repo. So if you want it, you can either work for it for free, or you can just buy the GitHub repo, and you get like 60 of my builds in there, which is absolutely awesome. Okay. I do that so you guys work for stuff, because honestly, sometimes like otherwise you're never gonna learn. I know it's annoying. I know it is what it is, but it's just, you're never going to learn otherwise, right? So next up, we're going to go to our editor and add in the front-end capabilities. Now, I'm going to show you a demo of this before we quickly go ahead and build it out. So this is what it'll look like, something like this, chat to document. And then basically, and what we're doing here is one question at a time. We're not doing chat persistence, which is fine. We're just doing it in a very simple sense. Total price of groceries, right? So if I do this, it will ask the question, asking, let's see, look, total price is this. What's the most expensive groceries? Okay. And you see how we can have a full chat, right? Like, the items categorized under meat, which totaled 75. Tell me about this, right? And you see, like, you can basically have a chat with the document. And this is so sick. In my opinion, like, this is just a clear example of like just some powerful things that you can do if you have the right application with AI and that kind of thing. So like, we're going to build this right now. Okay. So in order to do that, simply put, we're going to go ahead and copy the, what am I doing? No, not here. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing here. So chat to document, boom, like this. And I'm going to copy this, going to go to this, I'm going to create a new file, chat to document.tsx and RFCE. And actually don't do that. I'm going to go to instead invite flow. So invite user, copy again, because honestly, they're all built off the same kind of backing, right? And obviously you can even abstract that to another level if you really wanted to. And we're going to change this invite user now to chat to document. Okay, and now we can start refactoring it as we need to. Okay, so in this case, a couple of different things here. So for the state, I'm going to have a couple of different things. Input is open, is pending summary and question. This is not going to be handle invite. It's going to be handle ask question. And it's going to be a form event. Yes. E.prevent default. Yes, that's fine. We're going to cut everything out of here for now, just to keep it very simple. Down here, we're going to change out the little things like the dialog trigger is simply going to have a message circle icon. And just so you guys can see what the hell's going on, I'm going to pop this on the side over here, and I'm going to go into my editor. Oh, this song's going to get me like energied up. Editor. Love you, dude. I appreciate you, long boy. Sake. Let's go ahead and pop this in. We need to pass in the doc, right? So at this point, before I carry on with this bit, I need to just refactor this top bit. We're going to say doc. That's going to be a Y doc, as I mentioned before, similar principle. So pop that in. Import all from YJS, like so. We'll clean up the code afterwards, all good. At this point as well, the dialog trigger is going to be message circle code, like so. Okay, and then for the form, I'm going to have handle ask question. Handle invite is not da 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 da. Yes, I hear you, mate. And then here we're gonna have the input. So this is gonna be input. So it's gonna be handle input. Change that to input. If there is no input, and this one will be simply asking. Turn that shit up now, so high. I love that. Here we have ask. That's so jokes. See, that's the energy we need in this space, right? Placeholder. This one is not going to be type, it'll be text. Energy is in the house, right? I would say, i.e., what is this about? All right. I think there's a banger track on here. I can't remember where it is. Is it? Where is it? Oh, it's one of these tracks. I think it might even be Next. No, it's not this one. I mean, this reminds me of Twitch when we stream on Twitch. Was it this one? Your game? Your game. Was it this? Oh, damn! This is like an OG Papa Fam song. If you know, you know. This is when I launched Zero to Full Stack Hero. Okay. Also, I've got Flux on right now, which is making me feel super sleepy. I need to turn off. Hopefully it doesn't come on the recording. Yeah, so hopefully that was on recording. But anyway, yeah, we're good. Refresh. So 1 minute. Run dev. Okay. Refresh. me turning off Flux broke everything, so weird. Okay, so at this point now, let it compile. Let's just sing. Okay, so we got the asking. So chat to document here. Yeah. So now with this, yeah, let's do it. So chat to document trigger is correct, but the dialog title and dialog description is wrong. So dialog title, dialog description down, and then the form. So here, we're basically gonna have the summary show after the dialog header. So this will basically be like dialog header, bot, GPT. This is literally the same as what we did before, with React Markdown being rendered in at the top, which we already had before as well. So go over here, pop this in. And then I want to have Jay and Sunny are smashing and Jack Mullen. Yo, I love, yo, the energy today is fire. Oh my, yo, you guys are sick. I love it. So if we go ahead and do chat to document, look at this. What is this about? Hello world, right? So do this, and then I can ask. Okay, so now basically that's correct. So handle ask question. Let's do this, and then we can clean up what the imports that we don't use. So here we're gonna have set question as the input. So straight away you can see what the input or the question is. Do I show the question? Yeah, we show it here. Here, ask a question, chat to the document. Underneath here, I want to have a question being rendered out. So if I type in hello world, it'll say question hello world. And then, yo, look, yo, the comments are flying now. You guys are so sick. The way Sonny teaches these long sessions is like watching an epic movie. All you need is a bowl of popcorn, a Diet Coke, and your full attention. What will happen next? I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, Longboy goes, I wish I had a 9 to 5 job so I could do this project with y'all. It would be so fun. Sadly, I have to go back to work soon. Loving these projects. So integration is super, super cool. Dude, I appreciate you so much. If you like this, honestly, Zero to Full Stack Hero is the place. Like, this energy is on fire with it. All right. Oh, the music just finding it. It's finding itself today. All right. So once it's done, we're going to do start transition. So, oh, it's finishing strong. Async. So once that's down, we're going to go ahead and do, basically we need the document information. So the same principle applies. We do a to.json information. So to get all the information, then we do control-res equals await fetch. And now we basically go ahead and we pass in the URL. So remember the base URL, and then we need to say that whether or not what's next basically. So we're going to say method post content type application JSON. The question is going to be the input, perfect, and the document data is going to be passed in as well. Now again, once that's done, what we can do is we can say if res.ok, so if everything went well, then I'm going to go ahead and basically say, oh my, yo, this music's sick. Yo, everyone, the music is actually in the description if you want to find it. Like, actually, that's it. Coding Jedi Masters. Like, it's gonna be like hyped. And we're 4 hours, 40 minutes in, and I'm hyped as hell. Like, it's really sick. So once it comes back, we'll have the message in the response.json. We can clear the input. We can set the summary to the message so it shows on the screen. And then I want to show a toast.success notification. And this one, we can pass it in there. So summary, toast notification like so. Okay, boom. Okay, cool. And we could even left align it if you wanted. So in this case, it says hello world centered. but it's up to you like how you want to do that really. Right now, I think I have it here. That's why I did that. Yeah, so I did summary and centered. You can decide. You can decide yourself. It's fine. All right, so let's do it now. Let's give it a try, guys. Oh yeah, no, it's cool. That's right, actually, because it's on the mobile view. All right, let's do it. So groceries right now. Chat to document. Okay, total price of the document of the groceries. Question. So now you see. Okay, so my start transition is not working. Is it asking it or not? We can see. So okay, nothing happened. So at this point, my start transition is not working. So handle ask question gets figured off here. Oh my days, this just gets better and better. Sit off because it's been 4 years since I started following him, and he really helped me bag some good offers from different companies. You're amazing, bro. Jay, yo, screenshot that. This is, you guys are like gassing me up today. I'm so glad that I can have that effect on you guys. Honestly, it makes my entire day like huge. Thank you so much for sharing it with me. We've got is pending here. So start transition. Okay, so chat to document is okay. So I mean, I think we're pretty good here. Am I in the correct? Yeah, so I'm in the correct thing. Let's do chat to document again. So total price. Okay, no, it is. Oh, okay. So you see that it died quickly. So did it change? 8648. I'm going to quickly check my environment variable for my base URL. I shouldn't have changed. It's 8648. 8648. Yeah, okay. So we're good on there. That doesn't change. The deployment URL doesn't change. So now we've got debug. Cool. I like this. We can get debug in. It's fine. So document data and question comes in. Chat to document. Chat to document. Okay. Else. You could even do a try catch here to really capture what went wrong. Or to be honest with you, we can go into our network tab. We can do a total question asked. There you go. So 500. So internal server error. So I had something happen on the back end that basically freaked out. So that's fine. And what I would also argue and check is that it's not a cause error. So I think we're good on the cause front, but it's just worth checking. Yeah, so we're just getting a 500 on the back end. So this actually happened over here. So I believe it's to do with my environment variable file. So let me have a look. So I'm just going to check my dev.vars. So my dev.vars are all correct. Yep. So my variables are all correct. Yep. I do not have any other things there. That's fine. T.environment. Yeah. And now maybe we just, okay, I mean, there's two things we can do here. We can either debug it by trying it against our local. That's one way of doing this. So you can go ahead and set this in your environment, try it against your local to debug. We can do that right now, in fact. So I'll show you how we can do that. So if we go here, I go into environment.local, and I'm going to hide mine, but I'm telling you what I'm doing. So I'm basically changing next public base URL to localhost the URL, okay? Thank you so much, Ali Kasa. Right? So now what I've done is I've basically got it on my local host, okay? And then what we're doing is I can pull this over here and then review what's going on. So here, Command B. If I don't need this one now, we can just screw that off. Let's pull that, pull that over there. So Command K. So now I've got a server running here, and this should be pointing towards that. So that not found. So something actually. Oh no. So okay. So it did work. So chat to document not found. Okay, that's fine actually. No, so it does work. So this is a good little debug, right? So basically now if I do total price, please. Yeah, GPT is thinking, it's hitting the back end. I know why. Oh my God, I knew it. This man still, I've been letting it play while I run errands. I love that. Yeah, I know exactly why this is happening. Okay, this is good. This is very good, like to showcase what I missed. I missed a very simple step. Now, there's two things you can do here. The environment variable, I have it in dev.vars, okay? I should have realized. That's not getting pushed when I go ahead and do the deploy, okay? So two things you can do here. You can either add the dev.var. So if I use Wrangler, so basically look at this, Cloudflare Wrangler add environment variable. It's all in the documentation, but there is a simple thing you can do here. So you can either do it here via the dashboard, or you can even do it via Wrangler. So you can do it in your Wrangler TOML file, but the problem is you might push that to your you might push that secret to your GitHub, and you don't want to do that all the time, right? So you can do that one way, or you can do a secret, right? So this is one way. So secret, local development. Here you can do npx wrangler secret put, right? And then you can put the key, which is our key. Also, so I'm going to show you this way, and then I'll show you in the dashboard, right? So if we do the dashboard, so easy, right? Literally click into the dashboard, go into your account. So in this case, go to the left-hand side, workers and pages. Lingering Frost is the one that we just did. Click into that. And now if you go into settings and we go into variables, add variable, here we go, guys. So that's exactly what was happening. So I'm going to show you here. You can go ahead and use the CLI command if you want. In the essence of time, I think we should probably just do it this way. It's very easy to show you how to do it. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here. So I'm not going to show my key. I've got an OpenAI key here. So I'm going to basically, what I'm doing now is I'm pasting this in. I'm going to get my value of my OpenAI key and I'm going to paste it here, okay? And I'm going to click on encrypt and deploy. All right, so I'm going to, firstly, I'm just going to talk you through it. So right now, I'm in my dev.vars. In my their code, I'm copying it without the air quotes. I go to my stuff and I basically click encrypt. Okay, so now I've clicked encrypt and then I can click on deploy. So that your last deployment was from Wrangler. Changing these bindings should also be updated in your Wrangler to me file. So you can do it in your TOML file. I'm not actually 100% sure if TOML is encrypted or not, but the point is that you just wouldn't want to commit, push your Wrangler TOML file if that's the case. As far as I'm aware, right? As far as I'm aware, obviously I could be wrong there, but let's just click deploy. And now this will go ahead and deploy. So while that's going ahead and doing its thing, which again, super quick to go ahead and do these deployments, is unreal. So while that's happening, what I want to do is I'm going to go over to my application, and inside of my env file here, what I'm doing is I'm undoing my base URL. So I'm going back to the public lingering frost pupperfanworkers.dev link, which is the main one, right? So at this point now, we can see here, lingering frost. I'm just doing a refresh because for some reason it said it wasn't there, but it is there. Let's do this. Environment variables. Settings, variables. I did just push it, unless I've messed up something. Okay, I'm gonna add them again. I don't know what happened. I think I've messed something up there. So I'm gonna add it again. I'm doing encrypt and I'm pressing deploy. Yeah, okay, I've done it. Yeah, there we go. So it says version saved. Cool. So that was my mistake, to be honest with you. Okay, so at this point now, let's go ahead and firstly give it a try. If not, I'm going to show you the CLI command because either way, they're both very useful to know. I done it the first time with the CLI command. All right, so let's give it a try now. So in our groceries, chat to document, total price. Talal, let's firstly, I'll reply in a second. Look at this total price asking, yes, it works. That's what I'm talking about. Sick. All right. And that's because I actually changed my environment variable. So that's correct. It actually does work, right? So in this case, boom, that's so sick. Oh my God. So translate is using AI bindings from Cloudflare. Chat to document is using OpenAI GPT. So yeah, like just unreal. unreal amount of power behind this build. Like, you've got the whole backend in this amazingly neat little package right here. So look, that's our entire endpoint, and it's just the power behind it, guys. Like, that's just scratching the surface of what you can do with Cloudflare AI workers and stuff like that. So like, honestly, it's insane. And as I mentioned before, with Cloudflare, you can even go ahead and use their C3 CLI command to deploy the entire Next.js app to Next.js pages, which is absolutely phenomenal. So I just want to go ahead and show you that quickly as well, because I think all of these things are so good to know, because I always get the question of, Sunny, why do you always deploy to Vercel? Well, if you don't want to, you can use something like this. If you want to have everything in the same ecosystem, which will help in a lot of aspects where you can access a lot of the other stuff that they offer, such as like if we did this, for example, npm create-cloudflare, you go down to, let's just say, framework guides, go down to Next.js full stack deployment, literally just run this command. It will set everything up for you. You do npm run deploy. Now you're deploying to Vercel. And you see the quickness that we're deploying at. You can do the same thing here. And they even have a nice little Git integration, so you go ahead and do that as well. And it's worth mentioning that, yeah, this is just one of many of their services, guys. Like if we check out Cloudflare, so right now I'm on developers.cloudflare.com, and the link to sign up is in the description, so make sure you check that out. Guys, you can do all of this with it. It's absolutely so sick, like what you can do with it. Workers is just one of their products. Like, I didn't know this with Cloudflare. Now I'm so grateful I'm working with them, because they're sick. Like, they're actually so good, and I use them for even my own course website. You know, the course at papareact.com/course, this is protected by Cloudflare. It's been protected for 3 or 4 years by Cloudflare. So they are absolutely 100% trustworthy, right? So we also use Hono, which is the web application framework that we're talking about, to go ahead and have the full thing up and running. I actually wanted to kind of show you that again, what I was doing. I didn't mean to close that. So I just want to show you one more time where we had Cloudflare workers. Like I mentioned before, it's super easy to deploy that, but it was actually more a case of, I wanted to show you, yeah, look here. We've got R2 storage, we've got streams, we've got images, we've got like a bunch of stuff. So really you can consider these like on scale with like some of the major stuff like AWS, that kind of stuff. These guys, they do everything that you need, and it's really bloody awesome. Like, and like, honestly, I was really impressed, like really impressed as to how easy it was to work with it and how easy it was to get everything up and running. I think the main thing with Cloudflare that I think is worth saying is it's honestly, the developer focus was something which I noticed. It was a very nice dev experience using the tools, especially the CLI tools. Like, good job to the team for that. Like, absolutely incredible stuff. But let's go ahead and give a full demo of the application, because I think we're good. Like, I think what I'm going to do now is deploy to Vercel, and I think we're gold, guys. I think Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've done every single feature so far in this build, which is absolutely awesome. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'm just gonna check something. I think we're pretty damn good. So look at this, guys. In this build, we have all of the dark mode, everything working. We have chat to document functionality. We have the translation, summarization features. Oh, my camera's okay. My camera's just done some weirdness and turned itself off. 1 minute, guys. I think my camera overheated. That's insane. Okay. That's super weird. I think am I back now? Okay, we're back. All right, so I'm gonna try to power it through before that dies again for some weird reason. So Jay, am I good now? Yeah, okay, we're back. All right, thank God. This freaked me out. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up before we kind of like die here on this stream. So we've already deployed the back end. Let's go ahead and deploy the front end. So we are currently using Vercel. So I'm gonna go into Vercel like so. And I've already installed the Vercel CLI. All you would have to do is install that if you haven't already. Set up and deploy, yes. We're going to do Sunny Sanga, which is my default project. Link to an existing project, nope. Project name, keep it the same. We're going to use the default directory, and this will fail the first time. Just be aware of this, yeah? So what I want you to do is, you want to modify settings? No, okay. So I want you to go into your environment file. I'm going to hide my screen for a second. Go into your environment file. Go ahead and copy everything. Okay, my camera's gone again. It's fine. Don't worry about it, guys. Go into your environment file and copy everything. Okay, don't worry about it. I think my camera's just overheating because it's been 5 hours, which is completely cool. Like, you guys can still hear me. I'm still here. Don't worry. We're just going to keep pushing for it. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and click on to... Yes, my battery is exhausted. That's strange, actually. So what I'm going to do actually is in the video, my display capture card, I'm just going to change it. You know what? I'm going to do this live with you lot. All right, let's see if I can do that. Yo, boom. What's up, guys? It's good to be here. Look at this. I don't care. I ain't letting it stop me. All right, so in this case, we got this. So let's go ahead and inspect over here. I'm going to open this up in my personal, which is correct. Here, Notion, I want you to go into settings. I want you to go environment variables, and I want you to paste here. Okay, so I'm going to hide my screen quickly. I'm hiding the screen. Again, don't worry, guys. It's all good. I'm literally just, I'm here still. I'm just, right now, the camera is exhausted. It's been 5 hours. So I'll tell you what, screw it. I'm just going to keep this one here. Right, cameras and no cameras, it's all good. I'm going to keep going. So I'm going to basically paste my keys in, and hopefully I don't show everything. So there we go. I'm going to paste the keys in. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this off screen for a second and hit save, so you guys can't see the exact keys, like the key, secret keys and all that. So basically I hit save now, and then here we are. So hit save, and here you guys have it. Yeah, so we have the save, and then that means I've added my environment variables into it. Go down into our Notion clone over here, and now you can see that's failed, which is fine. That's because we didn't have our environment variables. Do Vercel again, and here you have to be prepared that you're probably gonna have a little bit of debugging issues. It's probably going to be a small little thing here or there. It's completely fine. It happens. In this case, we're going to look at our build logs, see that it goes through. A lot of the time I end up making some silly mistake, honestly, a lot of the time. Okay, I thought that was unplugged. But yeah, in the meantime, let's go ahead and see. This is kind of cool. It's like an OG setup with the front camera. Honestly, yeah. So in this case, we got the installing dependencies up here. All right, so let it do its thing. I actually want to set up the other camera to be on the front, so I'm going to quickly just don't freak out, guys. I'm here. It's all good. I'm here. I'm going to just do one thing, which is on this camera. Can I do that the way I think? So let's try and do a display capture. No, that one's different. My zoom maybe? Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to stay in this screen. It's fine. I have to stay in this screen. It's all good. All right, we'll keep it on this screen for now. This is what happens when you're 5 hours live streaming. You have these kind of weird problems exist in your build, like, so it's all good. We got this. All right. So at this point, let it do its thing. Okay, but while it's doing that, I'll tell you what we'll do. We can go ahead and actually cover the build process that we actually did. So everything that we did in today's build, let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm gonna pull open my open personal. All right, so tech in today's build. Remember, guys, we did a ton of things in today's build, right? Like, no joke, huge build today. We had so many different things involved. We had like I said, we had Next.js. All right, I'm just gonna like power through this list. We had Next.js, and as I'm doing this, destroy that like button if you're watching this right now. You know, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content like this. We had a ton of things, you know, reactjs involved. We had a full stack backend with Cloudflare Workers. All right, so Cloudflare Workers, absolutely incredible bit of tech today. You guys witnessed. We had Clerk for the authentication. Really, really huge stuff today. Honestly, like, I showed you guys how to implement Clerk authentication. I showed you how to go ahead and pair these things together to go ahead and provide session tokens and all that good stuff as well. So in this case, this was like how we were able to do session tokens, you know, to make sure everything is perfectly authenticated. We did Liveblocks, which made the entire app experience like completely real time, which is absolutely awesome. We combined this with Firestore, which is also real time, which gave an absolutely awesome user experience. And again, like all of this, just like looking beautiful with Tailwind, looking amazing with Firebase, all of this kind of like tacking into some AI cool tech. So behind here, behind our Cloudflare, we had, you know, 3 different AI models in use. Right, so 3 different AI models, you know, because one's not enough, clearly. So all this kind of crazy stuff, right? We had summarization, we had translation. It was absolutely huge. I'm just going to go ahead and play. Yeah, that's it. Let's do that, the anthem song, right? There we go. Let's see if it's deployed. Okay, so deployment complete. Right, so I'm going to go over to the actual main deployment, and this is obviously authenticated route, so I would have to deploy to production. So while this is doing it, I'm going to go ahead and deploy to production. So in this case, it was done. Vercel -- prod in the background we can do to go ahead and do that. And in the meantime, we can check this out. So let's go ahead and sign in. But before I sign in, I want to show you guys something. If I was to simply go ahead and try and create a new document, it would force me to sign in. Remember, we had auth protect, so that works as well. Absolutely crazy stuff. If I go ahead and do, for example, team@papareact.com right now, I think that wasn't the correct account anyway. I think should have done sunny.sango, but it doesn't matter, it's fine. Right, let's do continue. We should be able to log in. We should be able to see our documents right now. All right, there we go. Look at that. Groceries in there right now. Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. And once I push to production, I'm going to invite Jay to this document. Jay, I want you to log into your account. So I'm going to go ahead and actually log Jay in. I'm not going to show his email on screen. That's out of order. So I've invited Jay to this document right now. So Jay's been invited to this Sunny's grocery list. So once I deploy this live, I'm going to send him a link. And I'm going to get him to go ahead and join in as well into this document. And then that's it. But guys, absolutely phenomenal. So let me know right now as we're waiting for that to deploy what your favorite part of this build was. Because it was absolutely huge. Like this build was absolutely massive. It's so crazy. I'm just going to read some of these comments right now. Talal goes, hey son, I just want to drop and show some love. I moved to cybersecurity field recently, but I still follow your videos when I feel like building projects fun. Absolutely awesome stuff. Can we have a project like full Vercel clone? I wish. They're amazing though, so I'm not going to clone them. Big Tune Gun says, just wanted to stop by to say hi and show some love. Your projects are legendary. I appreciate you. Somebody goes, is React Native worth learning right now? Yes, React, the entire space worth learning. Brazilinsky says, W Sunny, I appreciate you so much. Digital Alchemist says, so much for this interview I'm supposed to be doing. The web app that runs the interview is bugged. I mean, that sucks. Frank, Sunny Powers, we anything camera or not? Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff, man. We did so much. It's insane. I'm gonna go ahead and just see this deployment taking a second, but it should be up in a minute. Yeah, it's doing it. All right, this will be up in just a second. Jay, if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and share this with you in just a moment, a production URL, and then we're going to give it a little test, right? So this is it right now. And to be honest, that's live right now. So to be honest, anyone who can go there can actually mess around with it. Yeah, so in this case, Jay, go ahead and check out that app right now. Head over to this, sign into your account. So I'm going to sign into team@papareact. If you log into J4399, we can show everyone how this is going to work in real time right now. The browser I'm using is Arc browser. Okay, so the Arc browser is absolutely awesome. I really, really do like it. It's been an incredible little extra addition to the stack. And I'm just going to go ahead and end it on this one as well. All right, so in this case, Jay, I'm inside of groceries. You should be inside of it. If he's in here, I'm going to be so gassed that this worked first time around. Yeah. Yo, there he is. Look at that. Look. Yo, this is so sick. Look at that. Mad. So, Jay, I want you to add in an extra, I'm not going to tell you, like, you add in an extra cost here saying like £1 million. So go here and add in a cost of like £1 million somewhere. And I want to show you guys that it goes ahead and uses the latest stuff, right? So he's going to add in a cost here of like £1 million or something. So in this case, 1 million. Okay, so like loads of money or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, so 1 million there. I'm going to add in, yes, there you go, Sunny's something. Sunny's YouTube cost. Okay, so I'm going to chat to document, say total cost. And look how it gets the real-time information in there. Look at that. The total cost is, it's done the grocery list, Jay, actually. So you need to do the actual, so this, if I do $1 million, like this, Sunny's YouTube, let's do actual fruits. I'm going to do like, I don't know, let's do, I don't know, milk. All right, milk. There you go. All right, total cost. Let's give it a try now. There you go. So it's doing the grocery cost. Total cost is 1,002,233. Boom. There you go, guys. Absolutely awesome stuff. I hope you've enjoyed this build. And as always, yeah, we're not going to let any cameras or anything break us down. But as I mentioned before, guys, please do go ahead and feel free to get the code for absolutely free. The link is in the description. And if you want to go ahead and learn more amazing stuff just like this, real-time collaborations and all that good stuff, head over to properreact.com/course. All the links for everything today are in the description, including access to the course, including the sign-up links to Clerk, the sign-up links to Cloudflare, the free code for Cloudflare, and so much more, including the PopFan playlist. But check out properreact.com/course and join us inside the community if you want to learn all this good tech and everything that we do in these kind of builds, everything at the highest damn level. I'm just going to keep leveling it up, period. So hope you guys are enjoying these things. So every week I'm leveling it up on this channel. So all I ask is you like, you subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll see you in the next one. I love and appreciate all of you guys. It was a sick vibe today. And yeah, see you in the next video. Peace. I can't do my outro as I normally will because the camera's there, but see you later, guys. Absolutely huge. Oh, just on the end of the beat. Awesome. All right, guys. Peace.